Well, well, well. The two greatest words in the history of recorded language, game and seven, coming up in an arena near you in Oklahoma City now, thanks to the San Antonio Spurs and their sheer evisceration of the defending world champion Oklahoma City Thunder in game six tonight. Thanks for nothing, Oklahoma City. Why not just stay home? Why even waste? And all of this talk in the Lord's year of 2026 about going green and, fuel efficiency and environmental protection and all that stuff. Why even waste the jet fuel to send yourself to San Antonio to play this game? Clearly, nobody wanted to make the trip. Nobody cared to play in this game. Nobody that was wearing an Oklahoma City Thunder jersey tonight. They never led in this game, not for a single nanosecond. The San Antonio Spurs, meanwhile, absolutely waxed them. It is the biggest margin of victory in San Antonio Spurs history when facing elimination. Their previous high was 23 points. This a 27-point Old Testament fire and brimstone biblical beatdown, 118-91. San Antonio Spurs just take the Thunder out and woodshed them in this game. 91 points total for the Oklahoma City Thunder. They shot only 37% from the field. And like I said, very little life shown by the Thunder. It was a 15-point game for a couple stretches in and out of the second quarter heading into halftime. And then look, credit to the Thunder. The small bit of credit that they'll get tonight here is that they closed the first half on some minute little run. I think they finished like 10-5 or 10-3 to close that under. It was under 10 at the end. I think it was like a 7-point lead for this for the Spurs at the end of the first half. But then look, the Spurs came out and just hit them with haymaker after haymaker after haymaker in the third quarter, a 32-13 third quarter in all. And there was at one point in that third quarter, a 20-0 run laid down by the Spurs to really get separation. And they never looked back. Credit to Victor Wembanyama, whose numbers don't look eye-popping, obviously, because he only played 28 minutes. Damn it, he didn't have to do much work tonight because he put a bullet in the back of the Thunder's head early in this one. He was extraordinarily aggressive early on. He shot a ton of shots early on. He was close to the basket on a number of those shots. All the things we said at the end of Game 5, or in the aftermath of Game 5, I should say, all the things we mentioned came to fruition tonight. Victor Wembanyama answered every single question, answered the bell yet again tonight. And look, Victor, if he needed to, would have been there for like a 40, 15, and 5 kind of night if he had to do it. He didn't really have to. Again, only 28 minutes. Nobody in the Spurs starting lineup needed to clear more than 20, other than Stephon Castle played in 32 minutes. All of them, all the Spurs starting 5, plus double digits in the plus minus. And on the other side, guys, the Oklahoma City Thunder, who did get Jalen Williams in this game. He only played in 10 minutes, though. He did not start. He scored just 1 point in the 10 minutes that he played. And in those 10 minutes was a minus 18. So the team, his Thunder outscored by 18 points, of course, over the course of the 10 minutes that he did play. And, of course, then A.J. Mitchell still out. This was his third consecutive game now that he has missed with that calf strain. And a world of questions now await for those two players and the Oklahoma City Thunder going into Game 7. And speaking of, superstar players, though, the Oklahoma City Thunder and Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, the league MVP, who is lucky to be in a 3-3 series right now. Lucky. If he had the Denver Nuggets, he certainly wouldn't be in a 3-3 series right now. If he had the Denver Nuggets supporting cast, if he had the Minnesota Timberwolves supporting cast, if he had any other supporting cast in the NBA, his bum ass, his fraudulent, fake MVP ass would have been probably swept in this series with how pathetic and dismal of a performance this guy's laid down. Basically, game after game after game. 6 games now in all played in this series. Shai has been decent in one, good in another, and straight up horrific in 3 of the 4 games. I mean, bad in 4 and horrendous in 3 of the 4. Tonight, on the road, trying to close the series out. You know, this is where your role players don't typically travel, where his elite bench can't bail him out necessarily. And yes, they are down AJ Mitchell, and obviously Jalen Williams isn't right. This is the game where league MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has to show up and be the MVP. How does 15 points on 6 of 18 from the field grab you? Doesn't look so tough when he's not getting 17 free throw attempts, does he? 3 of 3 from the free throw line tonight. 15 points on 18 shots. And yes, I'm going to say it again. I know I sound like a broken record, and you can likely just repeat this next statement I'm going to say after nearly every game in this postseason for the Oklahoma City Thunder. A team worst minus 28. The worst player on his team, again, in terms of plus minus. His team got outscored by 28 points in 28 minutes. So quite frankly, get the hell out of here. Any of you people who are trolling in here, I should say, and saying, Skap, you're a hater. Skap, quit hating. This is the reason why I must hate, because if and when this guy actually gets a win in Game 7, a game he shouldn't even be in, I don't even care. He could have 50 on Game 7, and I won't celebrate him, because he should have never gotten to a Game 7. Playing like this straight trash that he is and has been for 6 games. He shouldn't even be in a Game 7. 55% shooting in the regular season, 37% shooting in 6 games of this series. An 18% drop, and he is still blessed to be in a Game 7 because of his super team, his super bench, and his super organization and his super general manager. He should be on his hands and knees, genuflecting to Sam Presti tonight, and basically should just give him those 2 MVP trophies, because he shouldn't have either of them. And this right here is why. They very well will win that Game 7, and they don't deserve it. They do. He doesn't, because 37% shooting in this series, where he's, again, only a 31 point per game score in the regular season on 55% shooting. He's at about 23, 24 points per game on 37% right now. Shouldn't have made it to a Game 7. He's lucky because he got bailed out in enough games to get them into a Game 7. So regardless of what he does in the Game 7, I could care less. And I can guarantee likely it's not going to be a big game. He might get 30 because he's going to shoot 20 free throws, but he's not going to come out with like a 45-point game on 60% true shooting. It ain't going to happen. He hasn't done it in 6 games because he's actually playing a team with personnel that can match him. And quite frankly, no team in the NBA other than the Spurs even has a real chance of providing that. So look, SGA, they'll be favored. They may win Game 7. They'll probably be favored by 6 or 7 points more than likely in that game. We'll see. With Jalen Williams, likely he'll play. He played tonight. AJ Mitchell, probably all hands on deck. And look, this is a young San Antonio Spurs team. Hasn't looked particularly good in Oklahoma City outside of Game 1. And they're, basically all young, and they're led by Victor Wembanyama, an extraordinarily young superstar who's going to have the kitchen sink thrown at him. Likely he's going to be fouled by multiple players every time down the floor. We'll see if it's called. Probably not. I'll wait to see who the crew chief is, obviously, and which officiating team is assigned that Game 7. Unfortunately, sadly, pathetically enough for the NBA, that will factor in substantially on who is going to win that Game 7 more than likely. But I don't want to hear a single damn thing about Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or hating on Shai Gilgeous-Alexander or whatever. If they win this series, they do it with his D game through at least 6 games. We'll see what Game 7 holds in store. But like I said, even in all of these other games where they've had their back semi against the wall, he hasn't been spectacular in any single game. He's been good in 1 game and 1 game alone of this series. He's just playing putrid basketball. And again, blessed to be in a Game 7 because, he just quite frankly, this is who he is. When another team has viable defensive components to throw at him, multiples, and he's not playing against Christian Brown and Jamal Murray on the perimeters, this is what Shai Gilgeous, and not getting 15 free throws a game. This is what Shai Gilgeous-Alexander looks like in high leverage, high stakes playoff series. So again, thanks very little, league MVP Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, 15 points, 6 of 18, game worst, team worst, minus 28 plus minus. And the Spurs, again, biblically obliterate the Oklahoma City Thunder 118-91. And now the two greatest words in all of English language, basically all of spoken language, game 7. Can't wait. Finally, we will get down to it. We've been coming, all roads have led to this moment, I think, throughout basically the second half of the season and on. The San Antonio Spurs now 3-3 head-to-head on them in this postseason. They were 4-1 against them in the regular season. So if any team has a shot to go in there in game 7 and come away with the win, it likely would be the San Antonio Spurs team, specifically because they also have the best player in this series in Victor Wembanyama. Look, as much as I belittle Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, he still is a top 3 to 5 player, probably the third best player. You can make a case for as low as 5, but it's not, most teams don't have the ability to say, we have the best player on the floor when we're playing Oklahoma City. The Denver Nuggets do. The Denver Nuggets say that every time, but their team stinks. The Spurs have a little more for provide a little more for Victor Wembanyama. So now Victor Wembanyama will be the best player in game 7. So I'm saying that there's a chance. All time throughout all rounds of NBA history, home teams in game 7 win roughly 80 to 81% of the time. And that's because they're the better team generally, and because they generally have the best player as well. Well, the Thunder are the better team, but they don't have the best player. That's Victor Wembanyama, who has soundly destroyed Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in this entire series now. I mean, when you look at the actual when you look at the statistics for these two guys, and you have to realize that Wembanyama is going up against a more difficult ask defensively who he's playing against versus who Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is playing against, even though the Spurs do, like I said, possess a nice amount of perimeter defenders that they could throw at Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Nonetheless, it still is a harder ask for Victor Wembanyama, and he has risen to the challenge and met it far better than the alleged back-to-back league MVP. Again, 2 fraudulent league MVPs. Should have been Jokic last year, could have been Jokic again, or Wemby this year. And I said going into the series, if Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is to win this series, it proves very little head-to-head him versus Wembanyama. He should win. He has the better team. He has home court advantage. They're the defending NBA champions. The Spurs are very young. They're ahead of schedule. He should win. If he loses, though, that really does go a long way in devaluing that MVP award, in my estimation, and really proving that I know it's a regular season award, but that it is a very fraudulent award for him. If a 22-year-old guy ahead of schedule, like a year or 2 ahead of schedule, mind you, goes and wins this series head-to-head against him with home court advantage trying to defend an NBA championship. And it doesn't bode well if they lose this game 7 moving forward for what looked to be a can't-miss, surefire dynasty just as early as last year, as early as basically halfway through this season. So this is a massive game for the Oklahoma City Thunder coming up in game 7. Massive. And they have, make no mistake, all the pressure on them. The Spurs, I know that all of these guys are competitors, and I don't want to ignite Gary here to get into they're ahead of schedule, doesn't matter what happens. But in fairness to Gary and in fairness to the Spurs, while they won't see it this way, while they think they're playing for everything and they're going to lay it all on the line in game 7, realistically speaking, they are playing with house money. Like, they have, to me, no pressure. Like, they are so young. They're already ahead of schedule. The Thunder, though, have gotten a good look at this team who's ahead of schedule. And now they're coming with reinforcements and better next year. So now all of a sudden your window shortens even more. So you better capitalize on this run. You better get this one, Oklahoma City. So they're going to have all the pressure on their shoulders at home in game 7. And I'll tell you, if the shots aren't falling or if the Spurs get off to a quick spurt or whatever, things can get very quiet and lonely in that building early on. So it's going to be interesting to see how that game starts and the energy from both teams. I obviously it's going to be a very intriguing and interesting game, but we do know now that we will have a game 7, which I was pretty confident we would, and I'm glad that we are going to indeed have one. Welcome into all of you guys who obviously have been watching this whole series, and of course, I'm sure watched tonight's game. We've got roughly 1,200 peeps in the chat with us right now. It's Skap Live After Dark. Guys, welcome. And of course, I am your host, Jay Skapanek. As always, I am joined by, I just mentioned him a moment ago, moderator Gary, who is a lifelong Spurs fan. Gary, welcome into you, sir. Say something to the people.
How is it going? Thank you for all of these super chats. We are already at 24, just 16 minutes in. So I think that we should jump into that pretty quickly. As for this game, obviously, I'm very glad the Spurs won tonight, but I'm just so concerned that the refs, because look at game 5, the officiating, and now look at this game when the officiating looked pretty fair tonight, right? And it was a blowout. Whereas they needed the refs. I know that looked like they routed us, but they routed us like later in the game. I just think that I'm afraid that the refs are going to determine the outcome of game 7, which just makes me a little pessimistic going into this for that reason. If the calls are neutral, we can win this game.
Yeah, Gary, I don't even know if it was like a real image or not. But I saw like an image of the crew chief from last game, like kind of holding his whistle seductively, looking at Lou Dort. Like, I don't even know if that was a real in this era of CGI. I wish I would have screenshot it so I could add it.
I've got it on my channel. I put the post up. I know exactly. He was holding his wrist.
Yeah.
I think it is, but someone said that what that was saying was he was laughing at Dort, saying, keep that up and you're going to get a tech. But it looked like he was like winking at him. Yeah, I got you. I don't think that's also, I had to put something in context that Kendrick Perkins said. Remember how we were talking about why did Mitch get teed up when he's complaining for the challenge? Perk said the problem was you have to call a timeout first, then call the challenge, in which Mitch didn't call a timeout. He was shouting for a challenge without a timeout, and because he kept arguing, that's when he was teed up. So I try to put things in proper context, but still, SGA is the biggest foul baiter. It's like an art to him. And that's just what I'm afraid it's going to come to. And just a couple, and when teams are this even, I know it didn't look that way the last 2 games, but I expect game 7 to go down to the wire.
Probably.
All it takes is 1 to 2 terrible, egregious calls to determine the whole thing. And that's what I'm afraid of. And that's why I never really wanted to get my hopes up in the first place. I can deal with my team losing fair and square, but I get livid if it comes down to terrible officiating. Like, I get outside of myself. And I don't want to see that game 7.
Yeah, weirdly enough, this has been a weird series. And we've seen series like this before, where there's like, they get to 7, but like none of the games are particularly individually that competitive.
Right.
The first game 1, obviously was wild. It was a double overtime, instant thriller. But then after that, every single game was basically double dip. Okay, Oklahoma City technically won game 2 only by 9. But then 15, 21, and now 27 or whatever. So it's like every game basically outside of game 1 has not been altogether that competitive. But the 2 teams overall are competitively matched. So, I mean, I think it's going to be, look, stereotypically speaking, the role players do not play as well on the road, and role players at home play better. And the Thunder already have an immense advantage in 1 through 10, even with 1 or 2 of their elite players out. There's still crazy depth there. So advantage there, Oklahoma City. The Spurs will have to shorten their rotation. They're probably going to play, all 5 of their stars will likely play like 40 minutes each. And then you'll get Harper had a huge game tonight. He was massive for them. Harper, let me just see exactly what his final line was. 18 points on 6 of 9 and a plus 19 in 22 minutes. So basically a point per minute. They were outscoring Oklahoma City. So he'll play. He'll be big. De'Aaron Fox is still all banged up. He's just not right. He's just not going to be right. Credit to him for being out there, gut checking it, trying his best to play. But he's obviously missing a gear, and like his typical like bounciness and stuff, and like his ability to finish around the rim with the floaters, it's just not there. Like he's hurt. He's not really right. So who knows how many minutes he's going to play effectively in that game 7. But like Victor Wembanyama and Stephon Castle, like they might not come off the floor in that game 7. Though it would behoove the Spurs if they found a couple minutes here and there to get Wemby some rest, because he's so vital to what they do on both sides of the ball. Like he can't be totally gassed going into the 4th quarter. So, I mean, look, it's going to just depend on how the game flow is going. Like if they're barely hanging in there, he's just likely going to stay on the floor. Again, game 7's all hands on deck, whatever it takes. There is no tomorrow, blah, 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 yada, 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 all those sports, old-timey sayings that come into effect for game 7s. But it will be, Gary, I think you're right. This will be a single-digit margin. It will be a close game. I think it will come down to the end. And the Spurs, look, the Thunder play so well in clutch time. SGA has been the best clutch time player this year, so you would think advantage them. But the one close game that we did have in this series, game 1, where it was a double overtime thriller, the Spurs are the ones that out executed them and like got the win down the stretch. So like, again, we can't count the Spurs out even in that context if it is a close, like clutch kind of a style game, because again, the Spurs have the best player on the floor in terms of Victor Wembanyama, possibly arguably the best player in the NBA with how he's playing now. And it doesn't mean that he's great every game, because it's hard to be great every game against this Oklahoma City Thunder team with everything they provide, all the pieces they possess, everything they can throw at you in waves and so forth. Like Wembanyama was terrible last game, but look, great players aren't great all the time, but they're great when they have to be great. And tonight, Victor Wembanyama, at the time where this game was being decided and he had to be great, he was. And we've seldomly have seen Shai Gilgeous-Alexander rise up. I can't think of a single real game in this series where he did, quite frankly. He's had like one good game and one mediocre game. He's been pretty bad the rest. And coming into this series, he was averaging coming into this game tonight, he was averaging 26 on 38%. That's dipped. Both of those dip after tonight's performance. Probably around 24, 25 points per game for him now on like 37%. So we'll see if the MVP will stand up finally in one of these games with his back against the wall, winner take all, game 7. Of course, they played in 2 last year. And, Gary, the second game, the second game 7 that they played, remember they played the one game 7 against the Nuggets, obviously. The second game 7 they played in the NBA Finals, which was a winner take all. Shai wasn't particularly very good in that game. He was 8 of 27 in that game. Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in the winner take all game 7 in the NBA Finals to win the NBA championship. He was just 8 of 27. Now he shot 12 free, 11 of 12, so he got to 29 points. But I mean, it's probably going to be similar type stuff. Even if they win, even if they are to win game 7, it's going to be on the strength of either the whole team and the bench primarily, because they've had massive bench advantages in all of their wins. And then secondarily, due to the officials. So those are really the two. To me, I'm watching the bench and the officials essentially in game 7. I think if either party is neutralized, either the bench or the officials in terms of the advantage that those two entities grant the Oklahoma City Thunder, I think the Spurs absolutely can and will win that game 7. But obviously, guys, a lot to unpack tonight. Like I said, welcome. And we still got, 1,150 people in here. Love to see it. Pretty big crowd tonight. Welcome in to all of you from all over the world, wherever you guys might be coming from. Moderator Gary and I, as we approach the 11:30 hour on the East Coast in the US of A, that's where we're coming from. And Gary alluded to it. We have a very large amount of comments already to get to. We're approaching the 30-minute mark of the show, which is generally the time I like to get into the comments, see which direction you guys want to take it, in whatever you want to talk about tonight, historical things, random side things, whatever. So guys, please do me a favor and hit that like button if you haven't already. If you're in here, it will let YouTube know that they need to spread the show to other people, other markets, whatever, get more people in here moving forward. I would appreciate it very much if you did so now. And if any of you happen to not be subscribed at this time, if there's any new people joining us here, welcome to Skap Live After Dark. Please do make sure that you hit that subscribe button and turn notifications on so that whenever we hop on at these random late night hours, or when I release a video at 9 a.m. I'm all over the place, guys. There's no semblance of any kind of a pattern or schedule of consistency at this point. I'm just releasing things or coming on live at all random points. So guys, again, subscribe, please. And if you don't mind, turn the notifications on. And Gary, without any further ado, I think we should probably get into some of these comments because there are a ton of them already. So, and I will answer every single one of these comments. I don't care how late I'm on. So, because I appreciate you guys being here, engaging, interacting, and obviously for your generous donations as well. I will definitely be on all night if that's what it takes. Gary, I'll read some of them. I'll turn it over to you for the longer ones, just because we have so many. We will be here all night, but I'll take some of the shorter ones. I'll let you, though, take the lead with Stephanie. What is up? Welcome. Gary, she's the one that initiated that Harper-Kobe comparison earlier on in these playoffs, and she's looking very prophetic with some of these massive games. Another big-time game by him, and he's not really 100% either, but he played a massive game tonight. Gary, what does Stephanie have for us?
Harper reminds me more of Ginobili than Kobe, but either way, I just like the way he's playing right now and hope he can keep it up in game 7. Stephanie says, that lady with the poster of SGA written MVP, most valuable flopper, LOL. Also, we didn't get the MVP tonight, thankfully. I hope we have a great game 7.
I hope we have a great game 7 too. We did not luckily get the MV bench, the most valuable bench. Like I said, it's not about SGA. As goes the bench, so goes the Thunder team, basically. And yeah, they not only did nobody have eye-popping numbers or anything, Alex Caruso, again, has been just an absolute thorn in the side of the Spurs. And basically, in their 3 wins, he's just been ridiculous. He came into tonight's game, I think he was averaging like 17 or something like that, but it was like he had 0 in one of the games, and the other, like the 3 games they won, I can't remember his exact lines. I'm trying to find. Okay, he came into the night averaging 17 on 59% shooting, and 58% from the 3-point line. It's just ridiculous the role that he's been on. But so only 17 for all 6 games of this series to tonight's point. But in the 3 games that they won, he was averaging like 23 points per game on like 80% true shooting. Tonight, only 7 points on 3 of 7. And like I said, nothing pops out from a stat standpoint from the bench, from a standard line, and none of them were in the positives on the plus minus. So they weren't being impactful on the game either. So like that's really the biggest story to me. When you see all these pluses on the bench side for the Spurs, like the Thunder can't win in that if that's the case, because the Spurs starters are better. Like Victor Wembanyama's better than Shea. And I think just the starters of the Spurs are better, even as young and inexperienced as they are. It's just like the bench is so much better generally for the Oklahoma City Thunder. If the Spurs can even just not neutralize it, but like stay within like a little semblance of an arm's length of them, because the games that they won, that the Thunder won, they were like plus 34 on the bench, plus 32, plus 53. So I mean, can they just limit it just a little bit more than that? And if the officials aren't just making it rain free throws, I'm saying there's a chance. I'm saying that the Spurs could still get this thing done. We've got Big Meech, 35-33, and next. Big Meech, shout out to you. Welcome in. Thanks for being here. And you certainly can get a SGA is us. He certainly was. He seems to keep getting worse, honestly. Like just when I think he might show up and have a good game, tonight when they really needed him, when things weren't ideal, when he wasn't getting every single flopping call to the free throw line, when his bench didn't have it tonight. This is when you come out, and even if you lose, when you have a big-time performance. 15 points, 6 of 18, shooting 0 of 5 from the three-point line, and a game worst, team worst, minus 28 plus minus in 28 minutes. Got his ass outscored 1 point per minute that he was flopping and flailing around the court. Thanks very little, league MVP. All right, next is Jamos with a very generous donation. Thank you very much, Jamos, for your extreme generosity. I think I saw a couple other big drops from you as well coming up tonight. So cannot thank you enough. You're always here as it is. And not just your viewership and your interaction means a lot, but the fact that you are bestowing us with so much generous donations here in the sponsor area definitely does mean a lot. I appreciate it. Gary, what is this first of several comments that Jamos has for us coming up?
When the refs calls the game as they should, OKC gets blown out, and OKC, let me correct myself, Shea fans, try defending him, but he only had one game where he shot 50% from the field. Game 6 was horrid from the fake MVP.
And see, that's the thing. Like, I'm annoyed by people think that like Jokic is whatever, a stat pattern. Shea Gilgeous-Alexander shoots 55% during the year and scores like 31 points. Because why? Well, because yes, he doesn't have any one single player that is like blowing it out from an individual statistical standpoint, but he has every collection of 4 guys that are on the floor with him are elite players. And you simply can't throw that much attention his way, one, full stop. Secondly, half the shots he misses that should be actual, just real misses, he's getting called for foul. The other team is getting whistled for fouls, and those are being wiped off the books as misses, and then he's going and getting 2 points on the free throw line from it. So I think those things combined make this guy extraordinarily overrated, his statistical line from the regular season. Now that he's in a series where there's guys in the San Antonio, multiple guys that they can throw at him from a standpoint that they don't need to send doubles at all, and they can just guard him straight up, and he's not getting calls every other game. Like every other game, he's still getting the calls, but every other game he's not. So only half the time he's getting outrageous free throws in this series. And this is what it looks like when you boil all that, when you add all that in and factor it in. 37% shooting, an 18% drop in the series that matters most at this point. This is the biggest series of his year so far, and he's an 18% drop. Now, in no small sample size, people massacred Jokic the last 2 seasons when he had 2 bad games against the Thunder and when he had what they think is a terrible game series against Minnesota. He shot 8 or 49% last year against the Thunder, and he shot like 45 or 46% this year against the Minnesota Timberwolves. This guy, Shea, is shooting 37% right now. I wonder if people are going to keep that same energy. Probably not, because if his team carries him and bails him out in game 7, people will just be drooling and slobbering and jock sniffing all the way into the finals. But I'm here with the receipts. I'm here with the context on the way this series has actually looked and on the way it's actually gone. If the Thunder win Game 7, it's because of their team depth and their team defense, first and foremost, which is what I've been saying for 2 years are the two most important and valuable elements of this team. It ain't Shea, which is why he ain't the MVP. All right, I'm Squish 1150 is up next. What's up, Squish? Welcome into you. Thank you for being here. With the series going 7, who you got winning? Well, Squish, I got to stick with my second pick because before the series, as I've been saying, I had the Thunder in 7, but then I flip-flopped after Game 1 when I got a look at the ceiling of Victor Wembanyama and what he's capable of against even this great team. I flip-flopped, and the fact that I always say Game 1 is a huge momentum setter, it just really does to me, especially if it's the road team getting it. It really puts the home team behind the 8 ball the whole way. Like they're always trying to play catch up. So I did flip-flop after Game 1 and I picked the Spurs in 6. So I can't get that now, but I will stick. I said after last game when they lost that I will go down with the ship and I will, ride my secondary pick because I'm not flopping. I'm not flip-flopping. What do you think I am? Shea Gilgeous-Alexander out here? Flop once. Shame on whatever, my first pick. Flop twice, shame on me for being a coward, having no conviction and riding my pick. So I'm not flip-flopping a second time. I'm riding my Spurs. My head tells me the Thunder will win. My heart tells me the Spurs will. And damn it, I'm going with my heart in this one. All right, the Incorruptible is up next. Welcome in, Incorruptible, my brother, the regular, the great friend of the show. And to me, you're always here. Much love to you for all of the support and kindness you show to me. I appreciate you, my friend Gary. What does the Incorruptible have with this first of, I'm sure, several comments?
From the Castle on Heart and Wine poster photo to Mitch trying to get brothers to do his job, I've yet to cross into Skap's extra strong cologne territory.
Skap's extra strong cologne is, I'm sure, in here tonight for sure. Heart and Wine, by the way, Incorruptible is that's like GOAT tier nicknaming right there, or like that. Heart and Wine. I mean that is solid. That would look good on a thumbnail, just like my SGS thumbnail tonight, which I think, guys, as the kids say, is S tier in terms of thumbnail making. But I would say Heart and Wine would look very good as well. Shout out to you. I might have to stick a mental pin in that one and hang on to that one for game. I mean, who knows? Maybe it probably won't be my principal Game 7 one, but maybe I'll make like 2 or 3 videos about them going down in flames if they end up losing Game 7. And Heart and Wine might need to get some kind of a thumbnail of some sort. But Incorruptible, I'm with you. Extra strong. It's hard to get quite to cross into Skap extra strong cologne territory. No one's asking that of you. Please don't feel like you have to get to that point. Isaac LYK is up next. Should have shot a 3 at end to make it 121-91. Just because you wanted the clean 30. I mean, it actually would have been pretty funny if they were like, instead of running out the clock, was just like jacking up threes. That would have added even more bad. You know what? I don't want any kind of bulletin board, though. I don't want anything to motivate the Thunder more going in to Game 7 on the heels of this curb stomp ass beating that they just took. They'll be motivated enough. You don't need to do that stuff at the end of the games. And it was a big enough beating. Look, this game was never close in the fourth quarter. The starters really didn't need to play. I know the starters played a couple minutes in the fourth. Wemby started off the fourth, but none of the starters really played much out of any minutes in the fourth because the game was absolutely it was over at the end of the third quarter. Like the 20-0 run from like the midpoint of the third on to like the last few minutes just absolutely ended this game, and it was a foregone conclusion we were moving on to 7. All right, go. I'll read this one since it's to Legary. The incorruptible, like I said, would be in several times tonight. Welcome back, and it wasn't a long wait. Legary's process Spurs need to stay together and healthy for years to come. Will they stay patient on the fraudulent refs in Game 7? Well, we'll see. That's Gary's big concern and mine too. And basically the entire basketball watching world is all we ask is for a up and up fair game. Like, we just want the game to be fairly officiated. Like, for the Spurs to not just be assaulting people on defense up and down the floor, and then Shea throwing himself into people and getting 20 free throws. Like, that's all we're asking. Like, let's just keep it clean and even and fair. And I think the Spurs have a 50-50 shot of winning this thing if we do have like a clean game from an officiating standpoint. All right, Dahan G is up next. What's up, Han? Welcome to you. Thank you very much for being here. The fraudulent quote unquote MVP strikes again. Has been striking early and often throughout this entire series, on, because seriously, find me the one good game. Like, I guess, look, I think Game 2 he had a good game. I'll give it to him. Game 2 was good, where they were down 1-0. They needed to have it, obviously. Can't go down 0-2 at home. In Game 2, he had 30 points on 12 of 24 and 6 of 6 from the free. So only 6 free throws in that game. He had 30 points on 50% shooting, 9 assists, and was a plus 14. The second best plus minus on his team. So, like, that is the one game. Like, is that a great game? Is that like a no? Like, it's an average game. This dude scored 31 on 55% during the regular season. So are you going to tell me that 30 on 50% is like, an amazing MVP caliber game? No, it's a good to great game. It's not like an excellent, fantastic game. It ain't like Game 1 that Vic had. It ain't like Game 5 that Jokic had last year in a loss in Oklahoma City. Like, those are historical games, historically great games. So Shea had one like good game, and that's it in 6 games. 5 bad games otherwise, mediocre to terrible in the other games other than that one game. So, like, I don't know. Is that MVP? I don't think so. Go ahead, Gary.
Breaking news, I guess, just to make this official. According to this Google search, the officials for the decisive Game 7 of the Western Conference Finals between the Spurs and Thunder are James Capers, crew chief, Josh Tiven, and Sean Wright. So no Tony Brothers or that. Scott Foster.
I like that. I think Tony is the one who was like blowing on his whistle seductively and like looking into Lou Dort's eyes last game. Okay, yes. Good. So the guy that was blowing his whistle and looking seductively at Lou Dort in the last game in Oklahoma City will not. So that is in and of itself excellent news, Gary.
Assuming that's true, because sometimes these searches are wonky, but that does appear to be legit. So if that's true, then I'm telling you there's a chance.
Let's keep our fingers crossed then that it's true. All right, we've got Miguel 95 in next. What's up, my friend? Thank you very much. Welcome to the sponsor area, and thank you for joining us here, Skap Live After Dark. I just saw SGA as a 38% field goal percentage this series. MV fraud, 100%. Maybe I didn't run the full numbers. He entered at like 38.8% in the 5 games. He shot 33% tonight. So I didn't add the totals in, the shot totals, the makes and the misses and stuff, and recalculated before I came in. But I would guess it's around 37% now if I had to get. Maybe it's still 38. Either way, we're talking about a guy who shot 66% true shooting in the regular season. 66%. That guy, and 55 standard. And he's shooting in the 30s. And he's shot in the 30s every damn game now, except for one. He has one game at 50%, and the other 5 of 6 games this guy's run it out in this series on the court has been in the 30s. Seriously, come on. So overrated, Miguel. You got it. MV fraud. Go ahead, Gary.
Unfortunately, I'm seeing some comments in the chat who are saying James Capers is one of the worst refs. I'm not really all that familiar with them, but I don't know why they would say that if the guy was like, a stand-up ref. So yeah,
well, I'll say this, Gary. If he's not sucking on his whistle while looking deeply into the Thunder's eyes and giggling like a schoolgirl, that's at least I'll take that. Honestly, I'll take that over. I'll take Capers over that guy. And right. Also, we just saw that guy last game, and it was terrible. So Shea shot 17 free throws, and it would have been more if the game wasn't a blowout and it didn't get out of hand in the fourth quarter. He would have shot probably 22, 23, 25 free throws. So I'll take anything over that. Will N 8664 is in next. Does Chet owe Devin Vassell some money? Well, I mean, look, Chet Holmgren, again, he's been a little, I don't know. Chet Holmgren's a little hot and cold too, quite frankly. I mean, this guy's All-NBA defense 1, All-NBA defense or All-NBA team overall 3 this year. Defensive player of the year, second place runner-up. Look, going into tonight's game, a game where he only had 10 points. He had 10 points tonight. He came into the game averaging only 12 points for the series to this point. So, I mean, you can say for the whole series, Chet is playing some suspicious basketball, especially because he looked so great getting in to this series where, I mean, say what you will. They looked great in the first 2 rounds. They didn't really play elite competition. But Chet Holmgren, we all know the background. It's not about Devin Vassell. It's about Chet owes Victor Wembanyama that under 18 MVP trophy, which Chet just can't get out of his own way. In basically every game he plays against Victor Wembanyama, plays scared, and it doesn't matter who's on him or whatever, what else is going on. That specter, that ghost of Victor Wembanyama is always floating over Chet Holmgren. So I think that and what we've been seeing all series long for him. Am I back? Sorry, Gary. I think I froze for a second. Am I still on? Okay. Sorry, I'll skip over. I keep having these. I thought I plugged in. I'm hardwired, but I guess not. So I'll have to. I could jump over to my hotspot if need be. I don't know, guys. I keep having these internet issues, and it's typically only late at night for some reason. But yeah, Gary, keep. Am I still good? Not buffering anything right now? Okay, copy that. All right, we've got. I'll take some kind of executive actions of some sort if I lag again or whatever. But Samson the Current is up next. Fully expect refs to rig Game 7 for their new Braun. Yeah, I don't know. Like, I still just think the NBA should be rigging for Wemby. If they're rigging for anybody, like, Wemby is the guy. Like, Wemby should be the face of the NBA. Wemby's way more marketable and way more likable than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander and the Oklahoma City Thunder. I know neither team is a big market. You can make a case, well, one's a huge market, one's little, but they're not. They're both like near 50th in terms of television market size in the United States of America. So, like, why not go for the team that everybody doesn't hate with the ethical hooper in Wemby like that? I mean, I don't get it. Go ahead. Gary has some take on this, I think. Go ahead, Gary.
I've said it before. You're absolutely right. The problem is they're trying to elevate SGA over Kobe. They're trying to diminish Kobe. He's not allowed to fight to defend himself. They wouldn't be doing this if he was still alive, but he can't defend himself. And ultimately, it's just to try to inch LeBron closer to Jordan, ultimately. And they're using SGA as a pawn.
I mean, yes, I can definitely see that point, Gary. They could also, yes, Wemby's going to be inching himself probably past LeBron here within the next like 5 or 6 years, if you ask me. And ultimately, he might be inching his way to Mount Rushmore if he stays healthy moving forward. We'll see what Wemby has for us. But Wemby's played, look, speaking of SGA and all the shit I've just said about him, Wemby has played like one historic game, like one like great game, another really good game, two okay games, and like one terrible game. He's had one terrible game, but other than that, this guy's been as good as advertised in this series. He really has been. I mean, he has a couple weird games. In fact, I think weirdly, this is his fourth game now in single digit, or did he have double digit rebounds tonight? He did. He got 10. He got to 10. So he had three straight single digit rebound games going for him. But he gets double digit tonight in only like 28 minutes. He had 28, 10, 2 steals and 3 blocks. I mean, this is a full game in only 28 minutes. 28 points, 10 rebounds, 2 assists, 2 steals and 3 blocks, and a plus 13. I mean, just a great game for him. I think he's playing a great series. Go ahead, Gary.
You see how you talked about a few minutes ago how De'Aaron Fox doesn't look like himself, and he's only got what do you have, 5 points tonight. I liked his 7 assists though.
Yep.
But my point is, this is what I'm talking about. This is why I don't like to totally go by the plus minus, because Wembanyama's a plus 13. De'Aaron Fox is a plus 17. But if you watch that game, you can clearly tell Wembanyama had a bigger impact. That's why I say the plus minus only tells part of the story. Even it's typically a good indicator, but it doesn't always tell the whole tale. That's my whole point.
But I will say this though. We talked about in the first 2 games how Stephon Castle, as good as he was playing offensively and defensively, was averaging 10 turnovers a game in games 1 and 2 because they needed their veteran court leadership in De'Aaron Fox.
Right.
So even though he was terrible tonight, from 1 of 9 for 5 points is terrible. But you pointed out 7 assists and 0 turnovers. So that's kind of speaks to the plus 17. He was providing other things that were valuable, but to your point, though, De'Aaron Fox usually also provides 17 points on good shooting. He's bouncing around and hitting those floaters in the lane. So he's not really giving any of that. So really, it was Dylan Harper tonight came in off the bench and gave them that extra oomph and firepower offensively, which he's been dealing with his own hip injury. So hopefully one of those 2 guys will have it going and be ready. And Gary, can you confirm for me? We were talking. It is definitely Saturday is game 7, not Sunday. Saturday?
I'll double check it again to make sure they didn't make a change, but it's been Saturday because I thought that was odd too. Okay, we are looking at Saturday, May 30th at 8 p.m. NBC Peacock. Okay. San Antonio at Oklahoma City, Saturday, May 30th.
So 1 day off doesn't really help De'Aaron Fox or Dylan Harper, but it also doesn't help Jalen Williams or AJ Mitchell get closer to playing either. So that kind of, it's kind of a push there, I'd say. If AJ Mitchell, they've really been missing AJ Mitchell. I think he has been better than Jalen Williams. So and some of that is just Jalen Williams is rusty and probably not 100% himself. But AJ Mitchell was fantastic before he got hurt. So, I mean, that's going to be a big absence if he can't go. So, I mean, and Jalen Williams just didn't look like he had it tonight in the 10 minutes he played. So this is a toss up of a game, I think, into game 7. So I want to just check real quick. Gary, I know you don't really care to know, but I love to look
betting line
because I'm a degenerate gambler, obviously.
Yeah, I'm right here. Line OKC minus 4.5.
I'm seeing 3.5. So I think that line, but either way, Gary, let's call it 4. I think that's lower than I would expect. When Oklahoma City, they were the underdog tonight by 3.5. Now, if they're up only favored by 3.5, 4, these lines are actually indicative of a team that Vegas thinks is semi close to the Thunder. Whereas they weren't underdogged at all in 33 straight games in the playoffs. Going back to the whole run last year, they were favored in every single game. And then they were favored in every single game this year until they got to the Spurs. Now they've been underdogs in 3 games against the San Antonio Spurs. And the line isn't out. It's not like it's 7, 8, 9 on even in game 7 last year against the Nuggets, they were an 8 or 9 point favorites against Nuggets. Right now they're open, 3.5, 4.5. It's small. It's a smaller line. I think it is more indicative of the Spurs really are a team that can compete, or like a team that match up kind of well. Okay. We've got in next Jamos again. Thank you very much, Jamos, for returning yet again for another very generous donation. Wemby Head and Shoulders has been the best player in this series, even when he had a bad game by his standards. Spurs deserve that finals. Well, I mean, 100%. When anybody with a pair of eyes, like, you don't have to know shit about basketball, quite frankly. If you're just watching this series every game from start to finish, like that long, tall drink of water with the Spurs jersey on is the best player on the floor by far, not the dude throwing himself on the floor up and down the court like every other play. Like that guy, the guy that, you know, got that weird looking ball thing, like holding the ball, the MVP trophy. Obviously, I'm thinking the guy that was holding that weird looking new MVP trophy. Yeah, he's not close to that tall, slender guy with the Spurs jersey on. If you've never seen basketball before and you're just watching these games cold, like, of course Victor Wembanyama is the best player on the court. Of course Shai Gilgeous-Alexander isn't even close. All right, we've got Jake Koning is up next. Jake, welcome in. Thank you for being here, my friend. I appreciate it. A regular, lots of regulars obviously populating the show now. I like it. Gary, what does Jake have for us in terms of a question or comment tonight?
15 points on 6 of 18 shooting, minus 28 in a conference finals game 6. That kind of value could only come from a back-to-back league MVP.
And look, people are going to say like, oh, Kobe shot this in a game or Jordan shot that in a game. Yeah, back in games where like average nightly scoring in the playoffs was 94 points per game. Like, yes, Jordan and Kobe had 6 of 18 games or whatever, but they usually didn't have only 14 or 15 points. And they were, again, in games where their teams were like, whatever, it's like 92-88 finals or 6, or in Kobe's case, 83 to 79 finals in game 7s of NBA finals. Like, different time, different era, different context, guys. So a guy in this NBA that were average nightly scoring in the regular season was 116 this year. And even in the playoffs, which has been much better defensively than the regular season, still average nightly scoring in the playoffs is like 107, 108. It's a big drop from the regular season, but it's still higher and more efficient than the times Kobe and Jordan were playing in. So 15 on 6 of 18 for the alleged MVP on the heels of 5 other games where he's shooting 37%. Yeah, like, this is what I'm talking about. This is what I've been talking about for 2 years. Overrated. Not the MVP. Wolfsbane up next. What is up, Wolfsbane? Welcome into you. Welcome in again, I should say. You're always in here. Don't you mean Oklahoma City Floppers? Yeah, maybe they should rename themselves. Maybe they should just go by a different, change it from the Thunder to the Floppers. Although I saw an interesting story today, Gary, and then, oh my goodness. Actually, I'll table my interesting story because I want to get, I'm sorry, I just saw this. I did not see. I'm buried in a sea of super chats right now, so I'm stumped. I am so sorry that I missed this one. Sent at 11:06. It's 11:59, so I'm definitely behind the 8 ball and getting to this. Very generous donation to us. Stump 4522, who is here all night, every night, and is always in the sponsor area and always giving us generous donations. But this one is very lofty. So thank you, Stump, so much. Go ahead, Gary, and read the question or comment associated with this very, very, very generous donation.
First, credit where credit is due. SGA won a championship last year. Having said that, I have never been high on SGA. I remember the Thunder versus 8th seed Pelicans way back in 2024. First thing I noticed was SGA points per game. Has he always been a playoff dropper?
Well, I think he is a playoff dropper, and he certainly is an all season long flopper. You see, he's a dropper in the playoffs and a flopper all season long. And look, again, yes, people's stats are depreciated in the postseason to some degree because, look, there's an elephant in the room. Like, everybody wants to talk about how Jordan's expansion NBA was watered down. Like there's only a few good teams, and then there was all these expansion teams, and they all stunk. Well, it's always the same way. Like in today's NBA, there's like 8 teams this year that were actively trying to lose every game they play. So like, and then just a collection of bad teams otherwise that weren't intentionally trying to lose, but they're bad. So if like 15 to 18 teams suck in the NBA, but you play those teams 2 out of every 3 games, basically, your stats are going to be inflated, I should say. There's going to be absolutely your numbers are going to look better in the face of that, playing literally 66% of your games against teams that aren't trying at all on defense or aren't even trying to win games at all. Like, yes, of course, Nikola Jokic, who's averaging 28, 12, and 12 on 58% shooting in the regular season. It's going to look different when he gets into the playoffs. And like last year in the playoffs, he had to play the Oklahoma City Thunder 7 times after he played the LA Clippers. So he played the LA Clippers in the first round for 7 games, which had all NBA, I think, Zubats, Ivica Zubats was, I think he was 6th in defensive of the year, player of the year voting last year. He was all NBA defense too last year. He is one of the best defensive players in the league defending Jokic straight up. So Jokic got him 7 times in a row. Then he got the Thunder 7 times in a row with Chet Holmgren and Isaiah Hartenstein, who are the 2 best net rated defenders in the league the last 2 seasons other than Victor Wembanyama. So like, of course, when Jokic plays those 2 teams for 14 straight games last year, yeah, his numbers are going to depreciate somewhat. The versus like when he's playing the Pelicans and the Kings, like 2 out of every 3 games that he plays, right? Like, of course. So, of course, there is some of that happening with Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in this playoffs right now. But, like, there are levels to like, how far you drop or how low you plummet in the postseason. And, like, for the Denver Nuggets last year, I mean, I'm looking at the numbers right now. Like, in the regular season last year, Jokic, 30, 13, and 10. It's just ridiculous. 30, 13, and 10 on 58% shooting. Like those are ridiculous lines last year. To not get the MVP, it's just a disgrace. But he went from 30, 13, and 10 on 58 to in 14 games in the playoffs, he averaged 26, 13, 8, and 8 on 49%. So like a pretty big dip, honestly. But still, 49% shooting, 26, 13, and 8. Like, same with this year. Like, people talk about how poorly he played this year in the playoffs in that one series against Rudy Gobert, who was first-team All-NBA defense again this year. Like, that guy now has more All-NBA defensive first-team selections than anybody ever in NBA history other than Kobe, Garnett, Jordan, and Gary Payton. That's it. Those are the only guys with more first-team selections than Gobert. And he has 4 Defensive Player of the Years, which is more as much or more than anybody ever. So, like, that guy's pretty good at defense. So everyone's shitting on Jokic, like, okay, but still in that series, 26, 13, 9 on 46%. Like, look at what he's doing in this series. In the Western Conference Finals, 24 points per game on 37%. That is horrendous. That is more than just a dip, or that's more than just you're playing better guys. Like, this is straight playoff dropping and choking, if you ask me. Not my MVP. I wouldn't have voted for this guy either of the last 2 years, and he's being exposed right now. And I don't care what happens in Game 7, quite frankly. And thank you again, Stump4522. Thank you so much for that very generous donation. All right, we've got Jamos back in with, again, a very generous donation in his own right. Jamos has been very, very generous tonight as well. We have a ton of super chats, guys. It's crazy. We've been on for an hour and 4 minutes. So it's 12:04 a.m. Where Gary and I are coming from. We've been on for an hour and we have 60 super chats. So like a super chat per minute. So we'll have a lengthy show tonight. Obviously, I don't mind doing it. I love being on with you guys. And I'm so thankful for your generosity. So I will get to every single one of these comments. Gary, what does J-Most have with this latest one, though?
This is why I'm convinced Indiana would have won last year if the Halliburton didn't get injured. OKC is unserious and don't appreciate the position they're in, nor fight the way other teams do to win.
And this is why I think a little bit of that is on SGA. Like, if you gave another guy, like an all-time great guy with a legit killer mentality that had this supporting cast, this team around him, like, they would be sweeping every team. Okay, they shouldn't have swept the Spurs, but they likely shouldn't have been taking 7. Like, they should look. The Thunder should have won game 1. Like, Shea just got straight up punked by Victor Wembanyama. Like, Victor Wembanyama had one of the great games I've seen in like 20 years in the playoffs in game 1 to barely squeeze out a double overtime win. Like, that is supposed to be your game, league MVP at home when, oh, by the way, it's the game he got the MVP trophy. Like, so unserious, J-Mo's. Very well said. They are an unserious team. They don't have the killer mentality or the killer instinct. They have an elite team, which has a ridiculously large advantage over pretty much every team in the NBA. So they just coast. Like, they don't show up. They show up with D- games, half the series, still find a way to win. They have no killer mentality. They show up with their brassieres on and their pink blouses and fur coats and their nails painted, dancing around. And that's who they are. But they're just so uber talented and have such an extreme advantage over most of their opposition. Not the Spurs, though. Like, it's not, they have an advantage, but it's not as extreme or pronounced as it is against other teams. And Victor Wembanyama, just like Jokic, is the great neutralizer, I feel like. Like, they bring you in, like, you will be in games and series that you shouldn't be in otherwise if those dudes weren't on the floor. And that's why Jokic took them 7 last time, and now Wemby's got them in 7 now. And who knows, J-Mos, maybe if Halliburton didn't rip that Achilles or blow that Achilles in early on in game 7, who knows? Maybe it would have gone differently, because SGA, like I just covered, was terrible in game 7. 8 of 29 from the field for him. So maybe you have something there, J-Mos. All right, we've got Abdurin. Again, I'm not going to humiliate your handle or myself trying to fumble over this one, Abdur. But as always, I really appreciate you being here, tuning in and sponsoring us as well. Thank you so much, Abdur. I really used to like SGA, but I'm forced to accept that this guy is really not that good. Really sad to see. I mean, I've been taking it on the chin for 2 years about my SGA hate. Like, I'm not hating. Like, I'm just saying it like it is. And unfortunately, I am now saying it in a more pronounced and specific way. And I'm forced to put SGA ass on my thumbnail here because the guy's so massively overrated now at this point. Like, if he was like second in MVP last year and third or fourth this year, I wouldn't be hating to this level on him because maybe he doesn't deserve to be criticized that sharply if he's finishing second, third, fourth in league MVP voting. But the fact that he's winning back-to-back league MVPs, well, he's at a very high level now, and I therefore am forced to criticize him accordingly as a back-to-back league MVP who, if you follow the trends historically, all the other guys that have won back-to-back league MVPs except for Steve Nash, like, there's been, I think, 13 of them that have done it, or SGA is the 14th one. And the other 13 guys are all basically top 15 all-time players. So, or the 12 of the 13, Nash being the only outlier. So if you tell me 13 guys before Shea have won back-to-back league MVPs, 12 of the 13 other than Steve Nash are top 15 all-time players, well then historical precedent suggests by a fairly large and alarming percentage margin that Shea should be a top 15 all-time player. So I am now accordingly being critical of him based on the standards that he is supposed to be a top 15 player. That's what the voters have told me. The voters that have bestowed this guy consecutive league MVPs has told me you must now evaluate this guy based on the standards of top 15 all time. Well, he's been pretty assy based on those standards, if you ask me. So he now gets thumbnails with ass next to his face because, damn it, he deserves it. All right, we've got Stephanie back in again. Thank you, Stephanie. Welcome. And I believe she did lead the show off as well from the comment side of things. Somebody said Shea Egregious Alexander, LMAO. I like that. I'm going to have to do something with Shea's name if they lose game 7. There will be, I've kind of been doing, because I just have so much going on right now through May I'm doing like show appearances with Whitlock every day. I'm trying to get videos do these live streams every single night with you guys. Like I can't do a video for every game too and the live stream. So I've been doing most of my reacts have been coming via the live stream component and doing this show and talking about them. But there will be a video and a live stream if the Spurs win game 7. And there will probably be 2 videos because one will be about Wemby probably having a ridiculous, like, league shifting kind of a performance where he's maybe snatching best player on earth status or title for the first time in 6 years. And then there will be something on the historical choke job by Shea Gilgeous-Alexander as well. And there will have to be, maybe I'll have to, again, pencil in Shea Egregious-Alexander, Stephanie. Thank you very much for providing that one for me as well to put like a little mental, a little pin in that one. Will N8664 is in next. Again, I should say welcome back in, Will, to you, and thank you very much for being here as always. Who is the power bottom in their? Oh, who is the Gary? I bet you're glad I read this one. Who is the power bottom in their relationship? Lou Dort or Tony? I'm not even gonna touch that one, Will. This is a family show. I'm trying, to stay on the YouTube platform as long as possible. But yes, it was ridiculous looking with Tony Brothers seductively blowing his whistle while looking deeply and longingly into Lou Dort's eyes. It's a disgusting picture. I honestly thought in this day and age of AI and stuff, I was hoping that was just an AI rendered image or something, but I don't think so. I think is a legit image coming out from that last game. A game, again, where I thought the calls by and large were just terrible. All right, we've got Wolfsbane in next. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you. I'll turn the next 2 over to you now, and I'll take I'll wet my whistle. Thank you, Wolfsbane, and welcome back into you.
You got to go back up. You skipped Luca's.
Oh, I'm sorry.
Because you were so distracted by Will's.
Exactly.
Yeah.
It looks like, did I skip? No, I just skipped one. All right. Luca says Luca Minicini, I believe. Luca Minicini H1B. Go ahead. I'll read this one. Jason Tatum hate walked, so SGA hate could run. I mean, that's kind of fair. And, I'm going to be honest with you here. Jason Tatum has gotten a lot of hate, and deservingly so, by me even. Jason Tatum has been an unequivocal playoff choke artist. However, he doesn't get as much hate as he could because Jason Tatum's never won league MVP. And he's had some great years. Great individual years on some really high win total teams. He's had like upper 60 some win years where he's had crazy individual seasons, and yet he's never sniffed a league MVP. Never sniffed one. I mean, look at some of these years. 74 games played, 30 points, 9 rebounds, 5 assists per game. 39 and 5 on 47% shooting in a year where they won like near 60 games. I mean, and he finished, you want to know what he finished that year? 4th in league MVP. So he's got 4 straight first team finishes in terms of first team All NBA. But over that span of time where his numbers are ridiculous. A 4-year span of time where he averaged, Jason Tatum is the best player on like the best team in the NBA. 28 points per game, 8 rebounds, 5 assists, 28, 8, and 5 on 46% shooting for a 4-year span where he's first team All NBA every single year. And he never finished better than 4th in league MVP vote. 6th, 4th, 5th, and 4th. Therefore, Tatum doesn't deserve that kind of hate because he's not being placed at historical levels like we've seen the media do for SGA. 2 league MVPs in a row, outrageous to me. So, like, for that reason, like, we just absolutely have to be more critical. We have to. And look, guys, I've been alerted. Actually, my wife texted me and let me know that we have another. I just have to jump. When I see an absolute outrageous super chat, I have to jump to it. I love you guys so much, and I appreciate all of you so much. There's so many of these that I kind of consumed by them, and that is okay. But I feel like when I see a monster one, like I have to jump down and just give, because this guy is a regular as well. And I think he's got a couple that preceded this one. But John O'Ratcliffe, who is an OG on the show, who was like, goes back to the very, very first show that I did 2 years ago. Last year, I think in May, we started doing this last May for the first time. And John O'Ratcliffe has just been a pervasive member here, a good friend to the show, and has always been very generous with his time and obviously his donations as well. So shout out to you, John, and thank you so much for this outrageous super chat that you gave us tonight. I appreciate you so much. Gary, what is this question or comment that accompanies this monster donation by John?
Skap, thanks for all you do, man. Calling it straight, backed by the numbers and stats, and not afraid to call out overrated and pompous divas who the league tries to sell us are true superstars and elite when they're good players at best. Love you, man.
Thank you so much, John. I love you too, brother. And remember, whenever it is, I know that the physical therapist did not work out, but whenever you do meet that lucky lady, I do expect to be invited to that wedding, and I will absolutely show up. And yeah, I mean, it's odd. Like, I don't know why people are afraid to just say it. Just say it like it is. Like, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander has been overrated for 2 years. I've just been saying, like, I'm not trying overtly or outwardly to hate the guy, like, but it's getting more. I get more annoyed because people call me out more and more about being a hater when I'm not being. So then I do go even more in on my narratives and stuff when I really pinpoint a guy like LeBron James or like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. And I'm not comparing Shai and LeBron necessarily, but to me, they are somewhat comparable because they're both 2 massively overrated players. Like LeBron James, like, he's just not. And he's an all-time great player. There's no doubt. Of course, the guy who's first all-time in points and third all-time in assists, who has 4 league MVPs, is an all-time great player. But he's not, to me, he's not even close to top 5, let alone close to being the GOAT. So I just have to say it like it is. And with Shai, like, he's just not the best player right now. He hasn't been. He has never been the best player in the NBA. Not even close, quite frankly. Like, Jokic has been heads and shoulders above him for the last 2-3 years when Shai made his ascension. And now it's Victor Wembanyama at 22, who is also already past Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. So, like, I ultimately, like, I don't see it as a big thing. I'm just calling it like it is. But to your point, John, people are just afraid to criticize. And I don't know why, like, the bigger people's platforms get or whatever, the more afraid they are to just say things simply like they are. Like, we know, obviously, now Stephen A. Smith hates LeBron James's guts. Like, we know it because once LeBron basically attacked Stephen A., or not attacked, but, got in his face on the sideline, Stephen A. has burned the LeBron bridge and has been going in on LeBron for like the last 2 years since that happened. But before that, he still felt the way he felt about LeBron. And this guy's been bootlicking and jock sniffing, smearing LeBron's crown jewels all over his face on national television for like 10 years straight, like calling him the second greatest player in NBA history for like 10, 12 years. It's ridiculous. And we've got now actually Stephen A. Smith called out by Nick Wright, actually, of all people, because Nick Wright is upset that, I don't know if you guys saw this. I almost did a video on it. I might still. Nick Wright is demanding an apology from Stephen A. Smith. The two biggest guys, probably, like the face of Fox Sports and the face of ESPN, feuding with each other because Nick Wright is calling for an apology from Stephen A. because Stephen A. insinuated that Clutch Sports and LeBron are running Nick Wright's what his talking points are and stuff. And Nick Wright is so offended by that. Bro, you're repped by Clutch. Like, yes, Nick Wright has his agent for Fox Sports is not Clutch, but in terms of Nick Wright's personal brand and his personal projects separately from his work with Fox Sports, he is literally on Clutch Sports' representation team. They rep Nick Wright. Like, bro, it's a fact. Like, if you don't like that, if you don't like it, then don't be repped by Clutch Sports, my guy. So I don't get, John, I'm with you. I don't understand why people are like bought and paid for, essentially, when they get the higher. As you get the higher and the bigger followers and you have a more powerful platform, like, you should be cleaner and doing it better and calling it like the way it really is. Like, you should be beholden to nothing and nobody. But for some reason, it's backwards. Like, it's the people that are smaller with like the smaller voices that are the ones that like aren't in anybody's pocket. So anyway, John, it is my pleasure. I can only do it though, thanks to you guys for being here and for tuning in and clicking, like and subscribe and whatever, and watching my videos and leaving the comments. And then obviously you come in here and make your very generous donations too. Like, you guys put me in a position to be able to do it. So thank you guys very much. As Kevin Durant said when he won the MVP and he was talking about his mom, you guys are the real MVP. So thank you very much. And now we will, John, and John, we will see you again. I think there are more obviously coming from you as well. And I don't want to skip any of them either. So let me jump. I believe we were at Wolfsbane next. Is that right, Gary?
Yes, that's correct.
Wolfsbane, thank you very much. Welcome back into you, a regular. Gary, I'll turn the next two over to you.
I've noticed this lately. Why do modern players not have a rhythm to their game? Even the good players feel clumsy in comparison to the old guard.
There's been a video going around X the last couple of days. It's like a little mashup. It's not long. It's like 2 or 3 minutes, where it was when Kobe played Carmelo Anthony in, I think it was maybe the semifinal. Anyway, they played in the NBA playoffs in one of the I think it was, I want to say it was, I think it was in 2010. But there was highlights of Kobe and Carmelo defending each other and battling back and forth. And it was nuts. Like, they were just up in each other's jerseys. Like, they were like inside the other one's jerseys. Extremely physical. These guys weren't flopping or foul baiting or trying to get called. They were just going head to head, guarding the other dude, making elite high leverage shot after shot on each other. It was, and it's like the captions I see going around with it is like, this looks like a different sport than the sport we're watching now. So true. Like, it just was different back then, Wolfsbane. And I don't really know why or what the reason is for that, but obviously gameplay plays a factor. Skill set, look, versus the last guys from 10 years, 15, 20 years ago. Like, I challenge you. I defy you to find me a more skilled player than Kobe Bean Bryant, or even for that matter, like Larry Bird was like a super skilled player playing back in he came in 1979. Like this before I was born. And like, his skill set honestly looks a lot like a guy like Nikola Jokic's today, who Jokic has obliterated the NBA today for 6 straight years. Like, what would Larry Bird do today? What would Kobe Bryant do today? Like, old heads saying that, making those cases, like, it's not just nostalgia goggles. Like, it's legitimate. Like, we've seen things. We've seen shit, right? Us old heads. And like, we know that some of the narratives and stuff going around today are just BS. And Wolfsbane, I don't know. I think maybe some of the guys, like maybe Shea, has gotten in his own way with his flopping and foul baiting. Like, he's kind of ruin his own flow and own rhythm within the games and within what he's doing individually, because he's really not even trying to get into his bag. Like, if the guy has a good bag, and I think he does, like, why not utilize that? Why not get on a roll? Why not find your rhythm and your fire and just go at guys? Like, why go into possessions, multiple possessions, sometimes multiple possessions in a row, not trying to make a shot at all or get to your spots at all, just trying to get to a point where you can throw yourself into somebody and get free throws. Like, sure, maybe you might, make 12 of your 13 free throws and puff up that point total. But also right now, by the way, SGA, you're shooting 37%. So maybe worry about making actual shots more than getting yourself to the free throw line, and perhaps the rhythm would come then at that point. Just my 2 cents, Wolfsbane. All right, Jamos is back in yet again with like the 4th or 5th very generous donation for us tonight. Thank you, Jamos. Gary, what does this most recent one say?
And just to fact check you on the previous statement, it was 2009. Kobe and Carmelo, they played in Western Conference Finals. 2010 was against Phoenix.
In the finals, right? Yeah.
Right, in the West Finals. Correct. Yeah. All right.
Yeah, that 2010 one, Gary, that was one of the best series, I swear, that I've seen Kobe play. When he tapped the Suns coach on the ass in that when he made that like clinching shot. Anyway, go ahead, Gary. Sorry.
J-Mo says, I genuinely feel for OKC fans who have been there since the days of Westbrook and KD. They have to watch SGA Glazers embarrass them the same way LeBron fans embarrass Lakers fans.
Yeah, and I don't know. He's probably not going to be on tonight. He will be on if they win Game 7 on Saturday. He will certainly be on then. Six Wheel Cowboy, shout out to him, a.k.a. my friend Jason. He is a big Thunder fan. He's not a big he supports SGA. He likes SGA, but he's more a Thunder fan by far, and he's been there all along. He's older than me, and he's been a Thunder fan from the get-go. So he goes back to that. So he does speak off air or offline, he wouldn't admit it on here, about how kind of challenging it is to root for some of the personalities on this team. But he does love the fact that they are such an elite team and they might be going on their 2nd consecutive NBA championship. He wouldn't give that up for anything, but he does kind of wish that maybe the players carried themselves and conducted themselves a little bit differently. I'll just leave it at that. I don't want to put words in his mouth, but it is kind of similar, Jamos. That's not an altogether terrible call, because the Lakers, look, they did stink for years before LeBron came in, and they wanted desperately to be good and be competitive again and be back. And then I guess some of them might have rooted for LeBron, I guess, just to get the championship, but I'm sure they felt dirty about it afterwards. And now what he's done to them over the last 5 years since, I'm sure they regret it. But it is kind of similar. Like, where do you draw your team allegiance versus the players if you can't stand what they're doing individually? Like, where do you draw that line? It's a tough line, obviously, to identify and to draw, I would say. All right, we've got Mac SX7 is in next. What's up, Mac? Welcome into you. Thank you so much for being here and for your support. I appreciate you, my friend Gary. Mac says, I don't see how anyone saw this going less than 7. Yeah, I mean, look, they do. 4-1 were the Spurs during the regular season. Of course, the playoffs are a different animal, a different beast. And it's just different when you play the same team every other day for like a week and a half, 10, 12 days straight. You throw out all like the things about adjustments and coaching changes and all. You just know what they are and who they are. You know what they bring. You know what they want to do. And you just have to throw the ball up and see who outwills the other guy. And generally speaking, it's the older guys that have been here, done that, that generally come out on top. So even a team that you think matches up very favorably against the Thunder and the Spurs, because they did in the regular season, doesn't necessarily mean much in the playoffs. But I think once you saw Game 1, like, you knew it was for real. Like, I think Game 1 validated to some degree what we saw in the regular season. And you knew, like, even if the Thunder got out of this, you knew that this was going to be a ridiculously supercharged, high leverage, like lengthy series. And so it is, Mac. We're going 7. The NBA, is thrilled. And Adam Silvers loves to see it, that it's going to be a Game 7. I'm sure the ratings on that on a Saturday night prime time starting. Gary, you said 8 p.m. tip on Saturday night, I believe. That is, yeah, it's going to be lit. So that would be like, roughly a 10:30 session here in the live, or in the waters of the Skap Live After Dark, which will be blazing hot that night, obviously, especially if, I think I could speak collectively, our Spurs, for the still roughly 1,000 people that are still here after 90 minutes now. I think, yes, I could speak for all of us. That will be a lit PM sesh on Saturday night, indeed, if the Spurs do win there. Okay, we've got Jamos is up next yet again with a very generous donation. Thank you, Jamos. I can't thank you enough tonight. Gary, go ahead with this most recent one.
I want Spurs to win, but if OKC wins Game 7, I pray for the refs because they're in trouble if they don't call the game right. Knicks fans don't play. I'll root for New York if OKC win. I don't care if I have to escape New Jersey if they win the finals.
Yeah, I think right now I'm firmly in on the Spurs bandwagon for this whole series. And if the Spurs ultimately cannot get the job done for us in Game 7, I will then, of course, immediately, like in that, what was that? Was it Fast and the Furious 5, I believe, that train scene where like Paul Walker like jumps off the train right before it falls off the bridge, and he's like he jumps on the back of the car or whatever. And they then ride the car. He rides the car with Vin Diesel into the water. That will be me jumping from the Spurs bandwagon to the Knicks bandwagon immediately the moment Game 7 ends. If the Thunder do win and prevail, I will immediately become a de facto Knicks fan. I might even have to order, as you guys all know, my best friend and boss, little Luna, who is too far. She's out of reach right now. She's laying on the blanket area, not in her little bed, so I can't pick her up. But she is a big Denver Nuggets fan, as you guys would expect, and she has a Denver Nuggets jersey. I might have to order her a Knicks jersey in the finals if the Thunder beat the Spurs in Game 7 on Saturday. But Jamos, I will keep you in my thoughts and prayers if the Knicks do win. Because, yeah, you'll be like Snake Plissken, a.k.a. Kurt Russell, escape from New York. That will be Jamos, escape from New Jersey / New York if and when the Knicks win the NBA championship for the first time since 1973. There's no chance that city isn't going to light up. So if that happens, really, if they win or lose. But we'll hope that it's in celebration. And I can only imagine what that parade would look like. Holy freaking shit. If the New York Knicks win the NBA championship after like 53 years, that parade, like there's going to be like 5 million people at that parade probably. All right, we got Jamos back-to-back in Game 5, by far the worst officiating in this series. Agreed totally. And that was like a must win, I thought, for the Thunder. Otherwise, this would have been an elimination game tonight for the San Antonio Spurs if the Spurs won Game 5. So that was a must win for the Thunder. And we saw what the officiating crew did with that one, Mr. Whistleblower, Tony. And hopefully it's not a repeat performance now going into Game 7 on Saturday night. I just want a clean, fairly officiated game. All right, next in is John Ratcliffe, who, again, we just saw a massive donation by him in the sponsor area here of Skap Live After Dark, and another very generous donation. This actually preceded his big, the last one that we just read. So, John, thank you very much. Welcome in again, John. I appreciate you so much. Gary, what is this this other one, which I'm sure there's going to be more from John as well moving forward, but what's this most recent one or second or third one we've seen from him?
This series has shown us one glaring truth. Without the refs handing OKC 3 wins, this series would have been an absolute sweep. The Spurs are vastly better than the Thunder, and it's not even close. When it's straight, Thunder lose.
Yeah, all things considered, I really do think the Spurs are. I do think they're better. And it's not like, look, the Thunder's team is better. Like 1 through 10. And that's when they're fully healthy. Look, AJ Mitchell's not there, and Jalen Williams is compromised. So but 1 through 10, when those guys are available or whatever, They are better. But I still do think the Spurs 1 through 6 are better than the Thunder, and 1 is better. Like the Spurs number 1 is better. And like historically speaking, like generally, like the best guy typically wins these kinds of these things historically. Maybe not today. Today, it is about like how good your team is 1 through 10 and stuff. But like historically speaking, the best guys won. Like that's why all the greatest guys have like 4, 5, 6, whatever rings. Like because the best guys usually win. Now you need somebody. So like Akeem Olajuwon, Dirk Nowitzki, now Nikola Jokic, like those guys never really got Kevin Garnett. Like those guys never really got to their full ceiling or potential because it was so bad what they had. The supporting cast was so laughable. I think Wemby has enough. Now, they might be too inexperienced and too young, to Gary's point. He's been saying it all year, and he's not wrong. So, like, maybe they're not quite ready yet. But in, like, next year and the years after, like, Wemby's got enough around him from a support standpoint where his greatness will be capitalized upon by the Spurs. Like, they're going to win a lot as long as he's healthy. And it could be starting as early as tomorrow or Saturday, whenever, because like who else can show up? Wemby will show up. I'm already willing to bank on his being good enough to get a win on Saturday. Will Castle be there? Will Harper be there? Will maybe the older statesman and De'Aaron Fox shoot that ankle up and find a way to gut check for like a bigger performance? Who knows? Will 6th man of the year Keldon Johnson play a sneaky big game? Who knows? If he can get like 2 other guys of their like remaining 5 guys to show up, I think the Spurs can win that game on Saturday. So, I mean, we'll see. And so therefore, John, I agree with you. Like, I do believe the Spurs, even if they're not ready to win this series yet, they are the better team, and they will be better starting next year. If they win Saturday, it's ahead of schedule, and I hope they do it. Our player 77 is in next, and I'm going to give it to him. I'm going to give him what he wants. Well. Spurs came to ball tonight. It's anyone's series. Thank you, as always, for doing the live. You're awesome. Go Spurs, go. Thank you, our player 77, and thank all of you guys. Still, we had, I think, Gary, we had like 1,200-ish, like 1,180, I think, when I looked over. I don't look when I'm doing my cold open. I'm not looking at the live stream portal. I don't look till around 15 to 20 minutes when I click over. At the time I clicked over, there was like 1,180 in here. There still is 920. Like now that we're like an hour and 40. So thank you guys for continuing to show up. Gary, as prolific as the audience turnout was for us last night, or last year, relatively speaking, it's been even more this year. Like we've had even better turnouts. Basically, our biggest turnouts are better than last year. We have more consistency in the crowds that we're getting this year than last. So thank you guys very much for allowing me to do this. I appreciate it. Our player 77. We've got Stump 4522, who's had some ridiculous donations. And actually, I think we got another huge donation. So let me hit Stump, and then I'll jump ahead a little bit, and then I will be back. And like I said, and I'll work my way through every single one of these. We just keep getting them in. I appreciate you guys so much. Stump 4522, who did give us a crazy one tonight as well. If OKC wins this year, Caruso should be, well, at least West Finals MVP, WF MVP. I think you can make a great case for it. Look, if Caruso has let's say he has like 25 points and like a plus 25 in game 7, I dare you to make a case for SGA over Caruso. He would have basically single-handedly been like the best player for the Thunder, and the reason, if you had to pick one guy in the 4 games that they will have won, it will have been Caruso, with his defense, with his offense, with his shifting of the momentum when he comes off the bench. I think for sure, like, I don't even know. Look, Stump, okay, he said, in my opinion. I thought he said LMAO. I was going to say, that's not even that funny. Like, that's just a fact. And Stump actually qualified it with, in my opinion. Stump, in your opinion and in mine too. I'm with you. I think that that Alex Caruso, if he has a big game, he probably next game should be the Western Finals MVP. And that's got to take a little shine off the luster of SGA, if nothing else. All right, let me jump down to Will N8664, who is a regular through and through, always here, always with all the comments and the support, and now this massive donation. Will, thank you so much. Thank you guys all so much again. I really am. It is just so flattering to have you guys be out in such a force tonight. Gary, what is this latest very generous donation from Will N8664 say?
Some lore that Kobe fans might appreciate. Jalen Brunson's mom and Kobe's older sister were not only Temple volleyball teammates, but also college roommates. Also, Kobe gifted a young Brunson a pair of Kobe 9s. Fortunately, sneakers were a perfect fit. So Kobe probably had some influence on Brunson in the way Brunson plays, you would think.
That is great. In fact, Will, I mean, even more than this very generous donation, I just have to thank you for, I fancy myself as the preeminent Kobe Bryant expert on planet Earth that like knows everything about Kobe Bryant and his career on and off the floor. I did not know this. This is the first that I've ever heard this. So I definitely do appreciate this Kobe lore. And Jalen Brunson certainly has shown that he's got that Mamba mentality in him. He has been fantastic in the playoffs, really, even since he was not like a standout, necessarily like a star player in Dallas. He showed flashes of it even then, like all the way back then. So even like Kobe was doing, before Kobe really ascended and became Kobe, I mean, even when he was coming off the bench and stuff, he was still showing flashes of it, that he had that killer instinct, that alpha mentality, that, dare I say it, Mamba mentality. Yes, that Jalen Brunson has shown that he has too. Looks like he was maybe just grown up, weaned on the legend of Kobe Bryant, maybe, since mom and Kobe's older sister were roommates. That is a pretty cool story, Will. Thank you so much for sharing that with me and the other Kobe fans that I'm sure are percolating around the chat right now. Okay, let's see where we left off. I believe, Gary, we are at Light Pink Sunflower. Is that right? I believe so. Yes, we are at Light Pink Sunflower. Welcome into you, Light Pink Sunflower. I love the handle. And thank you for being here. Obviously, out of market, outside of the U.S. Shout out to you and all the other people coming from all over the world here. I know there is an international feel and appeal here in the Skap Live After Dark area, as always, and I love to see it. Hey, Skap, your thoughts on Barkley's top 10. All right, here it is. MJ 1, Oscar Robertson 2, Wilt 3, Kareem 4, Bill Russell 5, Kobe 6, LeBron James 7, Magic Johnson 8, Larry Bird 9, 8, the co-8, I guess, Tim Duncan 9, Jerry West 10. I mean, a pretty good list. I think, obviously, I've got Kobe higher. Kobe's 2 on my list. I've got LeBron lower. He's like 10, 11-ish on my list. I do not have Jerry West in my top 10, nor do I have Oscar Robertson. Number 2 overall for Oscar Robertson is pretty high in my estimation. But overall, look, light pink sunflower. As long as Kobe is above Bron, then it's a good list to me. Like, as long as you've got Kobe, wherever it is, like, even if it's whatever, even if I don't think LeBron's even close to Mount Rushmore, but if you've got LeBron at 3, but Kobe's 2, I'll take it. Like, as long as you're smart enough as a fan, as an individual, as a person, to have Kobe Bryant above LeBron, because I've seen every playoff game either of them have ever played. I've seen large stretches of their regular seasons, mostly every regular season game Kobe ever played, large stints of LeBron's regular season. And I'm sorry, as a guy who grew up during that era and watched all of it live in real time, Bron never passed Kobe. Never. I'll take it to my grave. I will never bend. I will never relent. So as long as Kobe's over him, I'm good with it. And then aside from that, I've got MJ, Wilt, Kareem, Russell, Magic, Bird, Duncan. So we've got like 8 of the same guys in our top. I think it's ridiculous, honestly. And this is the last thing I'll say about Shaq's top 10. Outrageous that he doesn't have Akeem Olajuwon in the top 10, because Shaq saw up close and personal how good Akeem Olajuwon was a lot. Because remember, Shaq and Penny beat Jordan in the 94-95 playoffs in the semifinals in the East. And then Penny and Shaq got all the way to the NBA finals. And Shaq, All-NBA second team that year, Penny first team All-NBA that year, came up against Akeem Olajuwon, who was first team All-NBA that year at the center spot. And he absolutely abused Shaquille O'Neal, humiliated. Like Shaq talked about later when he won the MVP in LA and they three-peated, he talked about that moment, about how Akeem gave it to him. And that was the impetus to make him that much better, to get back and win championships and win his MVP, because Akeem showed how much better he was than Shaq. So I'm surprised that Akeem Olajuwon, very high in my top 10. I've got him at 5th all-time on my all-time list. And he's fringe Mount Rushmore, in my opinion. So for him to not even be on the list for Shaq, little odd in my opinion, but to each their own. J-Mos is back in again for like the 16th time. Thank you, J-Mos. SGA and LeBron fans should get together and compare notes. Saved by their teammates, saved by the refs, saved by the bell, saved by Madman Silver. It is starting to get a little suspiciously similar to me. Like SGA is not as unlikable as LeBron, but a lot of the unlikable things, now LeBron's a flopper too, but he did most of his flopping on the defensive side of things. Like SGA isn't as insufferable and narcissistic, obviously, as LeBron James is. He's not running around calling himself the GOAT or anything like that. So he's not as unlikable as LeBron, but he's getting there. And it's only because of his insufferable flopping and foul baiting and grifting that he does every time down the court, every single time this guy's hitting the floor. Like, just stop this. Like, I think people want to like this guy in SGA, but he's making himself so utterly hateable with all of these ridiculous and pathetic tactics that he's going to with his flopping and grifting. So I feel like, J-Mos, you're right. Like, there are some startling and unseemly parallels now that we're starting to see poke up more and more between these two players. We've got our player 77 coming back in yet again. Thought-provoking question here. Who is the better baller and why? Jokic or Shea? The Canadian was us tonight. Spurs have a great chance to pull it off on Saturday. I mean, I've been saying it for 2 years now that Jokic is substantially better than Shea Gilgeous-Alexander. If you swap the two, in fact, look, I'm going to even do Shea this kindness. If you take Jokic off the Nuggets, they will have no big at all, because they have just no bigs at all other than Jokic, basically. And that's the way it's been for years. So I'll give Shea, on his way out to Oklahoma City or to Denver, I'll give him his pick. He could take Chet or Isaiah Hartenstein with him. So you just send Shea to Denver with his choice of Chet or Hartenstein. And then you just leave Jokic with the other one and the rest of the team. They would have won 70 games the last 2 seasons, probably the last 3. They would have won 70 the last 3, 68 to 72 or 3 a year. They would have won 3 straight championships. And Jokic would have had he would have like 5 MVPs now. So it's easily Jokic. He's better at everything than Shea, at everything. He scores more efficiently. He's a better rebounder. He's a better passer by a large margin. And Shea's not even that much better in terms of defense when you look at the impact metrics defensively. In fact, Jokic had a better defensive rating in the playoffs this year than Shea. He had, he had better on-offs than Shea on defense during the whole regular season. He was second in steals last year, was Nikola Jokic. So it's not even like it's a huge gap for Shea over Jokic on defense. Like, literally, he does everything better than Shea. And all of his value metrics are much better than Shea. His on-off, his net swing, whatever, much better. So I've been making the case via like 30 videos over the last 2 years, for 2 years, that Nikola Jokic, it's not close. You want to know who it's close with now at this point? The guy that Shea's playing, Wembanyama. Like, if someone's going to eclipse Jokic, it sure as hell isn't going to be Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. It's going to be Victor Wembanyama. All right, Jamos back in again. Oh, my goodness, with just yet another very generous donation. Jamos, thank you so much for your continued generosity here tonight. Gary, go ahead, and I'll hand this one over to you.
I initially thought the definitive winner of the finals would come out of the West. But after analyzing this series, I think the Knicks win, depending on who it is that they draw.
I think it's a coin toss either way. I think either the Thunder or the Spurs can beat the Knicks, and I think the Knicks can beat either the Thunder or the Spurs. Like, everybody's billing this as the de facto NBA finals, and that ain't true. Like, whenever the Lakers back in the day, like with Shaq and Kobe, like those West finals were the NBA finals. Like, they're getting the Nets and the Sixers and then the Pacers. Like they were winning those series whenever they came out of the West. But like, the team that comes out of the West, as great as these teams are, they are great. And the Knicks only won like 53 or 54 games in the regular season, and were like the 5th or 6th best net rated team in the league versus the Thunder and the Spurs, who were 1 and 2. But the way the Knicks are playing right now, like, they are so hot. They are on such a historic playoff roll, and they are so healthy, so much fresher, so much more rested. This is an absolute rock fight right now between the Spurs and the Thunder, and they both have significant injuries on their side of things. So I feel like to discount or totally overlook the Knicks and what kind of a historic run they're on and what kind of health and rest that they're getting now. Like, this game's on Saturday. The game's one in the NBA Finals is Wednesday. So that's 3 days off at least for the winner. But ultimately, the Knicks are going to have like 10. So like, they have a full extra week. So like, I think the Knicks absolutely will have a look at this, Jamos, 100%. All right, John Highfill 1909 is in next, or I should say again, because again, John's in all the time here as well with us. Welcome back, John. More proof brothers will be OKC's MVP. Hopefully not. We decided it was not Tony Brothers, right?
It said what James Capers.
Okay.
I think that's the name, if I'm not mistaken.
Okay, hopefully not, because yeah, find you a girl or a boy or some significant other that looks at you the way Tony Brothers was looking at Lou Dort in Game 5. We don't want that guy and his little whatever he was doing with his whistle last game around Lou Dort. We don't want that guy back in an NBA arena for Game 7. So I'm hoping that Google query was actually accurate, and Tony Brothers will not be the crew chief on the call in Game 7. All right, we've got Rob Sports Cards is in next. What's up, Rob? Welcome back into the show to you. Lots of blowouts this entire postseason in virtually every series. Perhaps load management has ruined the ability to play hard when it counts. Yeah, a team just jumps on another team, and at some point like that, the other team just gives up and they just phone it in for next game. Like, I don't agree with that mentality or that outlook, but like, look at it from like the Spurs standpoint last game. They're on the road in Oklahoma City. They're not nothing's going their way. Shots aren't falling. The whistles aren't going their way. And they're like, well, okay, whatever. It's 15. Let's just phone it in. It's over. Let's save our energy to go back home and funnel everything into that Game 6 Hope the calls are better for us, yada, yada, yada. And now tonight, so everything is going for the Spurs. And they've got it working. And they're laying belt to ass all up on the Thunder. So the Thunder like, well, all right, that's it. That's a wrap for this one. We got game 7 in our building at least. So let's just go ahead and pull everybody and go as fresh as we can into game 7. So I think there might be a little bit of that going on. But now, look, game 7 is game 7. So there is no other next game. So like both of these, that's why I think, and why Gary and I talked about early on 2 hours ago when we started the show, that it likely will be a close, hard-fought, like one score, whatever, single-digit outcome on Saturday, because there is no tomorrow. Like you just fight with everything you have. You unload everything in the clip or whatever, and whatever. When the smoke clears and the dust settles, we'll see who's on top. But Rob Short, maybe perhaps low management is somewhat factoring in to some degree. Like I wouldn't necessarily fully discount that. All right, Will N 8664 is in yet again. Fun fact: Oklahoma is ranked 50th in education. That is a fun fact. I did not know that. Will N, you've got all kinds of factoids and stuff that I do not know. So thank you for your continued little tidbits of stats and facts that I can take with me as I go here throughout my life, because I remember these things stick to my brain for some reason, like flypaper. All right, Jamos back in again. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you. It's a little bit longer, and I'll take a little sip of water here. Jamos, thank you very much again. Looks like we have back-to-back from Jamos, who honestly is like sent 20 of these in himself tonight. So thank you, Jamos. Gary, what's this most recent one say?
If Knicks draw Spurs, Spurs win the finals. Though I can't say in how many games because both OKC and Spurs look gassed. But if New York gets OKC, they just might do it because they won't take the series for granted, unlike OKC P2.
So I see this so that was part 2. So this one up here was part 1. So Jamo said the one we did before, like a 4 or 5 ago, was part 1, and now we come down and this is part 2. Just speaking to the draw, but I spoke to the draw pretty much from that in that first comment, where like I do think it will be a mistake to overlook the Knicks. I'm sure Vegas will. I'm sure no matter who gets in, maybe the Spurs not as big of a favorite, but I think either West team will be favored over the Knicks. And the Thunder, I think, will be a big favorite, and it will be a mistake to overlook the Knicks. I think, again, they're on such a hot streak. All their players are playing their best basketball, maybe ever. Maybe 4 or 5 of their guys right now, the Knicks, are all individually playing their best basketball of their lives. And the Knicks, accordingly, are on just such a historic hot streak right now. And again, so rested, so fresh. And these teams playing, like you said, they look gassed, they look beat up. They are beat up. They have a lot of guys with a lot of injuries. I feel like we could be seeing, as we've all been talking for all year about Spurs Thunder. And now maybe the Knicks just might come out of nowhere and snatch it. Total possibility, Jamos. All right, Jamos back in again, back to back, like I said, for God knows how many that you've sent, Jamos. Thank you so much, Gary. What's this most recent one say from him?
OKC, who play with their food and don't take things seriously and don't really want to show they want to win and laugh while losing like stuff is sweet here. FIN, I'm assuming that means finished.
Yeah, I don't get it either. I don't get why they don't, why do none of them have the killer instinct? If Shea truly was that, just in and of itself alone, why he ain't close to Michael or Kobe is because he doesn't have that killer mentality, that killer instinct. Even if he is clutch, and he did lead the NBA in clutch scoring this year, and he has made some clutch shots in his playoff career as well. And even if he is a clutch player and he doesn't shy away from the shots and he takes a lot of them and makes a lot of them, he still doesn't have that dog in him, that killer mentality, that alpha mentality. He's a beta male, as is this whole team. And it shows in the fact that they don't kill any of these opponents when they should. They should be not sweeping the Spurs, but it shouldn't have gone 7. And they certainly should have probably beaten the Nuggets last year in 5 and probably swept the Pacers, and they went 7 in both of those. Like, no killer instinct, no killer will. And like, you could blame the whole team, but I'll just blame the head of the snake. I'll just blame the guy, the league MVP, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander, for not leading them in that capacity and snatching these games and stomping these teams out before it gets to this moment. All right, we've got Mason PYFZQ is in next. What's up, Mason? Welcome into you. Thank you for being here. SGA is nasty, but necessary. I can't stand that crop top wearing fake MVP. So Mason is referring to my, as the kids would say, S tier thumbnail tonight, which was SGA looking frumpy. And then the title was SGASS. So yes, it may be nasty, but totally necessary, Mason, because like you said, nor can I stand that crop top brassiere wearing fake league MVP, Mason. We have to reach these levels, unfortunately, where he's so overrated. We have to start putting ass next to his face on thumbnails. I'm sorry that you've arrived as super overrated when you get either bum or ass next to your face on one of my thumbnails. All right, we've got Malcolm Tent 2026 is in next. Malcolm, shout out to you. What's up, my friend? Hopefully you're still here. 11:30 this thing was sent, and we're at 1 a.m. And I feel like we're making good progress on these super chats. But this one was sent 90 minutes ago. So we're like not even halfway through these. But Malcolm says, great stream, Skap. It's amazing you do it with no help. Gary is the Jamal Murray of podcasting. Come on, Malcolm. Gary is my Scottie Pippen. All right. If I'm the Jordan of this, Gary is my Scottie Pippen. Don't equate Gary to Jamal Murray. One of those guys who gets ass next to his face. No, Gary would be more like a Jamal, or more like a Scottie Pippen, I should say, or like a who's some other good side.
Derek Fisher. You're Kobe. I'm Derek Fisher.
I'll even give you Pau Gasol, bro. I'll even give you the best Kobe sidekick outside of. Thank you, and thank you to my beautiful wife as well as we hit the 2-hour mark here on Skap Live After Dark, and it's the 1 a.m. hour. My lovely wife, which I almost just spilled on my lap, that would have been bad. This nice steaming cup of what I can assume is throat coat tea, which will power me through the rest of these super chats, of which, again, there are plenty. So thank you, Malcolm, for the very kind words to me. But please, let's give Gary, just like LeBron. I don't want to compare Gary to LeBron either, but just like LeBron after that 4th title, he just wanted his damn respect. We got to give Gary his damn respect, damn it. All right, next in is Karthik Shankar. Welcome into another regular, Karthik Shankar. Going to do all the voodoo for a Spurs win. So what you want to do, I'm a very superstitious cat myself. So yes, we all need to just wear whatever we were wearing tonight. Let's make sure we don't wash it. Just take it off, lay it on like the chair next to your bed, and make sure that you have those exact same clothing on down to your undergarments. Whatever you were wearing to a T tonight, it's got to be the same for Saturday night in Game 7, guys. So Karthik, get on it. All right, no wash, don't cheat, no washing either. All right, George Costanza, aka the Human Fund CEO, is up next. Gary, I'm going to take a sip of my throat coat tea that my lovely wife brought me, and I'll let you read the next couple for me if you don't mind.
Flopping is ruining the finals for me. I blame LaFlop and LaFlop students. Skap, Gary, chat. What is the keyword for Kramer and George's photo shoot?
Seduction, right? The timeless art of seduction. Where the one you mean where George is like posing shirtless on the sofa, and well, he's not initially shirtless, but Kramer talks him into it because, as Kramer says, he's got such powerful pecs, but he can't see it under that shirt. So George takes the shirt off and he's posing like a tiger and stuff. I feel like it's the timeless art of seduction, George, but you're right. I don't necessarily blame SGA. I don't. The godfather of the overall flop movement, of course, was brought upon to us by, of course, LeBron James, who ushered in all of the negative things and terrible stuff that happens in the NBA today. So obviously LeBron, but in terms of offensive flopping and grifting, it's got to be little game James Harden, who, aside from pooping in his pants in playoff games, dropping $1 million literally in one sitting at a strip club, eating his way out of town at every various golden corral he can find himself in. He also loved himself some foul grifting and, flopping his way to various free throw attempts in the 3 years that he led the NBA in scoring. And look, SGA, seeing all of that shit happening, saw the NBA rewarding this kind of behavior and activity, and Shea just started doing it and it started working. So why the hell should he stop? I don't blame him. I blame the people that came before him, and I blame Adam Silvers. Do you hear me? I know you do, with those big ass ears of yours, Kamish. Is it time yet? Are enough people laughing and belittling your product? Oh, and by the way, Gary, I was going to mention something about SGA. I didn't. I might just do a video on it, but I did catch Adam Silver's appearance on the Pat McAfee show today. Did you see this, Gary? Where McAfee specifically asked him about flopping. And Silvers was like, huh? What? What? Flopping? Are you cooking over there, Pat? Flopping? Who said anything about flop? No. I think players are embellishing calls somewhat, but that's just normal. Like, they've always done that. That was this delusional loser's response to when asked specifically. So I wouldn't hold my breath that the gargoyle, that Nosferatu, Commissioner Nosferatu, is going to be making any substantial changes to the flop dynamic that is plaguing the NBA between this year and next year. Don't hold your breath, guys. All right, Rob, we've got Rob Sports Cards is in again. Can you see Latrell James signing an NIL deal and playing college basketball next year? He can stat pad his way to college basketball immortality. Look, Rob, I don't know the rules. I don't think he's eligible though. Maybe though. He's never, Gary, I don't know. Gary, he's never played a single moment of NCAA college basketball. So technically, is he technically eligible? I don't think so. If you play at the professional level, I don't think you can go back. Can you?
I don't think so.
Rob, I can see him though trying to start a new basketball league though, a rival professional league, either overseas or maybe here in the US. And I can see him taking his talents to that league, like him being a principal investor to that league, and then taking his talents to that league and staying there for like 2 or 3 years, playing to his like 45, 46, 47. I'm sure Savannah, she would just love that, right? She spent half of her life now living on courts. So why not take her till near 50 on a basketball court somewhere overseas? All right, Mason is back in. Mason, PYFZQ. Mason, welcome back in, my friend. Thank you. Gary, what is Mason's most recent question or comment?
I don't think that there are any other elite players other than Shea on OKC, but what they can do better than any other team in NBA history is to switch match coverage with any offensive formation.
And see, that's the fallacy with OKC, because you're right. They don't have, look, Jamal Murray averaged 25 points per game this year. So, you see, Jokic has more help than it. What do you mean Jokic has no help? He's got someone scoring 25. Shea doesn't have that. Or you look at the Tatum and Brown on the Celtics, both averaging 25 points per game or whatever. The help for Shea isn't in one guy. It's in his overall strength of his roster. And that's what I've been saying for 2 years. It's in the total overall team depth, 1 through 10, And first, that's secondary, the overall team depth. First, the first most important element is what you just hit on spot on, Mason, the team defense. Like their team defense is better than any team defense I've ever seen in my life. It just is. Like, and I put in my list, like the late 90s Bulls, the 2004 Pistons, the 2008 Celtics, and that's what I've seen in my lifetime. I think before that, you go to like the Bad Boys Pistons in the 80s, the 60s Celtics. But when you look at the relative defensive rating, meaning what do these teams in their era give up based on league average? This year's Thunder is number one all time in NBA history because they're that damn good. Like they absolutely can switch and match. Like they can run anything you throw at them, they can match. They can go all small with like 5 all-NBA defensive caliber kind of perimeter players. They can go big with 2 all-NBA defensive caliber bigs. And then they have guys that just make shots too, like all across the lineup, 1 through 10. So it's not any one specific guy. Although, Mason, last year, you had Jalen Williams make All-NBA third team. And this year you got Chet Holmgren make All-NBA third team. So that's 2 different All-NBA voted players in back-to-back years. So like is still pretty elite though for like one guy. And so when you look at all 3 of those guys, so you've got Shea, who's been first team All-NBA for 4 years, and you've got now Jalen Williams and Chet Holmgren make All-NBA designations. They're basically the best big 3 too. So they've got the best big 3, the best 1 through 10. Like he's got more than enough. So I don't want in the aftermath of this fraud shooting 37%. I don't want to hear any damn excuses for Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. All right, next in, we've got Vivid Sid, another regular of the show. Welcome into you, Vivid. Thank you very much, my friend. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you. What does Sid have for us tonight?
We both dislike LeBron, but have fun debates on other players. Today's pushback, no one drools over SGA. Your take is based only on ESPN and not people. And I think that's what you're saying. You're talking about ESPN and the media hyping him up. I think you're in total agreement that people outside of Oklahoma are not drooling over SGA.
Yeah, Sid, I'd say this. Like, yes, for sure. Like LeBron he's as polarizing though as anybody. Like people, yes, like half of the basketball fan base drool and slobber over LeBron, but the other half despise him and think he's like not top 10, not top 25, not top 50. Like, so he is highly polarizing and extraordinarily disliked, even though a large percentage of fans across all different states and like vicinities and countries and stuff love LeBron James. Unlike with Shea is very unlikable right now. Like, I do believe, like, mostly only in Santa or in Oklahoma City are there Shea droolers and jock sniffers. You're right. But the most important faction of these Shea jock sniffers are on ESPN and in the mainstream media. Do you know how I know that? Let me look at the MVP 2026 NBA MVP vote, Sid. And let me find my way there. Shai Gilgeous. Oh, I'm sorry. Look what I'm looking at. The MVP tracker. Look what I stumbled upon. And it's still up. They take this down. It will be down soon. So on NBA basketball, basketballreference.com, which is, to me, that's my principal go-to for all of my stats and research. They do every year a basketball index MVP tracker, where what they do is, let me just read it to you. The NBA MVP award ranks candidates based on a model built using previous voting results. Players must have played in at least 70% of the league-wide average for team games to be qualified. Players who are not currently on pace to play in 65 games are in italics, but they're still ranked. Players who cannot reach 65 games played are excluded unless granted an exemption. So the third guy and the fourth guy and the fifth guy in here have exemption status. So they show up. But anyway, the MVP award tracker basically takes into account all of the standards and all of the things that people voted on in the past to give the guys the MVPs over the last 50, 60 years. And that tracker this year had Shai Gilgeous-Alexander at second place, 21.6%. He was second place with about 22%. Luka Doncic, 3.8% probability. Victor Wembanyama, 2.7%. Cade Cunningham, 1.7%. No one with more than 1% other than those five guys. So the number two guy by far, by a wide margin, was SGA with 22%. The guy with the highest probability based on all of the past precedents and voting probabilities that we've seen in time, Nikola Jokic, 68% probability to win, nearly 69%. So Jokic should have had like a 3 out of 4% probability of winning based on all former precedent. However, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander got 83 first place votes despite that, and 10 for Nikola Jokic. So there was, let's see, 93. There was 90. Okay, and Victor got 5. So 93, 98. There were 100 writers league-wide, nationwide, Sid, voted on MVP this year. And Shai got 83 of the 100. So he got 83% of the votes, even though according to that Basketball Reference, Jokic should have got 70% of the votes. So the biggest percentage of Shai jock sniffers and bootlickers come to you in the amount of people or in the group of people that are voting for league MVP. And Sid, that is a very important grouping of people. Wouldn't you agree? All right, we've got, Skap Jr. So the Skap's grandson. This is not my alleged illegitimate child, which is just Skap Jr. This is his now probably illegitimate child, I would guess. Skap Jr., who said 13 points in the third quarter is absolutely pathetic. Looking spiffy tonight, by the way, Granddad. Love you. Well, thank you, Skap Jr. I think I am. I think I am looking pretty good tonight. I appreciate that. Look, you know what they say. Look good, feel good, look good, whatever. I'm feeling good because the Spurs laid belt to ass tonight to the fraud MVP. So I feel like because I'm feeling so good, that's just coming through. But I thank you, illegitimate grandson. I appreciate that. And welcome in to you, obviously. We've got American Man 5908 is in next. American Man 5908. Well, thank you very much, American Man. Thank you for your very generous donation here. And I appreciate you for joining us here on the show tonight. Gary, what's the question or comment from American Man?
Can you believe they tried to compare this SGA fraud to the legendary, glorious Kobe Bryant? They were actually doing that on Get Up this morning, talking about SGA in the same frame as Kobe and Jordan. It's just nauseating.
It's just disgusting. It's honestly, it is the disgusting act. Guys, that's another drop. I need to figure out how to get drops in here for us. Some audio drops, but Joe Buck, who by the way I can't stand, the junior. I like the senior, the Joe Buck, the one that's calling games now. I can't stand him, but he had a hilarious call once when Randy Moss pulled the faux moon. Randy Moss was in Green Bay one time, and as a celebration in the end zone, he bent over and he didn't really pull his pants down, but he faked as if he was pulling his pants down to like moon the fans. And Joe Buck on the call. And he was dead serious too. He's like, that is a disgusting act. American Man, that is a disgusting act for sure. Comparing Shai Fraudulous Alexander to Kobe Bean Bryant. Come on now. Come on. Kobe Bryant was better at 21 than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. Much better at 21 than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander is going on 28. I think he turns 28 in August. Maybe July. So he'll be 28 soon. Dead point of his prime. And Kobe was better at 21 years old than this guy. And people talking about better than Kobe. Because why? Because he shoots a higher percentage in this ridiculously soft, easy, watered down defensive era that he plays in. That's why. Now where he's playing some minuscule amount of defense, pretty good defense, but still. Now he's shooting 37%. Kobe Bryant played in 43 series in his postseason career. 43. 37 of the 43 opponents won 50 games or more. Think that over. 86% of Kobe's playoff opposition were 50-win teams. And 14 of the, what would have been 22 or something of the 43. 50% of them were top 5 league-wide defenses. And those league-wide defenses looked a lot different than the top 5 defenses in today's NBA. And so Kobe was playing those guys in the playoffs. So what do you think old Shea would be doing against those teams if he's shooting 37% in this series? Well, I'll leave that up to your imagination. But it would be a lot lower than 55% that he shoots in the regular season and that people drool on him on ESPN over. Ridiculous comparisons, though, American man. And I hope that regardless of what happens in Game 7, hopefully we've been able to dispel some of those outrageous comps. No matter what SGA does from this point to the end of his career, American man, there are two people that I know that Shea will never be able to pass. Michael and Kobe, period. Never going to happen. All right, we've got John O'Ratcliffe is back in yet again after a very prolific night of donations tonight from you again. Thank you very much, John. When the overrated of SGA loses this series, will this be the series that ends up ruining his legacy and promptly exposes him as a fraud? I say yes. Yeah. I mean, you've got to, this is a series you got to win. You are favored in the series. First of all, you were favored before the year began, like significant favorites. They were like as big of a favorite as the 2018 Thunder. So like the Thunder won 73 games, added KD, won in 2017, 16-1. Then in 2018, this is the biggest favorite we've seen since that year. So they are that overwhelming of a favorite before. They were then the favorites to start the postseason. They were the favorites in this series. And they're playing a guy in Victor Wembanyama who is 22 years old. And his team, most of the good players or the most important players on his team are 22 or younger. Yeah, this is a big stain on SGA. I mean, you had LeBron James dropping like 38, 9-9 in series and losing them and getting criticism. So you damn sure can bet that SGA, when he drops 25 on 37%, and if they lose, then yeah, it's going to be a big damn stain on his legacy. The stain, really, John, to your point. All right, J-Mos back in yet again. My goodness, J-Mos, what a night from you. What a night from all of you guys. This is just crazy. And I hope you guys are still here because we're going on 2.5 hours and we're still not even at midnight on when these super chats were sent. So I hope you guys are still here to hear me. Thank you and talk to these questions and comments. Gary, I'll turn this J-Mos one over to you.
On a more funny note, Wemby shot the federal tax deadline in Game 5, and SGA shot the Ward 18-12 in Game 6. Both are foreigners, mind you.
Yes, neither guy, that is a funny note, J-Mos. Neither guy shot well from the field in either of these games, obviously. Wemby last game, Shea this game. The difference is, for Wemby, that was just an outlier, terrible game. Like, he's been at least good or okay in every other game this series. Whereas Shea is this was just an average game for him. Again, he shot 33%. He's shooting 30. Tonight he shot 33%. He's shooting 37% for the series. So, like, that's an outlier game for Wemby. And he's been either okay to excellent otherwise. Shea's just been terrible mostly this entire series. So That is a big distinction in my estimation. We'll see. I have no doubt in my mind that Wemby outplays him in game 7. I don't know who wins game 7 or which way it goes, but I have no doubt in my mind that Wembanyama plays bigger and plays better than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. All right, we've got Stump 4522 is in next. And again, I should say, Stump, again, another crazy, generous night from you as well. It's sad that we come to the point where we have to look at who is reffing the game in the conference finals. It is. It is sad. And I've made that comment a couple times on here. I've made that comment a couple times in standard videos. I was on Whitlock today and I talked about, or maybe it was yesterday that I talked about immediately following the game. It is sad. And you would think that the commissioner of the NBA, with the size of those ears, looking like satellite dishes, like Dumbo the flying elephant, would be able to hear the vast amounts of criticism that is coming his way and the way of the league offices. And he would maybe, want to do something about it. Not so, though. Not the case. Not according to him on the Pat McAfee show like yesterday when he was like, huh? What? Flopping? What are you flopping? What do you mean? What are you talking about? It was a pathetic performance by him, but one that is not indicative of a guy that wants to make any changes, Stump. All right. Irish Twins Mom 926 is in next. Thank you, Irish Twins Mom 926. And I don't want to infer anyone's, sex or identification status or anything like that. It is 2026 after all. But I'm just going to assume that Irish Twins Mom is in fact a female. And the females are outnumbered big time in my audience demographic. I think I'm at about 94% male right now. So welcome in to yet another lady on the Skap Live After Dark waters here. I appreciate you, Irish Twins Mom, and for your very generous donation as well. Thank you. I appreciate it. Gary, what's the question or comment that accompanies this very, very kind donation?
Hey, Scott, fab show as always. Do you think the fraud's teammates know how pathetic his stats are? Do you think they actually believe he's the actual MVP when every one of them outplays him?
It's hard to say. I mean, here's the thing, Irish Twin Moms. I feel like they're all just beta males, though, right? Like none of them, like even like I said, Chet and Jalen Williams, back to back All NBA, all team designations. They were both 13. One was 13 this year. One was 13 last year. But they just all kind of have the same mentality, and they all go about things with this same shtick. And there is a certain line, I feel like, where up to some point, it's just you're being a good teammate and you're not being overly selfish or overly demanding of the spotlight like somebody else, like LeBron James, and you're allowing your other teammates to get shine and stuff too. But then there's a point where it's this is some beta male activity and there's no alpha dog out there. And that's part of the problem in these moments. So look, Shai's numbers are going to look better than anybody other than the shooting. The shooting percentage looks bad. I mean, in this series going into tonight's game, let's see here. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10. There are 10 people, 10 shooting better than Shai Gilgeous-Alexander on his own team. So the shooting stats are going to look bad. He's still going to have 25 and 10-ish. He's averaging around 9.8 assists and he's averaging 25 points per game. So he's still going to his standard numbers are still going to look better than anybody on the Thunder, even though we talked about it earlier in the show. And I stand by it. If Alex Caruso has, and yes, I'm saying Caruso, not Caruso. If he has a big performance in game 7 and they win, I think he's the West Finals MVP. And it's going to be a joke. Yet another MVP Shai doesn't deserve if he gets the West Finals MVP on the heels of that. But Irish Twins Mom, I honestly don't think they care. I think they just are all built like that, all wired like that. Beta male through and through. Karthik Shankar 1 is in next. Which dimwit started the Kobe SGA comparisons? Great question, Karthik. If only I knew. It's just become this pervasive, cancerous theme that's percolating around the ESPN airwaves and, on X as well. You see it on there too. But I wish, if only I knew, I could attack that person.
Probably clutch.
Definitely. John Highfill 1909 is in again and also has a Kobe take here. SGA wouldn't make a pimple on Kobe's ass. No, I agree. SGA is closer. I mean, he's closer to not a top. I think he's closer to not a top 15 all-time guard right now than he is to Kobe Bryant. Like, that's the void, the gap between him and Kobe, in my opinion. Like, it's just not close. So
if SGA can keep rising up, he's definitely like on John Wall's level for sure.
I mean, if he wins like 3 or 4 championships and has the 2 MVPs or 3 MVPs even, he might get another MVP. I think he's done winning MVPs, honestly. Especially if they lose this year, if they lose this round or next, and he humiliates this, he basically exposes this MVP and it humiliates the writers that voted for him. I think he's done winning. But if he wins this year's championship and has 2 finals MVPs and two championships, he might win 1 more league MVP. So if he gets 3 or 4 titles and 3 MVPs or whatever, I mean, you can talk from a resume standpoint, he's above maybe every other guard, other than like Magic, Steph. But I can guarantee, I can confidently say he's not even remotely close to Kobe and Mike. Even if he gets those things, even if he gets 3 MVPs, 3 or 4 championships, he isn't even remotely in the ballpark of Kobe or Mike. Just stop it. Take their names out your mouths. Okay, we've got our player 77 is in next. Who do you think will be the Game 7 ref, the extender? Well, we looked it up already, I think, and I'm hearing our player 77, and unless this isn't true, I've heard that it is James Capers is the Game 7. Let me look it up again. Okay, now I'm seeing there is currently no active scheduled. Okay, so that just hasn't popped yet. Although 32 minutes ago, I'm seeing Tony Brothers will be one of the officials. So I don't know. I think it's too early to tell. I can only hope that it's not Tony Brothers, though. Like, that's all I ask for, or all I hope. So we'll see. I don't know. We'll see. We'll wait and see. It's probably, I'm guessing nobody's been assigned yet. So we'll wait and see who it is. But I'm guessing it's going to be an OKC friendly, which I hate to see our player. All right, GGT 9993 is in next. I'll read this one to Gary. Gary, would you take another imaginary deal for you, Gary? Gary, would you take this imaginary deal? LeBron signs a vet minimum on the Spurs, but in return, Wemby becomes more durable than LeBron ever was.
Does this mean that LeBron gets ring number 5?
I think so.
On the team.
That'd be tough.
Yeah, I do not want see LeBron, even if he's like riding the bench in the coattails of Wemby, he'd still brag about, well, I have 5 rings. I had the same as Kobe. I had the same as Duncan. So they would love to get LeBron a 5th ring and just manipulate the narrative that he's got the same amount of rings as Kobe and Duncan, which of course is the last thing we want. But of course, if Wemby was more durable than LeBron ever was, I think he wins more than Jordan and Kobe. I think he wins like 7, maybe 8 rings if he has the durability of LeBron. So, but I hate the comparison of Kobe and LeBron. It's just, we saw Kobe absolutely annihilate LeBron every time he matched up. Kobe wanted LeBron. He's begging LeBron, please come to me. And I'm waiting for you, LeBron. But guess what? LeBron stood him up at the altar. He never showed up because he couldn't even beat who Kobe said was soft, Dwight Howard in Orlando. So unfortunately, he could never show up for the showdown that Kobe was salivating at. So that's why I don't want LeBron to ever have the same amount of rings in any context as Kobe Bryant. I don't know exactly how to answer this. What do you say, Scott?
Well, I don't want LeBron to get ring number 5 at any cost. So, I mean, I would like to see Wemby experience extreme durability, and you know, win his whatever the allotted amount of rings it is that he should get to. I would like to see him get, but I would not like to see LeBron coattail himself. And I don't think he would. They're too good. They're too stacked looking right now at this point. They pushed the Thunder to the brink. I don't think LeBron could justify going there. It would look too soft and too snaky. But this actually does segue us into Rob Sports Card's next question, which is Wemby injury prone, or does San Antonio just baby him? Well, like he missed not many games in his first year. Then he missed all like half the year with deep vein thrombosis, which was that really weird and scary blood clot situation. So that was like a legitimate thing, a legitimate absence. And then this year, look, he's had a couple scary looking injuries, but he hasn't missed that much time. He's missed I think he played 65 games exactly. So like he missed 17 games or whatever it is. So, but like some of those injuries, like he had like a knee, some issue, like a knee sprain or a hyperextension. Like I was thinking like, like he's might be done for the rest of the regular season. And like, he didn't miss that much. So I feel like, and even tonight he had, Gary, there was one play where he was booking ass up the court with the ball. Like he went length of court and Chet met him, and he went right into Chet and went down hard and awkwardly. And I was like, oh no. But like, he just bounced right back up and looked fine. And I was like, oh, okay, fine. Okay, good. So I feel like maybe he's really not injury prone. And the more muscle he adds and like strength he builds, like the better it will become. So I feel like maybe not. Maybe he's not that injury prone. All right, we're going to bring Jamos in next. And again, I should say, because Jamos has been all fingerprints all over this show. So thank you very much for that, Gary. What's the most recent question from Jamos?
It would have been funny if they asked Hartenstein how Shea's performance was in Game 6 after that Freudian slip Shea had in Game 2. LOL.
Sorry, guys. Luna wanted to say hi. She's been scratching to say hello, guys. This is the boss. This is my big producer, my editor, my director, and also she runs my life otherwise as well. In fact, I think she wants to go out to the bathroom or something now, so I might have to step away for one brief moment just to open the door for her. But anyway, let me just reread that, JMO, since I was primarily focused on Little Luna. It would have been funny if they asked Hartenstein how Shea's performance was in Game 6 after the Freudian slip Shea had in Game 2. That would have been ironic. I think maybe they could save the question for Isaiah after. Oh, thank you. My wife has actually come to take Little Luna out to the bathroom. Maybe. If it's possible, wife, maybe a chicken chew as well for her after she goes out. Sorry, guys. Yeah, maybe they could save that question at the podium for Heart and Wine after Game 7 if, God willing, the San Antonio Spurs are victorious in Game 7. I'm hoping, obviously we are all hoping that is the case. All right, John Highfill 1909 is in next. Says league needs Wemby to take over now. Shea, what happens when kids come up admiring the flippity flop? Shea is what happens when kids come up admiring the flippity flop. Kids now are watching SGA. This needs to end. That's fair. Like, I mean, look at the NBA, the players that follow LeBron, like they all started jumping from team to team, building super teams. Like what happened to all the young kids in AAU and stuff that were coming up when Steph Curry was dominating? They all started shooting threes. Like, so now all the young kids watching Shai Gilgeous-Alexander are going to just learn how to flop up and down the floor like a fish and try to draw as many fouls as possible. Like that, you're right. That is what's at stake. So you're right. We need an ethical hooper like Victor Wembanyama to take over now and lead the way, lead us back into the path of righteousness and away from the flippity flopping fish, Shai Gilgeous-Alexander. All right, we've got Sid back in, and he says, Skap, have you seen the new insane lottery reform? I actually have not. I saw that it was a breaking news story today. Did not read the article, did not read the extent of it. My head is buried in these playoffs, and I was also editing a 2-hour video. Yes, do not adjust your listening devices. I mentioned that I had a conversation with a very respected bronzexual that I met in New York doing my last House of Highlights collaboration. So we connected like 3 days ago, and it's honestly a very cordial conversation. Like it's not, we get into a little bit of a debate format, but more so it's just like, I just wanted him to lay it out. Like, what makes you think? Like he was born in 99. Like, what makes you think LeBron is the GOAT? Go. And like, we just went back and forth. I explained why I like Kobe. And anyway, it's 2 hours. So I was working basically all day on piecing that thing together. And then I watched the game, obviously, and now I'm on with you for the last 2 hours and 40 minutes. So I actually did not have an opportunity to read fully into that. Gary, while I read the next couple of these, no hurry, Gary, don't stress yourself. But if you can just get me a brief kind of overview or something, maybe look at Shams Charania's.
I'm looking at it now.
Okay,
I'm looking at it now.
Do you want me to read it like a brief synopsis or whatever.
Yeah, it says the NBA's new 3-2-1 lottery format approved to combat tanking takes effect with the 27 draft and expands the lottery from 14 to 16 teams. Instead of the traditional weighted odds, all 16 teams participate in the drawing under a newly flattened system based on lottery balls. Bottom 3 teams receive 2 lottery balls each, but are considered draft regulated and cannot pick any lower than number 12 overall. Teams 4 through 10 receive 3 lottery balls each. Play-in 9 and 10 seeds receive 2 lottery balls each. 7 to 8 play-in losers receive 1 lottery ball each.
I mean, I don't hate it. I don't love it. I feel like there needs to be regulations on the top end too. Like there should be regulations on 10 through 16 or 12 through 16 where like they shouldn't be allowed to get up to the top 5 or 3 or whatever. You know, like I don't want a team that's in the play-in that's getting a lottery, that's getting the number 1 overall pick maybe. I don't know. I don't know. I think there's better and other answers out there. I never really like anything Silvers does. At least he's done something. That look, tanking is a big problem in the league today. And obviously the boards of governors, the owners and stuff that voted on this agree even. So I feel like this is at least a step in the right direction, but I don't think it's a finalized product. I think we have to do more and go further, Sid. But that is a big change. You're right. All right, JMOS in again. In other news, I'm glad Canada is getting the boot in the NHL. Montreal is as good as done for their series against the Canes. Can't catch a break with the US of A. Vegas v. Carolina will be fun. Yeah, I mean, I'll be watching the Stanley Cup Finals. The Avs again, like this Denver, whatever, Colorado, whatever, like they just can't catch a break with like the Avs out in disgrace in this NHL playoff field. Then Obviously, the Nuggets out in the first round. You had the Broncos win the AFC semis again in a very hard-fought game against Josh Allen and the Bills, only to have Bo Nix, their starting quarterback, like break his foot on the last drive of the game. And then they had to play their Jared Stidham. Is that who they had to play? Jared Stidham as their starting quarterback in the AFC Championship. A game they were still highly competitive against, by the way, against the New England Patriots. So it's been a devastating year of sports for Colorado and fans of Denver in any way, shape, or form. So I don't know who I'll be rooting for there. Look, I'm born in Pittsburgh, Pennsylvania, so I kind of root for the Penguins. They, of course, went out like bums in the first round against, of all teams, the Philadelphia Flyers. And then secondarily, like I kind of root for the Tampa Bay Lightning because they're kind of near where I live. And they obviously didn't fare much better in the postseason. So I guess maybe I'll be rooting for Vegas maybe this year. Who knows? I just want to see good hockey ultimately. Giuseppe DeRosa, what's up, brother? A regular, has been here through and through from basically the beginning for me, is in all of my videos as well, not just these lives. Thank you so much, my friend. I appreciate you as always for jumping in and joining us here. How do you defend LeBron having more accolades than Mamba? I mean, ultimately, the MVP is kind of something, it's a nuanced, contextual take. It's look, LeBron has 13 top 5 MVP finishes. Kobe has 11. Kareem has 15. Bill Russell had 11. Wilt and Jordan each had 10. So Kobe's right in that mix. They all have 4, 5, or 6 MVPs. Kobe has 1. So, like, to me, that's kind of how I'm like, he only has 1 MVP. That's BS. It's just basically writer and voter collusion. Kobe is him and Duncan actually are the most decorated all NBA team selected players. Duncan and Kobe have like, I don't know, it's like, so Kobe had, I think he has 12 all NBA defensive distinctions. I think he has 15 all NBA standard selections. So he's got like 27 all NBA total selections. He's got the second most first teams ever and tied for the most first team defenses ever. So Kobe is pretty decorated in his own right. But to me, look, I just say it like this. Kobe, to me, has the second best peak in NBA history. When you look at an 11-year span, 11 years, Kobe Bryant led a decade plus, 1 year, a decade plus one. He led those 11 years in most points scored, in most points averaged. He was all NBA defense 9 times in those 11 years. He went to 7 finals appearances in those 11, won 5 of them, and had arguably the best finals consecutive year run ever. In a 3-year span, 08 through 10, he led the NBA playoffs in scoring every year, 600 points or more every season. No one's ever done that. Not Jordan, not LeBron, nobody. He then won back-to-back championships with no other top 75 players. No one's ever done that. And he faced 11 of his 12 opponents over that run, 50 win-plus opponents. So, like, quite frankly, no one's better than that. In a 10 or 11-year span, no one ever, other than Mike. Mike is the only guy you can make the case for. That's why, to me, Mike and Kobe are the 2 best. To me, why is Kobe the better player than LeBron? I'll go on without accolades. Let me tell you, Giuseppe, because Kobe won more against harder competition with less supporting cast help in fewer time. What are we talking about here? Like, what are we talking about? We're talking about winning, right? And Kobe, the ultimate winner and the ultimate 2-way player, in my estimation. So for those reasons, simplistically, I got Kobe over Bron, even though the accolades aren't there. And if people throw accolades at you, Giuseppe, when you're arguing, just ask, well, then Kareem's your GOAT over LeBron, right? Like, because Kareem's been to more the same finals as LeBron, both 10, 1 more, 2 more, won 6 MVPs, most ever, 2 more than LeBron, has double-digit All-NBA defensive selections, and he's top 3 he's top 3 in 3 of the 5 standard box metrics. He's top 3 in rebounds, blocks, and scoring. because a lot of people say, oh, Braun's top 3 in assists and points. Well, Kareem's top 3 in points, rebounds, and blocks. So if someone looks you in the eye and say, well, how can you have LeBron over Kobe because of accolades? Well, just look right back at him and say, so Kareem's your GOAT then in that regard, I guess, right? Of course they'll say no, because you're likely talking to a Braun jock sniffer sycophant. So of course they've got Braun at 1. All right, next we've got Cyrax 101. What's up, Cyrax? Cool handle there. Jordan had iconic games. Kobe had iconic games. I haven't seen really a true SGA iconic game. Love the content. Thank you, Cyrax. And I love you for your support and your generosity here as well. Thank you. And you're right. Can anybody pick me an SGA iconic performance in a playoff game, really? I mean, I can't. No, one doesn't readily come to my mind. I mean, Kobe was 21 years old, scoring like 4 baskets in a row. Yes, Gary. Gary's doing the calm down. Gary's doing, because that's what Kobe did after a 21 hit like 4 straight clutch shots in overtime in a game 4 of an NBA Finals series where his team was up 2-1 and they were facing a prospect of getting tied 2-2 or taking a 3-1 lead in a game where Shaquille O'Neal fouled out at the beginning of overtime. Kobe was 21 years old. Like Shai Gilgeous-Alexander in back-to-back league MVP playoff runs hasn't delivered us anything like what Kobe was doing at 21. So, Cyrax, I'm with you 100%. And we don't even have to talk about Jordan. I mean, the 98 shot alone that he left us with and then he, of course, came back 3 years later. But the game that he walked it off on, I mean, he has other legendary. The shot over Greg Ehlo, and I think it was the 88 or 89 playoffs. The flu game, or the 97 game 6-1 where he hit the game winner, or game 5-1 it would have been. I mean, Jordan had the flu game, while there wasn't one specific shot, iconic baskets down the stretch with like a 104-degree temperature. Like, come on, come off of it with this SGA comparisons. It's ridiculous. We've got the Aftermath official is in next. What's up, Aftermath official? Gary, what were you gesturing me? Go ahead, Gary.
Yeah, I don't know if you should read that. We see what you're saying here, but
I see. He's pumping the brakes.
We don't. Yeah, pumping the brakes.
I see.
Right.
Gary was saying skip over this. I don't know. I don't know, Aftermath. I'll say this. No judgment either way, obviously. This is a very welcoming, friendly area here, the Skap Live After Dark. But yes, the entire Oklahoma City Thunder team are definitely, they just do questionable things, let's just say it some of the times. All right, we've got Michael 27 Romero is in next. What's up, Michael Romero? Thank you so much for being here. Devin Booker would average 40 with SGA whistle. I mean, Devin Booker, honestly, I think is a better scorer and has a better bag than SGA, quite frankly. I really do. And look, SGA has averaged 30 points per game for 4 straight years. Like, that's an amazing accomplishment. And he is a very efficient player. But in terms of like the things and the ways that Devin Booker can score, I think it's more varied and more diverse than SGA. And also, Devin Booker is an ethical player, and he's not out here with his sports bra on under his jersey, flopping around like a fish. So for that, I do respect him a little bit more, I think, as well, than SGA. All right, Praise the Dawn is up next, or I should say up again, because Praise the Dawn is here all the time. Another regular. Is 2026 Shai the worst MVP in history? I mean, I won't say the worst MVP in history. I mean, look, the guy did drop 31 per game on 66% true shooting percentage in the regular season. He led the NBA in clutch scoring. I don't want to go too far or cartoonish in my SGA slandering here, but like, he is one of the most undeserved MVPs for sure. Like, he goes up in that upper pantheon of the most undeserved guys, because I quite frankly think Jokic should have run away with the MVP this year. And if not, if you don't want to give it to Jokic because he's been glass ceilinged and you've just made a concerted effort and decision as all the voters that he's never winning it again, fine. Give it to Wembanyama. Wembanyama was much closer to Jokic and much more deserving than Shea in my estimation during the regular season. So not only should he have not been it this year, I don't even think he should have finished second. So he certainly does go in that upper pantheon of the most undeserved MVPs in history. Praise the Dawn. All right, Giuseppe DeRosa back in again. Will Wemby be better than Jokic? Well, it depends. I mean, probably. I mean, he's 22 years old and he's already kind of on a level. I think, look, if Jokic comes out like he did in the first 34 games of this past season before the knee injury, then he is still pretty far and away the best player in the game. I think Wemby's number 2, though, already. But if Jokic comes out and he's the Jokic after the knee injury this year, so the guy that returned in like February and played the rest of the season, then I think Wemby might already be the best player. And he's 22, and Jokic is primed right now. So go ahead, Gary.
Jokic is more consistent. That's the one thing about Wemby. He will look like he has a historically great game, and then the next game just have a very mediocre game. Where Jokic is pretty automatic to have a great game, even if they don't win.
Yeah, I think, and I'll say this. Wemby, I mean this, Wemby will never be as good as Jokic on offense. He just never will. Like, he will never have the 3-level scoring as effectively as Jokic, as well as he may be the best playmaker other than Magic Johnson ever. In a guy that's a 7 foot with that offensive package, Wembanyama will never be as good as Jokic offensively. Quite frankly, look, I'm an old head and I protect the sanctity of old time players. To me, Jokic is the best offensive player ever at center. He's the best offensive center ever. Like, I'd say probably Hakeem is number 2 on my list in that regard. But Hakeem is the number 2 best defensive center to me. So he's a top 2 defense and offense. Therefore, Hakeem is a better overall player than Jokic. So, like, while Wemby will never raise to the offensive levels of Jokic, his defense, Wemby might even surpass Hakeem defensively to become the second best defense. Like, I think Russell will forever be the best defensive big, but like Wemby could very easily get to number 2 over Hakeem. So I think Wemby as an overall package might be able to surpass Jokic, and he will just be regarded above Jokic because he's going to win like 5 or 6 rings, maybe, probably at least 3 or 4. Wemby will win. I think 3 is the floor at this point for Wembanyama. Like, if you gave me 3.5 as the OU on number of Victor Wembanyama titles, I might go over, which is insane to say because it's hard to win, even as good as he is and as good as the team is. It's hard to win 4 championships in a career, but I would probably take the over on 3.5. Jokic is going to be lucky as hell to get 1 more. I don't think he will. So, like, Jokic will have 1. If Wemby has 4, he will be regarded as better than Jokic for sure. Giuseppe, I hope I didn't cop out on that, and I hope I fully answered that for you. J Moss is back in again. My true super chat, my true super chatting is higher than Shea's true shooting this series. Also, you should try call-ins with the fans. Those lives would feed families. J-Mos, I would love to do call-ins. It is something I would like to do. And your true super chatting, specifically even tonight, your true super chatting tonight is above Shea's. Yes, certainly for the whole series. And I do want to do call-ins. I honestly, look, I'm going in the direction. I want to get to a point where I'm doing a show every day of the week on the weekdays, Monday through Friday, for like 60 to 90 minutes, where there will be like a call-in portion, at least maybe at the end of every show, or maybe I'll be doing like one day in particular, maybe like Fridays, where it's not even a show about like sports. It's just for the fans, like Fan Friday or whatever. And it's just me interacting from the very beginning, just like taking questions, comments, taking calls, etc. So I am kind of moving, hopefully, in a direction like that sometime way sooner than later, hopefully. All right, I am Squish. 1150 is in next. Do you think that Shea, fake MVP, of course, will win his third straight MVP next year, or will they finally give it to someone who deserves it? I don't see any way. Look, if they win 73 games, they'll have to probably give it to him. He'll score 30 points for the year. He'll have outrageous efficiency again. And if he averages 30 points per game for a 73 or 74 win team, he will probably get the MVP again. In light of that, nothing he does will get him the MVP next year. Like, it will have to be, because look, Jordan won the MVP when they won 72. Steph won the MVP when they won 73. And Steph was unanimous. So if they win 74 and he scores 30, he will just have to get it. But in light of that, I think that they will glass ceiling him now. He might get a third one down the line, but he ain't getting 3 straight. There's no way they're giving him 3 straight. It's probably not going to Jokic because he's done. They don't want to give him anymore. To me, Wemby is the massive betting favorite next year. Massive going into the year. If it's not Wemby, I think Cade or Luka would be the next choice, probably. So one of those guys, Shea's not going to win it next year unless they do some crazy win total. All right, we've got, Stephanie's back in. Welcome back in. She led the show, and now she's back again. Now, some whatever hours later. This is actually, she sent this at 12:30. It's now 2 a.m. So hopefully we still have 700 people in here. We just actually went over the 3-hour mark. It is now 2:01 a.m. Where Gary and I are coming to you from. And, but Stephanie is still here. Hopefully you guys are still here. We got 700 people still. So Gary, what is this latest question or comment from her?
I just saw this from ESPN. SGA's minus 28 is tied with 2023 Joel Embiid for the lowest plus minus by the NBA's MVP in a clinching opportunity in the play-by-play era since 1997. Oof.
Yeah, I'm going to screen capture that one, Stephanie. Thank you very much for that. That went in my screen grabs. I will keep that one filed away. I can't think. What did Shea and Joel Embiid from that year in 2023 have in common? I can't. Oh, right. 2 frauds that stole Nikola Jokic MVPs. That's right. Not looking so good, is it? At least Jokic didn't humiliate the writers this year and go on and win the NBA championship. Of course, he lost in the first round too this year. But in 2023, he went on to win the NBA championship while averaging basically a 30-point triple-double. So that made them look pretty stupid indeed on that one. But that is quite a number, isn't it, Stephanie? That is quite the stat factoid there. The worst in 30 years, the worst plus minus in a closeout op by an MVP in 30 years. Yeah, it doesn't look good. When you give fraud guys MVPs, it certainly can look pretty bad down the line, can it? Okay, we've got the real
Enchanted Rose.
The real Enchanted Rose. Thank you very much, Gary, for that. The real Enchanted Rose. Oh, and look, it is the Enchanted Rose from Beauty and the Beast, I believe. I like the handle and I like the avatar. Thank you, Real Enchanted Rose. And thank you for your very generous donation as well. Could you tell me about the items on the wall and what they represent? Well, I'm going to be honest with you. It's mostly Kobe stuff. I have been meaning to expand my my repertoire of things on the wall. And hopefully that expansion will include a silver plaque button thingy from Google. When I finally hit 100,000 subscribers on YouTube, I'm at like 96,000 right now. So I'm like 4,000 away. So that silver thing will be on there as well. But I also want to add some GOAT Mike on the wall, Michael Jordan. I'd like to get some Nikola Jokic on the wall. Probably a little Randy Moss as well. Right now, it's highly Kobe-centric. In fact, it is all Kobe, except for that top plaque is a signed Larry Bird item. So other than that, it's all Kobe. These obviously two Kobe, big Kobe pictures, and then I've got these Kobe figurines, which are, the one is actually a rookie. This is from his rookie year. It has a rookie card in it. It is unopened, and it's got his like figurine in it. I've got a 98 version as well, and then I've got a Kobe rookie card there. I've actually, that is not his rookie. I think it is a rookie card. I have two others that my wife sent away to be evaluated and encased from like a appraisal company. So more Kobe stuff. And then other than that, I've got a fake plant. I don't know. I just think it adds something, and some dictionaries, because, you know, I'm such a loquacious personality, and my vocabulary is so extensive and expansive. So, you know, I got to have the dictionaries there. So that's pretty much it. And then just this neon light basketball. I want to get a Skap Attack neon pink light that I've been talking about for like a year and a half now, which I haven't done. So that's just kind of my little light in lieu of that. So that's everything you see behind me. Hopefully it's going to be changing. I just mentioned I want to do a daily show. I'm going to change things around and make expand the shot out a little bit more and upgrade some things. And that's on the docket, is to add some stuff to the wall as well. But good question. Thank you very much, Real Enchanted Rose. Oh, look, we had Skap Jr. We had your son in earlier, Skap Jr. So now the alleged illegitimate bastard child of mine is in. Again, I'm not going to believe that till Maury Povich himself wheels his way into this live stream and does the paternity test for me. But Skap Jr., the imposter bastard child of mine, is in. Dad, NBA will send brothers into rig for OKC. God, I hope not. I hope it's not the whistle blowing, longfully gazing in to Lou Dort's eyes that we just saw. I don't want any more of that. I mean, will he just, if it's Tony Brothers, why do we have to have them in the stripes? Can we just send them in? Can they just wear Oklahoma City Thunder jerseys? And can we just stop this charade and just have it like it is already? Jeez. All right, we've got in next Skap's Extra Strong Cologne with a nightly avatar change. Obviously, this time it is me with huge eyes. Look, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. My eyes are already wide enough. I've already got big features. I've got big ears, big eyes, whatever, big mouth. I've already got big. You don't need to make them look more cartoonishly overblown, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. But nonetheless, thank you very much, obviously, for being here, for supporting us, and for your generous donation. Gary, I'll turn this one over to you.
How about that McAfee interview with Adam Silver? Can you believe how out of touch this serpent is? He's just selling the foul. It's a flopping issue.
Yeah, it is. I mentioned this multiple times, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. I realized that you did send this super chat in an hour and a half ago. So hopefully you are still around. But yes, I've alluded to it, mentioned it, referenced it multiple times. Yes, the gargoyle commish himself was on, and he was absolutely capping his ass off in that interview. It was hard to watch those ridiculous comments that he made in answer to Pat McAfee, flat out calling him out on the flopping and saying how ridiculous it is. And the commish was just tap dancing himself away from that question. It's just ridiculous. Instead of doing the anti-flopping rule or the anti-tanking rules today, what we should have been voting on was anti-flopping rules instead. All right, Giuseppe DeRosa, 01, back in yet again. Thank you, my friend. Which legends have had the most and least help? Great question. Great question. Larry Bird and Magic Johnson, in my estimation, by far have had the most help to me, in my opinion. But while Magic Johnson played practically nobody other than the teams he played in the finals, which he played great teams in the finals. He played the Bad Boys Pistons. He played the Celtics. He played the Sixers. He played Michael Jordan. He played a bunch of elite competition in the finals, but he played crap in the West. Unlike that, Bird had just monsters in the East. All those teams I mentioned that Magic played in the finals, Bird had to play all those teams just to get to the finals and then play Magic or Akeem Olajuwon. So while Bird had a ton of help too, he played much harder opposition than Magic did. But still, Bird and Magic, just by the percentage of the All-Stars, the All-NBA players that they play with, they had by far the most help to me, other than Bill Russell, who played with like 8 Hall of Famers. So I would throw, obviously, Bill Russell in the mix as well. So Bill Russell, Magic, and Bird had the most help. Honorable mention to LeBron. Like, he doesn't have, to me, LeBron hasn't had more than those guys, but he's had more than everybody else, basically, other than those guys. So he's in the mix for the most helped players. And for the guys, the legends that have had the least, look, I know it's going to sound outrageous for me to say, but like, Kobe Bryant had Shaq for 8 years. He played 20 years. Okay. Other than Shaq on those 8 years, who do you have? Derek Fisher was his third leading scorer. So was Kobe, Shaq, then Derek Fisher as the third leading scorer for 2 of their 3 final runs. Like, Derek Fisher is an 8-point per game career scorer who's never made a single All-Star game in 18 years. So like, and then other than that, he had Pau Gasol for 5 or 6 years, and then nobody. So like, I'd say Kobe is actually a guy that had very little help as an all-time legend, even though he's always said to have tons of help because of Shaquille O'Neal. I'd say Tim Duncan had lesser help than many of the legends. Yes, he had Robinson, an old Robinson, mind you, when he first came in, and like kind of perennial pseudo all-stars in Tony Parker and Ginobili, but he doesn't have like top 50 all-time players beside him on all these teams. Like, he won multiple rings without top 75 players. So like, I'd say Duncan has lesser help. Then you get into the Akeem Olajuwon, who has in the top 10 by far the least help of any of the all-time great players. Akeem Olajuwon, not even a close comp. The only all-timer like in the top 12 to 15 that had as little or less than Akeem, and I think it's close, but he probably has more, is Nikola Jokic. I still think probably Akeem had less even than Jokic. Though Akeem did play with Clyde Drexler, a top 50 player, and won one of his 2 rings with Clyde, whereas Jokic has never had anybody at that level. So maybe it's Jokic has even less than Akeem, because Akeem played with Ralph Sampson as well early on in his career. So probably Jokic and Akeem have the least help of the all-time greats. But great question, Giuseppe, really good. We've got sit-in next. If I send $100, would you wear a CP3 shirt live? I don't have any problem with CP3. I would do that. Yeah, I would find, of course, I would have to spend most of that, or at least a portion of that $100 on buying me a CP3 shirt. But yeah, I would probably wear a CP3 shirt live if you sent 100. I would probably do that. I don't have any problem with that. I would not wear a LeBron shirt live, like for any amount of money. I would not do that. Nor probably a Shea Gilgeous-Alexander shirt at this point. I'm just too in on him against him. But I don't have any problems with CP3. I did make the point fraud video, which I stand behind because I do not like the point God nickname that Stephen A. Smith has appointed to him. But other than that, like, I didn't dislike CP3 now I do dislike that. Gary, can you give me a confirmation? I'm pretty sure he was on the banana boat, right? CP3 was a banana boat rider. Or was he not?
I think so. Wasn't that Carmelo, Wade, LeBron, and CP3?
That's what I thought. That's what I think. Yeah. So look, when you're riding a literal banana boat with LeBron James and Carmelo Anthony and Dwayne Wade or whatever, CP3, like, I dislike that he's part of the banana quartet. But other than that, I didn't have any major issues or qualms with CP3, quite frankly. John Highfield 1909 is up again. Welcome back into you, John. Gary, what's the latest question or comment from John?
Who, if anyone in today's NBA, do you think MJ and Kobe would respect the most? Jokic and Luka complain. Of course, there's the floppers, and Wemby lets his emotions be visible to the opposition every game. I think they would love Wemby, and I think they would love Jokic. Kobe did like Luka, if I'm
Yeah.
not mistaken. Did he not?
And Giannis. Yeah. Kobe liked Jokic. He liked Luka. He liked Giannis. Kobe liked those guys. And I think Kobe and MJ would love Wemby. I really do. I think the dude is cut. He's old school. He's Old Testament NBA. Like, John, bro, did you not see this man in the All-Star game this year? Like Wembanyama, first of all, 2 years ago, Wembanyama he was cheating in the skills competition because he wanted to win the skills competition. And then this year he showed up in the All-Star game and played it like it was a game 7 in a playoff series. Like he was legitimately irate when they lost those games that they lost. And while they did lose both the games they played, the level of competition in those 2 games, because of what he was doing, was so fun and so highly watchable and enjoyable, so different than the games he wasn't a part of. Like he shamed all of the other guys to stepping up to his level. And now, like, look, he just is a competitor. Like, he's just a straight dog. Like, he just thinks he's the best and he wants to be the best, and he's willing to work as hard as it takes on either end to be the best. I think they would really. I think Jordan probably does respect Wemby, and I think Kobe definitely would as well. And he is ethical too. He's not flopping and flailing around out there either. Go ahead, Gary.
I think they would like Jalen Brunson.
Agreed.
I believe. And I think they'd like Cooper Flagg.
Probably. Yeah.
And another one.
Maybe Ant-Man too. Look, I talk a lot of negative things on Ant-Man, but maybe Ant-Man, because he does have that alpha kind of feel to him. And he is a competitor, and he talks a lot of junk too, which I'm sure Jordan and Kobe did as well. So I feel like maybe Ant-Man, but who else do you think, Gary?
Maxey.
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah, those are the guys that come off the top of my head.
I could see that too. And maybe even, look, he's not an elite player, but maybe Alex Caruso. I don't know. He's got that kind of dog in him. He hits big shots. He plays hard on defense. He's kind of like a game changer. Maybe, I know he's not a star player, but like maybe someone like him too.
Castle.
Yeah.
The new guy. Definitely Drew Holiday. They would love him, but he's an older guy on his way out. So I think they're asking for newer guys. But if it current guys on rosters, I think Drew Holiday puts up a lot of great intangibles.
Yeah, no, I agree. All right, next in we've got Fernali, I believe. Does that look right, Gary? Fernali's up next. Welcome in. Thank you so much for being here and your kind donation. For your first video after reaching the 100K subs, you should do a challenge that you do whatever the top liked comment says. Oh, interesting. Okay, maybe I will, Fernali.
Not if Lester Banana is the top comment.
Within reason, Fernali. If it's not, inappropriate or sexually explicit in any way, or if I'm not compromising my morals in some way. Other than that, so within reason, perhaps I'll do that. And thank you for coming in and giving me that idea. And hopefully it's sooner rather than later that I hit the 100K subs mark. I feel like I've been ever so close for so long. I believe I was at 90,000 in January. So I've been limping along here for like 5 months. I got 6,000 subs only in 5 months. Ridiculous. So hopefully I get there sooner than later, Fernali, and I could do something that the people demand, obviously, that gets the most likes. All right, Stump 4522 is in again tonight. Thank you so much, Stump. Thank all of you guys. Stump, you've been very, very, very generous tonight for us, Gary. What is this like 30-second super chat from Stump tonight?
If the Spurs win Game 7 this Saturday, there should be a parody of Imagine Dragons song Thunder. Wemby before the Thunder flopper.
It's going to be interesting to see what happens. Wemby, I can't wait to see what Spurs Nation does if they do win on Saturday night. And guys, it's crazy. Like, we still have 630 people in here, 3.5 hour ish mark. Still going on these super chats. I still have a pretty good amount left, I think. We've made some good progress, but there's like 100 of them now. I think we legit will probably, I was teasing that if the Spurs win, it will be Skap live after dark till dawn, but it really might be if the Spurs win this thing and eliminate the Thunder. It's going to be a crazy, crazy live chat. Like I got to just try to be, but see, I've also got a 50th birthday in the afternoon on Saturday, a 50th birthday pool party. So I said I was going to sleep all day. I'm not going to be able to sleep. I'm going to be at the pool party, but I will be in all night as long as it takes to work through all the comments and stuff with you guys. I will be on. I'll be injecting coffee into my blood during Saturday night, I think, if the Spurs actually win this thing. But thank you, Stump, for that. That is a good suggestion on the parody, indeed. All right, we've got Angel Guadalajara TU3LK is in next. Angel, what's up? Welcome into you. Thank you so much for being here. Thank you for your kind donation and sliding into the sponsor area. Caruso is going to have another Matt Dellavedova game. We can only hope that he has not a Caruso game that he's had in 3 of the Thunder 3 wins this series. And he has a Dellavedova game coming for us in game 7. Because if the bench doesn't bail this guy out, SGA, I'm speaking of the fraud MVP, I think the Spurs really will pull this thing off. I do. All right, we've got Yorda. Yorda 5287 is in next. What's up, Yorda? Welcome into you. Seeing some new names in the sponsor area. Thank you guys so much for your kind and generous donations tonight. Am I alone to have no hope for San Antonio Spurs due to the refs? I mean, it will be hard to overcome the ref show. Don't get me wrong. But you just got to find a way to be tenacious and focused, to just let things go, to move from one play to the next. Try not to let it get in your head. Don't argue or dwell on it. And you just got to hope that you can outplay what the refs are doing. It's easier said than done, Yorda, but I think it can be done, but they're really behind the 8 ball depending on who gets the crew assignment. So yes, I am going to eagerly be looking early in the morning, or as early as I can get up at this point, because I'm going to be away for a bit longer here. But I'm eager to see who gets the assignment. And yes, I think they can win, but it will be a big task if it's Tony Brothers and he's eye flirting with all of the Thunder team again in game 7. It will be hard to watch for sure. All right, John is back in. John Highfield, 1909. Welcome back, John. Gary, what is this latest question or comment from John?
We all know greatness comes with accolades, but how, if at all, does your boat list differ from your GOAT list? Because they are 2 different questions.
Yes, the GOAT list or the GOAT tier rankings, yes, that is certainly not just eye test. In fact, not really specifically eye test at all. It is your accomplishments, your accolades, et cetera, et cetera. What does your resume bullet points look like? But the best of all time, yes, the best of all time really is more so to the eye of the beholder, so to speak, because it's about your specific eye test or what you saw, what you experienced. And probably the reason Michael Jordan is so great is because he kind of is both, right? I think he's probably the greatest of all time and the best of all time. But to me, look, Kobe Bryant is also the greatest of all time, the best. I think they're both 1 and 2 still on my list. I think Kobe and Jordan still applying the standard of just eradicating the accolades and winning doesn't matter, yada, yada, yada. I still say probably Kobe and Jordan are the best ever as well. But from there, yeah, things differ a lot. Things get a lot crazier and more kind of jargon, switched up. I would say probably for me, my eye test in particular, I mean, this is in no ranking. I don't want to like try to rank them specifically, but like Nikola Jokic is very high on my best of all time list. Like he's one of the best players I've ever seen. Like he's on the Mount Rushmore probably of best players ever. And he's probably never going to crack my top just because he's never going to get a second ring. So it's just going to be almost impossible for me to get him in over the other guys. He'll probably end around 11th. But like if we're saying just best ever, and I don't have to think about winning or accolades or anything like that, he's Mount Rushmore. Like if we're talking quick, short, little abbreviated peaks, like Tracy McGrady is one of the best players I've ever seen, honestly, for like a 3-4 year span. Kevin Durant would probably be in like my best that I've ever, like in terms of just on court product and skill and ability to play the game of basketball. Like Kevin Durant's in the mix, I think. I'm trying to think if there's anybody I'm really like leaving off my, like in terms of my own eyes that I've seen. I mean, Akeem Olajuwon for sure. Because like I started watching basketball kind of, so I was very young when I saw it, but that guy was so great, so dominant on both ends of the floor. I think those are probably like my upper echelon, like best of all time guys. Gary, what about you? Do you think is there any like glaring people that I've left off here? Any glaring snubs?
Not that I can think of off the top, but you know, if we spend a few more minutes delving into it, there will be people. It sounds like maybe you're considering guys that had careers shortened by injuries. So maybe Grant Hill, had he not been injured, he would have been definitely talent-wise. He was up there. You know, he might be, as we're always talking about, there's there's Jordan and Kobe. And then who's the third? We're like, probably Dwayne Wade. Mm-hmm. But then, you know, if Grant Hill hadn't been injured, it very well may be him. If McGrady hadn't been hurt, maybe it'd be McGrady at 3. But McGrady and Grant Hill, both guys, I mean, we were robbed as fans of just seeing real greatness manifest between those two careers because of injuries.
Yeah, but so yeah, that's I mean, basically like Jokic is really high on my list in terms of the best players I've ever seen. And he's just never going to be there. And even like, honestly, Kevin Durant too. Like Kevin Durant is like really high on the best players ever. The dude's 7 feet tall and he has unlimited range. He has guard handles. Like he is just an elite scoring machine. And I think, look, he's not a highly decorated defender, but like he was beyond serviceable on defense in his prime. So I think he's high on my best I've ever seen either. But he's never, like, I don't even know, he's barely top 15 on my all-time list. But in terms of the best players I've ever seen, like he's pretty damn high up there. All right, Fernali didn't like that thought-provoking question. Thought-provoking question: Shea or Jokic? How is that thought-provoking? I'm donating for the simple fact you entertained that question. Oh, I see. Okay, I see. Okay. Yes, well, and if you're watching, and I would imagine you are, I've answered that question in triplicate over the last 2 years of who I think is the better player. Damn sure it is. In my estimation, Nikola Jokic. Again, I just said he's very high on he's Mount Rushmore of the best players I've personally ever seen. And I've been watching basketball since 1995. So like, I obviously think very highly of him. Shea didn't even make my honorable mention list, obviously, as you know, because I just talked about it. All right, John Highfield, 1909 back and again. Refs better be ready or someone will get hurt in 7. Yeah, I mean, I guess John might be talking to the chippiness of what might, like, it's something maybe you hand out a couple early offsetting technical fouls, like to try to get control of that game, because there has been some overt chippiness and physicality going on throughout the course of the series. So, yeah, you want to grab control of it now. Obviously, probably one warning and like one offsetting tech might do it because it is a game 7. You don't want to get people thrown out or anything like that. So, yeah, it will be interesting to see how it's called early on. All right, Joshua of the Saints is in next. Joshua, what is up, my friend? Welcome into you. Yet again, another regular. So many regulars here generously keeping us here all night. I love it. Random, but who won the Jaylen Brown versus Stephen A. Smith debate? So there is a little war, a war of words going on between Brown and Stephen A. Smith. I don't know that they actually did debate. Joshua, Jaylen Brown has challenged Stephen A. Smith to a debate. He wants to do a live debate at a neutral site. He mentioned a few Ivy League schools like Harvard or MIT or something. I think he mentioned MIT is not an Ivy League school, but still a great school. But and he wants Stephen A. one-on-one to debate him, and there will be like judges and will determine who won. So of course, this all began with Stephen A. Smith criticizing Jalen Brunson for the streaming and like the excuse making after they lost. Jaylen Brown saying he'll never stream ever again if Stephen A. Smith retires and doesn't make videos anymore at all. So, and now like the war of words continues, and Jaylen Brown is calling him out, challenging him to a debate. So I don't think they actually did do it. I don't think Stephen A. Smith has accepted, but it will be interesting to see if they do, Joshua. That's something I would love to see. Actually, I would tune into that ad, quite frankly. Mark Law 13, yet again, another regular. Welcome in, Mark. Thank you so much for your continued support and generosity here. If San Antonio wins, they will lose to the New York Knicks. But if OKC does, they beat them. 99 finals reversal, like how Philly versus Toronto, Vince shot missed where Kawhi's went in. I don't know. Like I said, Mark, you sent this at 1:11. We're still so far behind, it seems like. It's 2:30. So hopefully, Mark, you're still here. And I've talked about this already, but I do believe that the Knicks will have an opportunity regardless of who comes out. Like whether it's the Thunder or the Spurs, I think either team can beat the Knicks, and I think the Knicks can beat either team. It's going to be a great series. It's going to be a hell of a series either way. I think the Spurs are a better matchup, and they're younger and obviously far less experienced. So that would be an advantage for the Knicks. But then the Thunder have some legitimate injuries. While De'Aaron Fox doesn't look quite right, and Dylan Harper is obviously banged up, those two guys have been playing. Like Jalen Williams played only 10 minutes tonight, and he's missed 3 or 4 straight games. AJ Mitchell's now missed 3 straight games. Like those are substantial injuries and substantial guys that are missing. So if the Knicks get them with that, like that's an advantage. So I think the Knicks can win against either team, Mark, but I think you're right. They likely, I guess, would rather have the Spurs. All right, next in we've got, the President of the United States, the real Donald Trump, 1646, coming from Canada, of course. Welcome in, Mr. President. Always a pleasure to have you on, and thank you so much for being a proud sponsor of the show, of course. Gary, what's the question or comment from El Presidente?
Adam Silver, that dirty Q-tip, will not enforce the rules as the NBA is getting paid by the subscription model such as Amazon. The NBA does not care if Amazon, Hulu, etc. users watch the NBA.
I mean, the sad and the realistic state of the NBA right now is, Mr. President, you're right. I mean, the commish has already done his job for the owners, for the boards of governors, whatever. He's got them their $76 billion over 11 years, $76 billion coming from Amazon, NBC, and Disney. So like that's roughly 7.5 Billy with a B annually. So like he doesn't care what the product looks like, quite frankly. It's like the Marvel movies that have degenerated into pure shit, but they have Marvel stamped on them, so they're still making money. So what does the studio really realistically care if the movie's good? Like they're making the same money otherwise. Like, if the product doesn't have to be good and you don't have to put work in to fix something, and you just make money hand over fist, what does anybody really care in the upper league office realm? They don't. That's why Commissioner Silvers is going to tap dance around like an idiot and a buffoon when he's answering questions about flopping and saying it's not a big deal. It is, but he doesn't care. So it's the sad but very realistic state of things, Mr. President. And I think the problem is you need someone to make the NBA great again. I can be that guy. Skap attack for next commissioner of the NBA with Gary as the deputy commissioner of the NBA. Together we can and we will make the NBA great again. I'm Jay Skapanak and I support this message. All right, Jamos is in next. And again, welcome back in yet again, Jamos. It's just crazy how many of these things you guys have given us tonight and how very generous you guys have all been. SGA is among the least impactful MVPs in league history. I've never seen an MVP consistently being net negative for his team when he's on the court. Yeah. I mean, let's do it. Let's look again. I know Gary hates my on-offs, but I haven't looked in a couple nights. And this isn't going to count tonight's game, which is one of the worst probably on-offs he's played in the playoffs to this point. He's all the way up. Look, he's been a minus 19 for most of the playoffs. But SGA he's risen all the way up now on the on-offs. He came into tonight at minus 17. So the team by and large, per 100 possessions, and let's see how many minutes going into tonight he's played. So going into tonight's game, he has played for 473 minutes, and he's been off the floor for 161 of the minutes, which is roughly like a 75-25 split. So we've got a quarter of the minutes as a sample size. And in the quarter of a minutes that he hasn't played, they are 17 points better when he's on the bench. And the lion's share of that is on defense. On offense, he's only losing them 1.5 points. So they're actually only a minus 1.5 when he's on the floor per 100 possessions offensively. But defensively, they are abysmal when he's on the floor. When he is on the court, they are giving up 114 per 100 possessions. When he's off the court, they're giving up 98 per 100 possessions. So that's where he's really losing the lion's share of the points. So all of the fools out there who thought that he deserved the MVP over Jokic because he plays both ways. No, he doesn't. He may be a good defender, but he plays no defense. So if you don't play defense at all, then you can't be a good defender. And there you have it. Minus 17 coming in tonight. He was a minus 28 on the plus minus tonight. The worst on the team tonight. And he's done that a lot in these playoffs. All right. Next in is God is the great physician. Welcome it back in, my friend. Thank you again for being here. Gary, go ahead. I'll turn this one over to you.
SGA is proof that this is ultimately a team game. He plays like Ish mostly and is a playoff dropper, but because the team is so good, they still win.
That's right. And that's why there's context that you got to factor in with winning and losing. Like, yes, winning means a lot to me. Yes, winning championships and succeeding at a top level in the playoffs is a big differentiator to who I think is the best players of all time. Like Kobe winning like he did against the competition he played and the support he had, like that is one of the major reasons he's number 2 on my all-time list. But like LeBron's got 4, those 4 don't mean very much to me because of the competition he faced, because of the support he had, because of all the times that he did fail with all of the help that he had. And like Akeem Olajuwon, like I don't just have Bill Russell at number 2 or 3 all time because he has 11 rings. Like he had 8 Hall of Famers. Akeem Olajuwon's above Bill Russell on my list with only 2 rings because he played with practically nobody to get those 2 rings. And I think he overachieved to get those 2 rings. And if he had the same kind of help that Shaquille O'Neal had or Kareem Abdul-Jabbar had, he'd have 6 or 7 rings. So like there's a nuance and a context to it all. So winning is the main thing to me, and it does mean a lot, but not if you're winning with super teams and like elite supporting casts. And while Shea doesn't have a traditional super team, he does have one of the best 1 through 10 teams ever constructed in NBA history. So to me, the winning means less to him. And the fact that he's playing like shit half the time and basically the whole time in this series, like that's got to be factored in too. God is a great physician back to back. If Tony Brothers is reffing game 7, Spurs are done. They're not heading in a good direction if it's Tony Brothers. I really hope it's not. And I hope that social media has shamed the NBA into it enough by resharing and sharing and sharing and sharing that disgusting picture of Tony Brothers like licking his whistle while he's longingly gazing into Lou Dort's eyes. Like, I hope that the internet has memed and gifted the hell out of that pathetic image enough that the NBA will be shamed into not assigning Tony Brothers for game 7. We can all only collectively hold our breath and cross our fingers. God is a great physician. All right, John Highfill 1909 back in yet again. You guys had to see this. At Joel Cespin J2L said, quote, will Skap never be the GOAT because he always had Gary? Oh, I see what we're thank you, John, for sharing that. So like if Gary is the Pippin to my Jordan, then a lot of the LeBron stans and sniffers out there would have you believe that Jordan can't be the GOAT because he was 1-9 in the playoffs and never won a championship without Scottie Pippen, who Scottie Pippen is like the 5th or 6th best player ever on Le Sniffers, on all of Le Sniffers bandwagon guys. It's like Steph Curry, like LeBron's top 10, LeBron fans' top 10 is Bron, Steph Curry, Shaquille O'Neal, Scottie Pippen, Pau Gasol. Those are the top 5 on LeBron stands list. So I see what you did there. Joel, I see what you did there. John, thanks for sharing that. Thanks for sharing Joel Cespin's comment. And thank you. Yes, Gary deserves his damn respect. There's no doubt about that. But even if Gary is Scottie Pippen, we know that Jordan really is the true GOAT. So of course the answer is no, Joel. Gary can still be the Scottie Pippen to my Michael Jordan, but I could still be the GOAT in that scenario. But good comment, good question, guys. Appreciate it. All right, I'm Squish 1150 is in next. If Kobe won 7, would he be the GOAT? Maybe. I mean, if he repeated, if Kobe won either the 2008 series against the Celtics where they lost in 6 and they lost bad in game 6, they lost by 37 and Kevin Garnett was screaming anything is possible at the top of his lungs. And then they got swept by the Mavericks in 11 when they were trying to get back in the semifinals. If he would have, if he three-peated with Shaq, and everyone claimed that it was Shaq, but we know that it was 1 and 1A. But then if he took Pau Gasol and repeated again, like that alone probably would have made Jordan and Kobe 1A and 1B in my book. But if he won 7 though, and won more than Mike, maybe he would have been, probably not consensus wise. The consensus still probably would have been Mike because Mike had 5 league MVPs and Mike won 6 finals MVPs, all 6. Whereas Kobe would have only presumptively had 3 or 4 of the finals MVPs of the 7. But maybe in my book, Kobe would have been the GOAT if he got to 7. Great question. I'm Squish. All right, God is the great physician. And again, my goodness, just the repeat prolific super chats that have gone on tonight it's just been crazy to see in here. I get a lot of super chats, honestly, truth be told, because you guys are just so supportive. But the amount of the dollars that you guys have sent in tonight it is crazy. Thank you guys so much. Gary, go ahead and read this one for me. God is the great physician.
If you give Jokic a pass because of how he individually performed versus Minnesota, you'd be inconsistent to not give Braun a pass, especially as the underdog in 15, 18, and 14 finals. He wasn't the underdog in 14.
Well, I see what you're saying. Yeah, no, yeah, they were probably the Heat were the favorites, probably. I don't know what they were going into the series, but preseason, the Heat were the favorite that year. And then 2015, the Cavs were maybe the favorite, but they lost all their guys. They lost Kyrie and they lost Love in like game 1. So then they became the underdogs then in 15. Nonetheless, look, LeBron certainly gets certain passes throughout his career, but I think it's collectively, I give Jokic a pass, not necessarily for Minnesota, but collectively for his career. Jokic gets a pass that LeBron doesn't and doesn't deserve, because Nikola Jokic has played 11 years in the NBA, and he's had one guy make one All-Star team in his 11-year career. LeBron James has played with 8 different human beings on a basketball court that have combined to be selected to 17 All-Star games in years that they played side by side with LeBron. So LeBron in 23 years has played with 8 different guys to make 17 different All-Star appearances. Jokic, 1 All-Star, 1 time. So while Jokic deserves all the pass that I give him, LeBron certainly doesn't. If Nikola Jokic were to be playing with 8 different guys to make 17 different All-Star games, and he's losing in the first round with, for him, subpar numbers, then I'd give him what I give LeBron, but he hasn't. So therefore, Jokic deserves the pass that I give him. Sid is up next. And again, I should say, speaking of vocab, I'm a tournament Scrabble player. Oh, is that right, Sid? Well, you probably also have quite a expansive vocabulary then in that case. And I like that, Sid, about you. And Sid, I like the fact that you give me these semi-difficult questions, or you like to push back against me and have fun little disputes and arguments. I like it, Sid. Keep doing what you're doing. And don't mind to flex. I wouldn't mind if you flex the vocab there, or your Scrabble, your tournament Scrabble, prowess on some of these super chats as well. Any which way you want to try to slide that in. All right, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne is back in yet again with that must have been when I was on vacation one time that picture's from. Gary, go ahead with this latest question or comment with my humongous looking eyes in that avatar.
Has the Eastern Conference in any year been better than the West since 1990 overall? If so, how many? Hey, Gary, read the caption in this new pic I made. Scott, I told you that you need to put a shadow and an outline over the text, because it's very hard to read, and it's underneath the YouTube logo part of it. I already zoomed in. I could hardly read it. It says something about Hartenwine. So it's just something about Isaiah Hartenstein, I think. But yeah, I can't see it. You got to put a shadow and an outline over text like that.
I'll tell you what, Skap's Extra Strong Cologne, go ahead into the main chat area, the live chat area, and just write to Gary what it is, and Gary will read it. But yes, to answer your question, look, truth be told, I haven't checked since LeBron went to the West. So in the last 8 years, I haven't specifically checked the record of the West versus the East overall. My expectation is that the West has been better than the East in the last 8 years. Now, in the 15 years before that, when LeBron was in the East, only 1 year of 15 did the East have a better record against the West than vice versa during the regular season. And then during those 15 years, 2/3 of the All-NBA selected players, so 15 players a year, 2/3, so roughly 10 out of the 15 on average for 15 years, all came from the West. So the West has been substantially better since 2003. And I can just go back on my own memory before that from the Shaq Kobe era pairing. So 96 basically, from like 96 on till basically now, there's maybe been like 2 or 3 outlier years, maybe Skap's Extra Strong Cologne. So in 30 years, maybe 2 or 3 outlier years. That's what we're talking about. Where the East maybe was better than the West. Other than that, it's the West. Like 28 or 27 years out of the last 30, which is a crazy number. We've got, I don't know, Gary, Lemithrum, maybe? I don't know.
Yeah, Lemon. We're going to call him Lemon. That's a good name. Lemon.
Right. Lemon, thank you very much. Sorry to stumble and stutter over your handle there. I appreciate you very much for coming in and for supporting us and for your comment here or question. Thank you. CP3 is a much, much, much better player than Harden. Yeah, I mean, I think I would agree. I think I would agree with that. I mean, a CP3, while he never won a championship, never outright or outwardly choked and barfed and pooped himself all at one time, probably, while on a court during a playoff game. James Harden has done that like 60 times out of his 190 playoff games that he's appeared in. So, no, I'd say you're right. CP3 is a much, much, much better player than Harden Lemon. All right, next in we've got Michael RX8MJ with a very generous donation. Thank you very much. I appreciate it. Wear a Rodman shirt. So I don't know, Michael, if you've heard my take on the jerseys before yet or not, but let me just reiterate it. I own personally exactly 3 jerseys: a Kobe jersey, a Jordan jersey, and a Randy Moss jersey. Those are 3 of my 4 favorite athletes of all time, and along with Tom Brady. Those would be my 4 favorite, probably, athletes of all time. And I do not wear, nor have I worn, jerseys since I became an adult human being, because to me it's weird that adult men wear jerseys with other grown men on them. Now, with that said, look, no shade. If you wear the jersey, no shade at all. I understand it. I get it. But I certainly do not own. If I don't own even a Tom Brady jersey or whatever, who's one of my, and the reason I don't is because I hated Brady when I was younger, and I didn't become a fan of Brady till I was much older, and therefore I stopped wearing jerseys by that point, which is why I don't have a jersey Brady. But I certainly don't have a Rodman shirt or jersey. Now look, I have shirts with pictures of guys. So like maybe you'll say to me, Skap, it's weirder that you wear and rock jersey or shirts with Kobe's face on it, because I do. I have multiple shirts with Kobe's face on it, and I proudly wear that. So I get it. But yes, maybe, Michael, I will consider down the line getting a Rodman or wearing a Rodman shirt. Rand Moss, speaking of Randy Moss, one of my all-time favorite athletes, Rand Moss 45, welcome into you. And oh, look, speaking of Moss and Brady, it's a question involving both. Gary, I can't wait to hear this one. Thank you, Rand Moss, for it and for your generous donation. I'll turn it over to you for this one, Gary.
Hot take. Had Randy Moss played his whole career with Tom Brady, he would be remembered as one of the greatest athletes in team sports history. He'd be in a conversation with Brady, Jordan, Gretzky, Kobe, etc.
Well, I don't know about that, because Jerry Rice has a insane resume. Insane. It's like he has the most catches by like nearly a third of anybody else. Like if you combine the next 2 dudes on the list, it's like Randy Moss or Jerry Rice is still like up there. And he played for so long, and he was so elite for so long, and he won, I believe he won 4 Super Bowls, and he has a Super Bowl MVP. He has a league MVP, I do believe. So it's hard to see it. And Jerry Rice isn't remembered as such. Like, so as elite as Jerry Rice's resume is, he's not remembered as one of the greatest athletes in team sports history. But I will say this. If Randy Moss, who played with like 13 other quarterbacks in his career and had only the great Thomas Patrick Edward Brady II for only like 3 years, and it was after he turned 30, and we saw what he did. I think he broke an NFL record for touchdown passes in his like older years when he got to play with Brady. If he played with Brady for his whole career, because Brady had a long ass prime, Moss very well, I mentioned how great Jerry Rice's resume is. Moss very well might be remembered as the GOAT receiver better than Jerry Rice, because I think we talked before about greatest of all time and best of all time and that differential or the distinction there. I think while Jerry Rice is the greatest wide receiver ever, Randy Moss is the best wide receiver ever. So if his resume got closer to Jerry Rice, it would be no brainer. He'd be the GOAT there. Great question though, Rand Moss. And we both share the fact that we're both big Randy Moss fans. BPM 5293 is in next. C. Turner, excellent movie. Though I was initially disappointed it wasn't about Carl Lewis singing the national anthem. Well, I haven't seen. Gary, do you know this movie? I haven't seen it.
Never heard of it.
Let's see here. Turner, the movie. Well, I see a Mr. Turner 2014 movie. Yeah, I don't know.
Tuner.
Oh, Tuner. I'm sorry. Tuner. Tuner movie, 2025. Okay, so it just came out, or it's a newer film. It follows a piano tuner who suffers from a hearing condition that makes him uniquely skilled in cracking safes. Okay. All right. I'll have to look into it. It's a 94 on Rotten Tomatoes. So it's 94 on Rotten Tomatoes, 97 in terms of the fan vote. So critic consensus 94, fan synopsis 97. So wow, yeah, maybe I will. You've got my attention. I'll look into it. I always am looking for a good movie or a new movie. So thank you, BPM, for. But and yes, Carl Lewis does have the worst national anthem performance in athlete history singing the anthem. So also a great call out there. We've got Uncle Rico's Revenge 5280 is in next with yet another very generous donation tonight for us. Uncle Rico, welcome to the party, my friend. Thank you for being here. Thank you for joining. Gary, go ahead and take this one for me, will you?
Saddest part about Kobe not being here is he doesn't have the chance to be the ambassador to the younger fans. I think Kobe's influence would have gained more respect for the previous eras.
Yeah, I agree totally. And Kobe, I think, could have helped the NBA. Like, while I think Kobe probably had even bigger, better aspirations, like he could have been high up in the NBA if he wanted to. He could have been like the player association president or whatever. Maybe hell, he could have been the commissioner of the NBA. But I truly do believe Kobe Bryant could have been the president of the United States of America if he wanted to. I really do think that. I know that might sound crazy to some of you, but he was so, I think, beloved after his retirement and so respected by so many different types of people and different niches and groupings that I think Kobe Bryant could have been a great uniter for the country even. I really do believe that he could have been the president of the United States of America. But if he wanted to aim lower, then I think he could have fixed the NBA for sure and saved the game and fixed the product. And I think, yes, I think that he could have been the bridge between the previous generations and this one. And he could have mentored several young players moving forward. So you're right, Uncle Rico's Revenge. It is a travesty on so many levels. that just one of the saddest days of my life, and I never even met Kobe Bryant personally, but the fact that so many people lost their lives in that day, young people as well, but also the fact that Kobe, I think, at 41 years old, was just getting started. A guy who was, to me, the second best basketball player that's ever lived. That's already quite a run that you've had in your life. But the fact that I think at 41 he was just getting started, yeah, it sucks, Uncle Rico, and it sucks to not have him here for many, many reasons. And luckily for me, doing what I do now with this channel and everything, I get to see and think and talk about Kobe Bryant basically every day. DG Yang 1498 is in again now. Thank you, DG Yang, a regular who's been here all along the way for us as well, and is here all the time. Thank you so much, DG Yang. I appreciate you so much. SGA's I think we got it again. We did, but I'm going to read it again because I like it so much. DG Yang sent us this, and we also got it. I believe it was from, I want to say it was 2 Irish mothers or something like that sent it. Or no, it was Stephanie. Stephanie sent it. Okay, yes, I did screenshot it. I knew it was one of our female influences on the show. But I like it, DG Yang. I'm going to read it again because I love this little factoid. SGA's -28 is tied with Embiid's for the lowest plus-minus by an MVP in a series clinching game opportunity in the play-by-play era since 97. Is there a more carried MVP? Again, I don't think so. I think, like I said, of all the guys who have won MVPs for their teams, he has the easiest job. He has the easiest deal, the best team surrounding him to win an MVP on a team, in my opinion. The easiest ask. So DJing, the answer definitively to me is no. There is no more carried MVP, at least not in my lifetime. All right, Spartan 4196 is up next. And again, another regular welcome back into you. Kawhi Game 7 versus 76ers, far more iconic than any individual moment in LeBron's history. Yeah, I'd say so. I mean, people try to make it the chase down block in with 3 minutes to go or 2.5 minutes to go in Game 7 of the 2016 finals. But yeah, the Kawhi shot in Game 7, that's a game-winning shot in Game 7 at the buzzer, basically. That's more iconic for sure. I agree with that. And then Kawhi went on to win that NBA championship, mind you. Now against a super team but remember there's 2 injuries. Clay got hurt and KD got hurt. They likely lose that series. They definitely lose that series if those 2 don't get hurt. But hey, nonetheless, it's a championship. John Highfield 1909 is back in yet again. Wants us to know, thank you, John, very much. Wants us to know that he sees me a lot on Whitlock. Congrats on that partnership, by the way. When are you going to give us what we really need, though? A Skap v. Stephen A. televised debate. I mean, whenever, John. I'm always available. I'm always here, ready, willing, and able to debate anybody, anywhere, anytime. It's not just about Stephen A. I would love to. Nick Wright is my white whale, so to speak. I would love to get a piece of Nick Wright in a live studio setting. And I would fly myself on my own dime, put myself up in a hotel on my own dime. I don't need a stipend. I don't need walking around cash. I would go anywhere to get in studio with Nick Wright. But anytime, John, I'm always here. I'm always available. And it's those guys that need to have the courage to step in with Skap Attack, I think. All right, God is the great physician is back in again, wanting to follow up on the odds of that LeBron was a betting underdog or whatever. Go ahead, Gary, and read this one for me.
Here's a stat. LeBron was the underdog, as in the betting odds, going into the finals in 7 of his 10 finals. It disproves he had the most stacked team.
No, it doesn't. It does not. God is the great physician. Because LeBron, I guarantee you, has been a favorite at least more than half of his years. And that's 23 years. So I bet you 12 times out of 23, at least, that he was a top 2 betting line favorite going into the season. So all due respect, God is a great physician. Thank you very much for your kind support, your generosity, your continued viewership, and in helping keep the conversation alive. But in all due respect, get the hell out of here. Okay? If you're a favorite if you're a top 2 betting line favorite preseason 12 times and you have 4 rings, you're a loser. Okay? That's what LeBron is, a loser. You jump from a team that, granted, he didn't have enough help in Cleveland in the first 7 years. He had about as much as Kobe had, though, when Kobe was winning 2 rings in a row with Pau Gasol. Similar supporting casts as LeBron had in the first 7 years. But fine. He couldn't win. Fine. I don't begrudge him leaving. But you don't go Dwayne Wade the year before he teamed up with Dwayne Wade. Dwayne Wade was second in the league in BPM, second in VORP, second in win share, second in PER. Second to LeBron in all of those things. So I think Kobe was still technically the best player in the league, but LeBron and Wade were the best 2 players otherwise. You jump to his team and bring a guy in Chris Bosh who was 24-11 that year before, who was 4th in PER and top 18 to 20 in BPM, win share, and VORP. So you got a top 3 player and a top 15 player that you recruited to win 2 out of 4. All due respect, get the hell out of here. God is a great. I don't give a shit what the odds were before the final series. They should have won all 4. They should have won all 4 of those. You put prime 26-year-old Kobe Bryant on that team, he wins all 4 easily. You put prime 26-year-old Michael Jordan on those teams, he wins all 4 easily. LeBron is a choke artist and a loser, and his teams are stacked. Because when that team did start waning and dropping in 2014, guess what he did? He went and joined Kevin Love, who was top 3 in BPM, PER, win share, and VORP that year before he joined them. And he went to an ascending all-star guard in Kyrie Irving. So he had another stacked team. Then he went and he won his 4th ring with Anthony Davis, who that year that they won it was All-NBA 1, All-NBA Defense 1, Defensive Player of the Year 2, and MVP 6, with great other players like Alex Caruso, by the way, speaking of him. So, yeah, God is a great physician. Stacked. He had stacked teams. And even if his teams weren't the most stacked, even if he was only the second most stacked, don't you think that the greatest player of all time or the second greatest player of all time could overcome a little like slight differential from the most stacked to the second most stacked team? Don't you think? I do. Like, I'm not asking for Nikola Jokic to have the second best team in the NBA. Like, I'm asking for him to have like a serviceable all-NBA caliber guy or all-star guy perennially. Like Jamal Murray became his first all-star ever in 11 years, and he's played with the guy for 9 years. So, like, if you give Nikola Jokic the second best team in the NBA, and it's not the best team, he would win the championship every single year. LeBron obviously can't because God is a great physician. He simply just isn't that good. All right, next in is 26, Mr. WrestleMania. Welcome into you, Mr. WrestleMania. Thank you very much for being here. Gary, what's the question or comment from him?
You can make a starting 5 of Hall of Famers with LeBron's past teammates. Point guard Kyrie, shooting guard Wade, small forward Ray Allen, power forward Love, center Bosh. Very true.
Well, Mr. WrestleMania 26, or 26, Mr. WrestleMania, that's a great point. God is the great physician. Are you hearing this great super chat and point and comment from 26, Mr. WrestleMania? You can make a starting 5 of Hall of Famers with LeBron's past teammates. Kyrie 1, D Wade 2, Allen 3, 4 Love, and 5 Bosh. Let's throw in, actually, I would probably just put Bosh at 4, throw Kevin Love to the 6th man, and have AD at 5. Anthony freaking Davis. Hello, multiple first-team All-NBAs. Are we counting Luka Doncic, who's played with LeBron for now 2 years, going on probably 3? Like, look at these players. God is the great physician. What's the starting 5 all time for Nikola Jokic? Not that. Go ahead, Gary. What's up? What's next?
I just want to say, in regards to this comment, great Goddess, great physician put a new comment responding to this. If you want to check that out, I'll read it real quick. No offense, preseason odds is useless odds. Going into the finals is more accurate because you've seen how the team as a whole plays. And the fact is, he didn't have the better team in 7 of the finals.
This is just such a ridiculous. This is just so ridiculous. LeBron went into 4 of the finals with Dwayne Wade. Like, so he's gone to 10. He's been in 10 finals. And you're saying he's an underdog in 7 of the 10. Meaning in 1 of the 4 finals, he went in with like the 3rd best shooting guard ever. And a guy in Chris Bosh who made 11 All-Stars in 13 games, that he was an underdog. All due respect, God is a great physician. That's a garbage ass take by you. Like, if LeBron can't win championships with the 4 championships in a row, with the 3rd best shooting guard ever, and a guy in Chris Bosh who was an 11-time All-Star in the 13 seasons he played, then he certainly isn't the GOAT. And he's not above Kobe Bryant. So say what you will. And maybe he was the underdog in those 7. But he had the teams he had around him would dictate that he should win more than 4 out of the 10. He had more than enough help to win more than 4 of the 10. And quite frankly, okay, you want to talk about, well, he was the favorite going against the Nuggets. When Nikola Jokic swept him in the Western Conference Finals, and Anthony Davis in that series was averaging 27 and 14 on like 55% shooting. He didn't win that one. Guy's a great physician. Guess what else? He was the favorite against the Minnesota Timberwolves when he lost 4-1 in the first round against them. Like, I bet he was the favorite against the Phoenix Suns when you had people who was that Jay Crowder salsa dancing in LeBron's face on his home court when they eliminated them in like 5 games in the first round. I bet LeBron was the favorite in that series too. God is a great physician. So while you might want to just daisy chain and pick a couple series, he was the favorite against Orlando. God is a great physician in 2009 when he had 66 wins in the regular season and he lost in the East Finals. You probably want to take a look at that series, don't you? God is a great physician, and say, oh, but he had 38-99, but okay, but he was favored and he lost. So I guess by your definition, that was a choke. So if you want to daisy chain and cherry pick these couple series, these finals, I bet I could go and find a plethora of other playoff series where he's lost, where he was favored. But you'll just say, oh, but he had a great series anyway. Okay, well, he had terrible series in some of these series anyway that he lost. So, and now here we go. We've got another God is a great physician. For comparison, the Bulls were always favored because Michael Jordan was just the best player ever. God is a great physician. That's why. Because Michael Jeffrey Jordan was just the best. Because guess what? He was against the Phoenix Suns, for instance, in 93. He was playing the league MVP that year in Charles Barkley, and that Suns team was better than the Bulls. They were just better. They were a better team, and yet they didn't win because Michael Jordan just didn't let them win. Michael Jordan was always favored when it mattered. God is a great physician because Michael Jordan always won when it mattered. So Vegas probably took that into account and made that guy the best player ever and the greatest winner ever, made him the favorite all the time, even when his team wasn't the best. His team wasn't better than the 2 Utah teams either that he saw in 97 and 98, in my opinion. Certainly not in 98, not with a physically depreciated Scottie Pippen barely playing in fourth quarters. But yet, if he was favored because he was freaking Michael Jordan. And LeBron James is a prolific playoff pants pooper that finds a way to choke and fail. So that's probably factored in as well on the back end when he gets into the NBA Finals. All right, we've got John Heifel is in yet again. Go ahead, Gary. I'll turn this one over to you for this John comment.
Skap and Gary, pick one. Best of 7. Magic, Jordan, Pippen, Bird, Hakeem versus CP3, Kobe, T-Mac, Garnett, Duncan, and why? Yeah, I'm thinking Magic, Jordan, Pippen, Bird, Hakeem. I don't think that's hard. When you got CP3 and T Mac, I would put somebody else on that team besides. I would put Steph Curry over CP3. And Garnett and Duncan, they're too similar. Why not put like Wilt and Duncan with Steph, Kobe, and like, I don't know, Kawhi Leonard or something? Sorry,
Yeah,
John, I don't mean to take away.
yeah, I would say like, look, I got Kobe and Duncan in my Mount Rushmore, but then I've got like Akeem, Bird, Jordan, Magic, like 6 in my top 7 players all time. So I would be going with Magic, Jordan, Pippen, Bird, and Akeem. I mean, Jordan and Akeem and Bird, like Jordan, Bird, Akeem, and Kobe are like 4 of the like the most maniacal competitors, and mainly Jordan, Bird, and Kobe are like they're just crazy people. When it comes to like their commitment to winning, like I'd be going with that team for sure, and like the defense, other than Magic, like 4 really good, and Bird is an underrated defender in my opinion, and Akeem and Jordan, 2 of the greatest defenders ever. So, like, I'm going with that team too. I'm with you, Gary. All right, Sid is in next. Which player's shirt would you not wear for $100? LeBron's for sure. Probably at this point, SGA. I'm just too far in on him now. So I'd probably say no to SGA. That's probably pretty much it off the top of my head. To cross sports, Lamar Jackson. I wouldn't be sporting or rocking a Lamar jersey either. But that's pretty much it, Sid. So if you want to kick me a hunch for any of these players, I would be down for sure. All right, next Sid is back, and again, I'll do my Scrabble flex when I want to work for you. All right, fair enough, Sid. I'll keep my eyes open. You've got my email address, obviously. Rand Moss is back in next. Again, Rand Moss 45, following up on my Jerry Rice point. Fair point about Jerry Rice, but Randy Moss with 6 rings and probably every wide receiving record in NFL history would be up there with the team sports GOATs, in my opinion. I'll say this. I don't think Moss would have had the longevity required to get to Randy Moss or to get to Jerry Rice's number of catches. I think he probably would have more yards, more touchdowns, and a better average per reception. But in terms of number of receptions, Jerry Rice was a freaking mutant. Hang on one second. I just want to see exactly how. I haven't looked the list up in a while, so I want to see how cartoonishly far ahead he is. So actually not much now. It's been a while since I've looked it up. Shout out to Larry Fitzgerald, who went to the University of Pittsburgh, who actually was the ball boy for the Randy Moss and Chris Carter Vikings, actually. He is number 2 all-time in NFL catches, and he got kind of close to Jerry Rice. 1,432 catches. Rice has 1,549. So Rice is only about 100 ahead of Fitzgerald, and then about 200 ahead of Tony Gonzalez. Anyway, Randy Moss, not particularly all that high on this list. Randy Moss is 19th. He doesn't even have 1,000 catches. 982 catches total. So there's 18 guys ahead of him on the all-time receptions list, including with 1,000 even Hines Ward, who is nowhere near the caliber, the receiver that Randy Moss was. Now, Randy Moss is very high in terms of yardage. I think he's 4th or 5th, and he's 2nd in touchdowns, I want to say. Let me see. Receiving yards he's 4th. So he's behind Jerry Rice, Fitzgerald, and Owens at 4th. And he's very tight with Owens. And I'm pretty sure with touchdowns, he's 2nd, which is he was a ridiculous, prolific touchdown catcher. I'm having trouble finding just receiving touchdowns. Total touchdowns. Jerry Rice is still number one. Jerry Rice has more total touchdowns than every running back. Emmitt Smith is a distant two. Rice with 208 touchdowns. Emmitt Smith with 175. LaDainian Tomlinson with 162. And then Moss with 157. So Moss was a ridiculous, prolific touchdown producer. So I think Moss would have had the most yards ever, the most touchdowns ever, but likely not the most catches ever. And he probably would have, he would have definitely had at least 6 rings. If you give Tom Brady Randy Moss for their whole career, Brady might have 8 or 9 rings, and Moss might have 7 or 8, whatever it is. So I guess, look, though, last point, Rand Moss, Brady would have overshadowed Randy Moss's, though, contributions to that team, I believe. So, like, Brady would have been the takeaway guy on that team, just like Montana is more of the takeaway guy when he had Jerry Rice. But still, I love Randy Moss, one of my 4 favorite athletes ever. So you don't have to sell me on Randy Moss's greatness. God is a great physician. And again, we already read that one. He then followed up again, and now again, another God is a great physician follow-up, another generous donation. Thank you, God is a great physician, for your generous donation. Go ahead, Gary, with this latest one.
Also, it's pretty clear now that a top-heavy team that's not deep and not built through draft is actually harder to win with. Jokic was favored, but you give him a pass for his individual effort, laughing emoji.
Favored against Minnesota, yes. He wasn't favored last year against the Thunder. And show me the teams that Jokic said. You're talking about today's NBA. Today's NBA, it's harder to win with just a top 8. That's not the way it was back in the day. God is a great physician. LOL, laughing emoji. How was the Shaq and Kobe Lakers team? How deep was that team? You tell me, God is a great physician. Derek Fisher was the leading scorer on that team, the third leading scorer behind Shaq and Kobe in 2001 and 2002. Derek Fisher, the third best player, his biggest career accolade was he finished 18th in 6th man of the year voting. Never once an all-star, never once all-NBA, never sniffed it. Was their third best player, but they won 3 straight championships because Kobe and Shaq were just that great. Top heavy teams always won until LeBron failed at it. And then it became about teams and stuff. And now today, yes, now it is more about 1 through 10. And that's why Jokic fails now, because Jokic's 1 through 10 is pathetic and laughable. But back when LeBron broke the league's competition and tried to steal as many championships as he could, back then it was still about top-heavy players and them being the ones that win championships. But LeBron was such a loser, such a failure, that he couldn't even win with elite super teams. He lost more than he won with super teams. That's why he's a pathetic fraud, and he's very distant in the top 10 conversation. Very distant. Let's see. God is a great physician is in again. He always won in 93. He had lost more than he won. They were favored because the Bulls were the better. They weren't the better team, though. And he wasn't the MVP. Charles Barkley was the MVP in 93. Jordan was still the best player and should have been the MVP. He just didn't win the MVP. Jordan wasn't the best. Look, Jordan was on the road in 98, in the 98 finals. Let me see here.
Malone was MVP, wasn't he?
Malone was MVP in 97. Jordan was 98. Okay. In 98, Jordan was the MVP.
Okay.
But in 97, Jordan was the home team. But in 98, Jordan was not the home team. The Utah Jazz had the better team, and Karl Malone was the runner-up in MVP that year, and he was the MVP the year before, and he was the MVP the year after. And they had John Stockton, who's like a top 5 point guard ever, all-time leader in assists and steals. LeBron jock sniffers and bootlickers are so butthurt because their king, their glorious king, is such a fraud and a loser when it really matters. But such is life as a LeBron stan and fan. I'm glad it's not me. I'm glad I was a Jordan guy first and then became a Kobe guy soon thereafter, because I get to champion winners. And ultimately, God is a great physician. I'm not giving Jokic a pass. I'm not. To go back to your above point. Nikola Jokic is like the second or third best player I've ever seen in my life. But he's not in my top 10 all time because he's not going to have won enough. Even though he's got way more of a pass and way more of an excuse than LeBron, because LeBron's played with 17 All-Stars and Jokic has played with 1. So, like, I easily could just excuse away Jokic's losing, but I won't. He should be probably the third or fourth greatest player of all time. If he had 3 or 4 rings, he'd probably be third or fourth all time. He ain't going to get to those 3 or 4, so he's not going to be able to be third or fourth on the list. But he is third on my best of all time list because he's the best player, one of the best players I've ever seen. Way better than LeBron. He's had a way better peak than LeBron. But he hasn't won enough, even if there's excuses. Ultimately, God is the great physician. Results matter. And LeBron's results, 4 rings going on 24 years, just simply isn't good enough with stacked super teams. And you can dance around it like Commissioner Adam Silver, like tap dancing around Pat McAfee's questions about flopping. But at the end of the day, my friend, 4 and 23 years going on 24 with stacked super teams and multiple guys who have made multiple first-team All-NBA selections throughout their career, it simply isn't good enough. Sorry. Okay, we already read that one. Booge got that beam is in next. Holy cow, Booge, welcome in. What a crazy night it's been. We're getting out of here soon. Oh my God, there's just more. They just keep coming, Gary. I feel like we're almost at the end, but then there's just more. Oh, and it's Stephanie sent in another. Stephanie is still here 4.5 hours later. She opened it at the very beginning, and now she has another one like a 7 or 8 down. Oh my goodness. Booge thinks that the Spurs actually are going to pull it off. I think it's a distinct possibility. And if it is,
if the game's called fair, look what happens when the officiating is not an issue. We've been routing them.
True. So, Booge, I think you're right. I think look, Spurs are better top. They're top heavy. They're better at the top, which to God is a great physician who's been crying and whining about how much better it is. Okay, well, we'll see, because the Spurs definitely aren't better 1 through 10. That's for damn sure. But they do have the best player in the series. So when you've got the best player in the series, you always have a shot. And I think if the refs don't rig it or cheat or whatever, or I don't even want to say they're necessarily specifically trying to rig it, but if they give the Thunder the benefit of their calls, if they get their whistle, then it's going to be hard to overcome. But I think if not, there is a chance for sure. Stefan Piscano is in, my friend. Welcome back in. I know you're here all the time and still here. I know he's on the West Coast too. So it's only 12:30 a.m. for him, whereas it's 3:30 a.m. for us. And we're going on the 4.5 hour mark here now at this point. I knew it would be a long night. When the Spurs were waxing that ass, I knew that it would be a long night for us. Stefan, thank you, sir, for always being here for me, for tuning in, for the comments, for the engagement, for the kind and generous support. Shout out to you. Shout out to Vacation Wealth Partners. Gary, what does Stefan have for us tonight?
Well, if we're going until sunrise, I might as well get some action, LOL. Who are NFL comps for Jordan, Kobe, Duncan, and Wilt? Also, if you want, who are the 5 greatest rappers of all time? Skap, I don't think you're all that ingrained in the rap history, are you? Not really.
So I while I like all movies other than horror movies, actually, Gary, which you like a lot. That's like the only genre I don't like. In music, I have a very limited amount of music that I like. I really don't listen to much. I listen to classic rock, mainly 70s and 80s, not so much the 60s. Mainly 70s and 80s classic rock. I like some 60s stuff, but not really. And then alternative rock, like 90s alternative rock. So basically we're talking like, you know, I Led Zeppelin, Queen. If we're going hair bands, I like Bon Jovi or whatever. Aerosmith, AC/DC, to name a few. And then 90s, when we get into the 90s, Foo Fighters, Nirvana, Goo Goo Dolls, Third Eye Blind, stuff like that. And if I'm working out, something, you know, like Rage Against the Machine is my favorite workout group band. And maybe like AC/DC or something like that. But anyway, that's pretty much all the stuff I listen to, is those genres. Though I will say in the mid 90s, I was a big Tupac fan. And I also kind of like Biggie, but not much, because I had to align with Tupac, and I had to really support him. So Tupac to me would be the greatest rapper ever, if you ask me that question, because I wasn't a huge fan of that genre, but I did love Tupac, and I still will F with some Tupac to this day, as the kids would say. For comps, in terms of the NBA, NFL comps you're asking, to me, like Kobe and Duncan, or Kobe and Brady, were always very comparable to me. Like this very similar mindset and ideology and stuff. And Brady wasn't necessarily the most decorated player. Like Brady had only, I think, 3 first-team All-Pros. Peyton Manning has like 7. And Brady only had 3 league MVPs. Peyton had 5. Peyton Manning had 5. So I thought, now Brady is regarded as the GOAT, as Jordan is regarded as the GOAT. So I guess you should say that the comp should be Brady and Jordan. Though I always saw, you know, to me, I always saw Kobe and Brady more as the comps. But I guess maybe it would be Jordan then is Brady, and Kobe is Joe Montana. Maybe that would be the comparison there. And Duncan, I don't know, it's a good question. Like, who's not that flashy, but who's like, was like just a very solid, like, an elite all-time player. Maybe like Johnny Unitas or something. I know that's kind of a cop out because I'm going back, but Unitas is in my top 5 all time. And he's not like one of these flashy, like modern era guys. So maybe there. Wilt, I don't know. Maybe like
Lawrence Taylor.
Maybe because like he's just so great, like freakishly, like great and like athletically gifted. I mean that's probably a good comp there, Gary. And Stefan, we're not trying to go till dawn tonight, damn it. Skap Live After Dark Till Dawn is on Saturday if the Spurs win this whole thing and send the fraud MVP home. So we're not trying to be here all night tonight, but these super chats are off the charts, Stefan. So thank you very much for coming in, and thank all of you guys. We still have, I don't know, like 8 or 9 more of these things. They just keep flooding in here. Spartan.
If the refs help the Thunder win, we'll be done by midnight.
Could be. Hopefully not. Hopefully we do have a long night. Spartan 4196. And I'll have to rest the vocal cords. I'll do Whitlock tomorrow. Otherwise, I might not speak at all for the next like 40 hours just to make sure my pipes are ready to go. Spartan 4196 is in next though. Gary, I'm going to turn these over to you actually, because I am starting to get a little hoarse-ish. So the longer ones for sure I'll send your way.
All right. We talk extensively about the NBA and NFL GOAT. But I would argue Gretzky is not only the NHL GOAT, but the most dominant athlete ever.
It's fair. And you make a good point. I do not think, like, a lot of people just assume, as me being an NBA guy, that Jordan is the GOAT of GOATs. I think Brady is, though. I think Gretzky is probably more of the GOAT in his sport than Jordan, though. And definitely in baseball, there is no, to me, I guess it's probably Babe Ruth by consensus, but I think there is no specific GOAT in baseball. So, like, I'd say Gretzky is far distanced from anybody else in any other sport except for Tom Brady. I just think Brady is the greatest team sports athlete ever. Let me put it in context for you as an NBA guy, Spartan 4196. Tom Brady has more yards than anybody ever. He has more touchdowns than anybody ever in the regular season and the playoffs. In the regular season, you have to average 4,000 yards and 30 touchdowns every year for 20 straight years to surpass Tom Brady in stats. He is the stat GOAT. He has the most unpassable, like, longevity ever. This dude threw for 5,200 yards and like 44 touchdowns in his age 43 year. He led the NFL in yards and touchdowns in his age 43 year. Let that sink in. Like, he has the best longevity, the best stats, but then he is by far and away the best winner. Not close. Like, the best franchises in NFL history, the Steelers, the Cowboys, the Packers, like, they all have around 35 to 38 wins all time on the all-time franchise winning list. Those are the best franchises ever in terms of playoff games won. Tom Brady has like 36 playoff wins himself. Like, it is insane. He's been to 10 Super Bowls. No franchise ever. I think the Niners and the Steelers have 6. And the Patriots. The Niners, Patriots, and Steelers have 6. Maybe the Niners, I think actually the Niners only have 5. The Patriots and the Steelers have 6. Brady has 7 in like 19 years as a starting quarterback. To put it in context in the NBA, you give LeBron James's stats to Bill Russell's team accolades and winning. That's the resume Tom Brady has. Dwarfs everybody, even Wayne Gretzky, the guy who was nicknamed the Great One, Spartan, but a fair point nonetheless. John Highfill, 1909, back in. Gary, go ahead. I'll turn this one to you.
I wanted to choose classic style point guard and players that could have played together. Anyway, 7 years ago, I decided Russell will remain in my top 10. He just meant too much, was still an ambassador in his 80s. Yes, he was.
Bill Russell is, I believe, 7th or 8th on my all-time list. He will forever be in my top 10. He will not get moved aside or passed by anybody. He'll somehow hang on because, yes, he played with like 6 to 8 Hall of Famers on all of his runs. Yes, there were only 8 to 14 teams in the NBA when he was winning. Yes, there was only 2 to 3 rounds or whatever, but he still won 11 times out of 13 years. He still played against other teams and other great players, and he still won 11 out of 13 years that he played. And he still is the greatest defender and leader and winner the sport of basketball has ever known. And he will prominently forever be featured in my top 10, even though he only averaged like 14 points per game for his career and shot under 50%. Doesn't matter. Rand Moss, 45 in again. Go ahead again this time for Rand, another big Randy Moss fan, obviously, as I am as well.
I agree. It can be tough trying to advocate for wide receivers because their success is so dependent on who's throwing them the ball. And like you said, they're always overshadowed by the quarterbacks.
And that's, again, to take nothing away from Randy Moss or Tom Brady, because I think Joe Montana and Jerry Rice are like 2 of the best. Like, Joe Montana is probably 2nd on my all-time list. I just talked about the greatness of Brady, but Montana is probably 2. And then Rice is the best. To me, he's the greatest wide receiver ever. Randy Moss is the best wide receiver ever. And Randy Moss is 2 on my greatest wide receiver list still. So I do think very, very highly of all 4 of these players involved that we're discussing here, Rand Moss. All right, Stephanie actually came in. She was the last one, but now I've gotten more even after her. But Stephanie, thank you so much for still being here. 4.5. What are you guys doing? I am so flattered and so thankful to still have 530 people in here. 4 hours and 40 minutes later, like 5 hours later, you guys are still in here. It is really, I just don't even know what to say. Like I am just so thankful to have you guys be as supportive as you are. So Stephanie, like I said, started the chats off tonight, and she's got 2 in a row now here, 4 hours and 40 minutes later. Gary, I'll let you
read them back to back.
Yeah.
Let me read the first one, then switch to second. I'm still here. I need to sleep, LOL. In the midst of this LeBron debate, can we acknowledge how my franchise is dead, has been, and will continue to be, her franchise being Cleveland? Let's go to her next one now. I think I died inside when I heard, I don't blame you. I think I died inside when I heard we got little game James, my least favorite player ever. But at least it's not Draymond Green. Although I appreciate not losing again in the second round. NBA ratings wish you did, because Pistons-Knicks would at least be an intriguing series a bit.
Stephanie, I'm so sorry that you are a long-suffering Cleveland fan. The one and only title you've gotten in your entire franchise's history was when that insufferable narcissist, he enticed Draymond Green to fling his arm near his groin region to get him suspended, obviously, and then took advantage, and LeBron won those 3. And then, of course, famously uttered, I can't do it as well as I typically can because my vocal cords are so strained now, but Cleveland, this is for you. So yeah, it was a tough one, Stephanie, to have that be the one that you got. I'm rooting for you to someday get off the schneid and get out of the shadow of the narcissist James. But it has been an extraordinarily tough run for you. And I feel your pain with little game James Harden. I mean, you go from the King James of playoff chokers to the little game James of playoff chokers. It's like you can't get under the thumb of these James boy playoff choke artists. And Stephanie, I hear you. Believe me, I need some sleep too. It's nearly 4 a.m. here now. And I've got did you guys hear when I said I had a 2-hour video I'm trying to work on editing, which I hope you'll all check it out. I know it's a big ask to watch a 2-hour video, or at least some of it. But hell, you've been on here for nearly 5 hours with me tonight. So I'll just assume that you can handle a 2-hour conversation. The kid, Connor Hebler, he's a good kid. He's very funny. He played major Division I college football, recently played at Wake Forest and at Rutgers. And we have a really good conversation. So, and he's really good, quite frankly. So I hope you guys and it's not that contentious. It's an old head and a young buck. Kobe truther and a LeBron bronzexual, and we have a very cordial and friendly conversation for the most part. So I hope you guys check it out. But I will eventually finish editing that video, hopefully, and get it up tomorrow at some point. My plan was to get it up earlier than later, but who knows? I'm almost done with it, but I am just beat right now. And the super chats keep coming in. Gary, this is definitely an all-time record for us, I think, tonight, right?
I've been sitting here at my desk since the beginning of the Spurs game. I am like, my muscles are so tight right now.
Yep, we're going on.
But Stephanie, I do feel bad for you getting little game. Imagine that, Skap. You have a favorite team, and then imagine if he went to the Spurs, how I'd feel. Breaking news, Spurs trade Stephon Castle to Cleveland for little game. Definitely be happy.
It would be like him going to the Nuggets or LeBron going to the Nuggets. I don't want that. I just don't want that.
Well, you got your own version of little game James with Jamal Murray, so it really wouldn't make that big of a difference unless you had both of them.
That's true. That would be unbearable. They wouldn't even make the playoffs, I bet, if that happened. They wouldn't even wait till the playoffs to choke. They would just
make the playoffs because they would do well in the regular season. One of them would always have a good game, but then they would just get dominated in the first round when someone like Jaden Daniels defends him.
True, fair, true and fair. All right, Booge got that beam is in again. Another repeat and prolific super chatter for us and a good friend to the show. Thank you, Booge. You should watch the movie House Party. Of course, I've seen House Party. In fact, there's like I've seen not all of them, but definitely the first two. I've seen the first two House Parties, but not anything beyond that. That'll be what it's like on Saturday night. It'll be like House Party if the Spurs win that game on Saturday. All right, Giuseppe DeRosa 01 back in again. Can you define what Mamba mentality truly is? Of course I can. Well, first of all, I could just read it. It's a constant quest to try to be better today than you were yesterday and better tomorrow than you were the day before. From Kobe Bryant, his own lips, that's what Mamba mentality is. Basically, it's not just about winning. It's about the process of becoming a winner, of not taking the easy way out, not sidestepping the obstacles and the challenges, going straight through them instead. And it's not about being the best. It's about being the best you can, maximizing what your best is or what your potential best looks like, and to be happy and satisfied with your constant effort in working towards that goal every single day. That's Mamba mentality, Giuseppe. And that really encapsulated Kobe Bryant's entire career, his entire life. It wasn't just a thing or a saying or a slogan. Kobe Bryant lived it. He walked the walk. He talked the talk, walked the walk, so to speak. And he was just to me, such an inspirational character. And he still inspires me beyond, obviously, beyond from the grave. He still inspires me. He's no longer here, but will never be forgotten. Kobe Bryant, to me, definitely one of my heroes in life for sure.
Us going on this 5-hour live stream is Mamba mentality.
For sure. John Highfield, 1909, back in again. Montana never lost on the biggest stage. 4 for 4. 4 up, 4 down. Now Brady lost 3 times on the biggest stage, but he won 7. He went to 10. And the 3 that he lost, he gave his team the lead very late in the game in 2 of them. And then the third one was the Philadelphia game, the Philadelphia Eagles game. He set the all-time record for Super Bowl passing yards in that game. I believe he had 533 yards passing in that game, the only 500-yard game in Super Bowl history. He had, I think, 3 touchdowns, no turnover, no interceptions. He did have the late fumble, which ended the game, but they were up against it. Deep clock, long field. They weren't. I mean, he was overextending the play, trying to overhold the ball to try to make something materialize, and he got stripped to end the game. That was his only turnover, though. 533 passing yards, 3 touchdowns, no interceptions, and his team never punted the ball in that game. So, and they lost to Nick Foles, a backup quarterback. So that one's on the alleged one of the all-time great coaches, Bill Belichick, in my opinion. But yes, you're right. Montana, 4 for 4. And from, I believe, Ringgold area, which is a little suburb of the Pittsburgh area, about 30 minutes away from where I was born and raised. So one of Pittsburgh's finest, Joe Montana. The Sandman 366 is in next. Welcome into you, Sandman. Thank you very much for being here. And thank you for your kind and generous donation. Gary, what is the question or comment from the Sandman?
The Sandman wants to pose his own question to God is a Great Physician. Remind us all, please, who was favored in the 2011 NBA Finals, since you want to pull that card. I think the reason we didn't bring that up, that was just too easy. Such low-hanging fruit. But that epic gag job forever taints LeBron. There's no way he can ever live that down, ever.
Yeah, worst choke job ever, by far. Worst, biggest collapse by an all-time great ever, by far. It's not even close. Like, literally, you come up with a list of the 10 worst choke jobs in NBA history by the players that are regarded as top 15 players ever. None of them will come even remotely. They won't hold a candle to this one. the biggest choke of all time. He was completely invalidated from GOAT conversations forever in 2011. He was never going to become the GOAT ever, no matter what. Now, if he overly made up for it, he could have probably still got Mount Rushmore. But in my estimation, he didn't. Like if he, after that, to go 0-2 in the finals and have that be that loss the way it was, to me, if he won like 7 or 8, he could have been Mount Rushmore after that, for sure. Maybe even 2. But he didn't even, he got 4 in 23 years now and counting. So not even close to making up for that, which is why he is an epic loser, a choke artist, and he will never be in my Mount Rushmore ever.
That's even worse than the Falcons' choke job against the Patriots.
For sure. For sure.
Yeah.
By far. Yeah, it is. I'm just saying NBA, but if you want to expand to all sports, it still is, to me, the worst choke in all sports, really. I mean, just a pathetic collapse by a guy who was back-to-back league MVPs at that point in his 8th year in the NBA. No excuses whatsoever. All right, Vivid Sid 94 is in again. Skap, you'd wear a James Harden shirt for a hunch? Man, probably. I would just put some, I would get some fake vomit stains for it. I would put some fake vomit stains on it, maybe, or something along those lines. But probably. I mean, I'm not obviously a big James Harden fan, and I'm certainly not a James Harden defender. But I'm not averse or opposed to wearing. It is against my sensibilities and my moral code to wear a LeBron James jersey, though. So that would be a hard no, even if it's more than 100. You can keep the bidding going. There's probably no value because then it would be on tape. Like people could then grab the screen grabs of me with the LeBron shirt on and jersey, and that lasts forever. So there really is no number, I don't think, that I would do, unless it's some outrageous number, like $10 million or some shit. But
that's how much, not 8 million. You wouldn't do it for 8 million. Okay, I would do it for 10, but not 8.
If I'm being realistic, maybe a couple 100,000 is what I would do it for, maybe. If I'm being
not
realistic,
50,000. You wouldn't do it for 50 grand for a 5-hour live stream.
I don't think so.
50, yes, you would. I would do it.
Maybe,
I'll do it for 10 grand.
Okay, that's a fair point, Gary. Start the bidding, guys. Start the bidding. Get the sniffers in. Get the sniffers. Alert Clutch Sports. Have Rich Paul send a check. I won't say nice things about him, but I will wear the jersey. I'm sorry. I think I said. Okay. Do you think Ohtani can be the GOAT of all GOATs? I don't know. He does possess an insane skill set to be able to lead to be top 3 in the MLB in slug percentage, on base percentage, and home runs, and to be able to throw double-digit Ks in a World Series game, and be an ace pitcher. I mean, that is pretty crazy. If he gets, I don't know what is it complete breakdown is right now in terms of World Series and MVPs and stuff, but off the top of my head, I don't know it, but yes, I think yes. The answer, I don't know. I don't think it's happened yet, but Squish, even though I don't know baseball that well, I think the answer is yes. Ohtani probably can be the GOAT of all GOATs. I think he is the one guy that could still be in the running for that. Yes. All right. John Highfield 1909 is back in yet again. Agree with @Rand Moss take on QBs. In my opinion, Barry Sanders is the greatest player I've ever seen.
Can't argue with it.
Honestly, though, in Rand's point, I think Randy Moss might be the best player I've ever seen. I'm not saying he's the greatest player or whatever, but Randy Moss was such a weapon. That dude, I've seen him dominate games where he doesn't even has his stat line isn't even that good because they've got somebody jamming him on the line. They've got some dude 10 yards off of him over that. Then some safety 25 yards on the hash over, and they're basically just please just give the ball to everybody else and move down the field and beat us. But we can't let this dude, because he was such a weapon and a freakoid. Like I think his electronic time was like 4:12 or something on the 40. But like, or maybe that was his unofficial time. The dude ran a 4:140 and he had like a 45-inch vertical leap and he was like 6'4". And like, he was just so, it was just whack, Gary. It was crazy watching that dude. I know you got a good look at him against your Cowboys on Thanksgiving Day in his rookie year when he had like 3 catches for 140 yards and 3 touchdowns. And 2 of those catches, Gary, they were just stupid. Like, he caught the ball and like 4 guys had an angle on him on your Cowboys. And he just outran everybody. It was like a 5-yard catch and like everybody had angles. And it was just, he was just gone because he was such a weapon that dude, to me, probably Randy Moss, honestly, is the best player I think maybe I've ever seen. But go ahead. You wanted to add something as well.
I want to add something else to consider here. Randy Moss, I think, probably is the most talented, scariest wide receiver I've ever seen, no doubt. But here's something to think about Barry Sanders. He never had like a good offensive line or quarterback. This is what I was a kid when Barry Sanders was playing, and I was always like, Emmitt Smith's the best running back. And he's like, are you crazy? He's like, imagine if Barry Sanders was on Dallas and played with that offensive line. And as I got older, then it started making sense. Imagine Barry Sanders if he had a good line and a good quarterback. Because that's why he retired prematurely, because he's like, this isn't worth it anymore. What do you think about that?
Barry Sanders goes in the upper echelon of the best players I've ever seen. I think, in all fairness to, I'm trying to think exactly. He retired so young.
Right. Because he was tired of the office, not putting a good team, not competing really.
Right. So he was 30 and he retired in 98, which is like, I remember football before then, but like, in fairness, like, I really started watching football in like 95. So like, I really only got like 4 years of Barry Sanders, but like, I'm just looking at these numbers now. These are like his second to last year in 97. He had 2,053 rushing yards, like just crazy, 128 yards per game. But yeah, but like, so anyway, Randy Moss was drafted in 98. So like, that was when I was like really coming into like, I'm watching all these games. So like, that's why like, I don't, in fairness to Barry Sanders, like I didn't see enough. Like I saw his last like 3-4 years. So like, and I was still like pretty young when he was playing. Go ahead, Gary.
Remember what I told you, what really makes Jordan the GOAT, aside from just the stats and all that, was that I haven't seen another player move the way he does on the court. Well, the same with Barry Sanders. Go watch some of those highlights. I've never seen a running back move like Barry's. The dude he's like the Jordan. He does on the field what Jordan did on the court. Like when Jordan was at his peak athleticism in the 80s, right before you started watching. Like just the way he moved and like glided on the court and could float in the air, like Barry Sanders, the way he could juke people. I don't think I've ever seen anybody do it like, and his core is so strong. Like he's got tree trunk quads, his core is strong, and he can juke. Like it really is like Bruce Lee moving like water. So you should, when you get a chance, watch some highlights of Barry Sanders. The dude is just on another level, man.
Yeah, no, and he was. The things I remember most about him, honestly, when I was watching, was like, because his line was so bad. Like he would regularly lose like 2 yards, 3 yards, 5 yards, and then it would be like an 80-yard touchdown. Like after like all like 4 or 5 negative plays in a row, he would just have, because the line was bad, the team was bad. Like he was just extending, trying to like find his hole and his path to the end zone, and like when he did, it was electric. Okay. The next one is from Rand Moss, actually. Oh, I don't like this question at all. You can only keep one. The rest get deleted from history. MJ, Kobe, Tom Brady, and Tom. No, I simply will not answer this question, Rand Moss. Sorry. Thank you very much for your kind, generous donation. But this is an unanswerable question for me. I simply
Rand
can't.
Moss, let me say, hey, Rand Moss, you don't have to send another super chat. Why don't you rephrase this on the regular chat and I'll get it back to him? Because I thought this was silly too when I read it. Because why would they be deleted, Rand Moss? That's the thing. Why would you delete Jordan, Kobe?
I think because, Gary, what he really wants me to say is, who is my favorite?
Right.
So if that's the question, who is my favorite? Rand
Kobe.
Moss, I'll answer. It's Kobe. Kobe would be number one above. As much as I love Tom Cruise, and even I'll throw like I talk about Jim Rome a lot. I'm a big fan of his too. But of all of the people that I've whatever emulated or been a huge fan of throughout my life and time, it's Kobe's number one. Kobe is my like number one like athlete, my number one figure, whatever. Like he would be number one above everybody else. Even Tom Cruise, who actually I loved before Kobe. Like Tom Cruise was like my first hero probably. Because I was younger before Kobe entered in the NBA, Tom Cruise was making movies, obviously. But Kobe Bryant, like I have had such like an affinity for him and like I've just, he's just meant so much to me throughout so much of my life that the answer, Rand Moss, would be Kobe would be the one that I would keep if I had to, which I wouldn't, hopefully. Of course, that's not. But if you're asking who my favorite is, it would be Kobe. All right, Boo's Got That Beam is in next. And again, what if LeBron and Giannis actually team up and go back to Cleveland? Yeah, I just don't think there's just no way that can happen. They would have to, I don't know, they'd have to trade away they'd have to trade away a bunch of guys, not re-up certain guys. I mean, there's a lot. I mean, there's a lot that has to happen. I guess they would have to trade away some good pieces to the Bucks to bring in. So like maybe Evan Mobley and like one other guy in picks. So I guess that could technically happen. And then they would just have to maybe trade one more way, or LeBron has to take a vet minimum. I guess honestly, that can happen actually. I don't know. The Cavs would have to have a lot of good draft picks because the Bucks want assets and draft picks. So I don't know. I'll have to look into that more. I mean, I guess it technically can happen, but you'd have to get rid of most of the team. So you're saying basically you would have Giannis, LeBron, and Donovan Mitchell probably. I mean, they're not winning the championship. They're too top heavy. They're too positioned around older players. Like Giannis is only 31, but he's older for his playing style at this point, and he's been hurt the last couple of years. So like LeBron or Giannis or both could get hurt at any time. Their games are also basically identical. Like LeBron can't coincide with Luka. Like Luka has at least more range and like depth in shooting than Giannis. Like how does Giannis and LeBron share a court? And then they all need the ball. Same problem that Luka, LeBron, and Reeves had. So I just don't think that works. I'm fine with it because it would be a failure and I would be able to make fun of it. So I would take that. All right, John Highfield 1909 is back in again. Biggest problem with LeBron isn't even his game, blunders, or flopping. It's his narcissism and his fan base. I agree with that, actually. Though he does choke routinely in the biggest of games, like in the NBA Finals rounds. So, like, that is a big problem. But I do agree. His insufferableness and narcissism is an even bigger issue than those other things. So I do agree with that. Stephanie is back in yet again. She keeps trying to be the first and the last. These other two people came after her. And you know what? I will end with Stephanie, though. I will read Stephanie last because I am unbelievably, Gary, we are at the 5 hour and 2 minute mark. This is now the record-breaking Skap After Dark live stream moment. 5 hours. 5 hours now. Like an unbelievable span of time for me to not even go to the bathroom yet. And I don't think you have either, Gary. So shout out to you as well. So yeah, this has been just ridiculous. But okay, MJ Cabal Day. Wait, MJK. All right, MJK ball day, ball. I don't know, Gary. Help me out with this one.
MJK Ball Day.
Okay.
We'll just call him MJK. SGA
Okay.
will never be MJ or Kobe.
Thank you, MJK. Thank you for your kind donation and support. And thank you for such a wise, clever, and intelligent super chat as well. SGA will never be MJ or Kobe. I agree with you full-heartedly. We've got others. C4P is in next. Thank you very much, others. Thank you for joining the others here on this super chat or on this live stream and in the super chat area. I appreciate you very much. What if LeBron retired end of 2016 all-time rank? Yeah, honestly, I think he might have been better off. Like if he just retired after that, or even after the Lakers 2020 ring, if he retired after either one, like he would still probably only be on my list, probably like 9 or 10. But like I think his overall legacy, I think would have been looked at more favorably than it is now, with all of the extension, the stat padding, the losing in the first rounds or not making the playoffs. I honestly think his longevity at this point is working against him and is hurting him. So I think honestly, had he just retired like after 2016 or after 2020, like he might have had a better case against Jordan, not with me, but with the general consensus of people. It might have been a better case had he just stopped then. I really do think that. All right, I'm Squish 1150 is back in again. Do you think MJ and Kobe can play together? Realistically, probably not so well. They are both two absolute alphas. They are both two elite, high usage caliber players. They both need and want the ball in their hands in the last moment, even if there's like 5 guys on them. And they both have that ego on them. Realistically, no. Now they're both also winners, and I think they would make it happen. They would make it work and do whatever it took to win at any cost. But realistically, I don't think that would have been that good of a pairing. Like Kobe ultimately didn't fare well with another alpha in Shaq, and Powell was a much better fit because he would like acquiesce to Kobe's needs and his every whim, obviously, in some degree. And Kobe would be the guy that was leading the way, of course. And then Pippen was say what you will about Pippen, like he was a good fit with Jordan in that, like he didn't need the ball, didn't require the ball, didn't demand like that high volume of shots and stuff. So Pippen was a good foil as well to MJ. So I don't think pitting two of the greatest alphas ever together would be tough. All right, go ahead, Gary.
Real quick, let me tell you why I actually disagree with that. It wasn't that Shaq and Kobe were alphas. The problem is that Shaq was lazy, whereas with Jordan has a similar work ethic as Kobe. I think what they would be doing was constantly trying to outdo each other, which would translate very well for the team, and they'd be great teammates together, because they'd always be trying to outwork the other one, but I think they would actually become like brothers. You know?
Yeah, and I mean, look, there is a world where I think they might have played with each other if Jordan didn't retire, maybe. He wanted to jump around the NBA. Phil Jackson in 99 went right after when the Bulls kicked him aside, went to LA. Jordan might have just been like, F it. Like, I'll go there too with Phil and like mentor this young guy, Kobe.
Right.
And then maybe they would have played together in that. And I think that would have worked very well, but also because they were at different times of their career. Like Jordan was more at the end, Kobe was at the beginning. So I think it would have worked better in that capacity too. But yeah, I see your point. All right, and I will be getting back up to Stephanie. So Stephanie, I've not forgotten about you. I just want to end with yours. But Booge got that beam is in back-to-back right now. How does the NBA landscape look in the late 2010s if KD never joins the Warriors?
Well, probably Cleveland and LeBron dominating. And
yeah.
LeBron probably has more rings, and that's the only move to stop. See, it was LeBron plus a super team plus the officials plus Adam Silver helping. The only move to stop that would be KD to join the Warriors. If KD joined any other team, it would not have been enough to overpower. So that's actually why. And I don't want to get into a thing with this because we're winding down here. But I actually think KD was bold to do that because he was going to become public enemy number one. He's going to become a pariah. He knew it, but he didn't care because they knew the only way to stop LeBron and his super team and the league were to come together and go John Wick on LeBron, which is exactly what they did. I thought it was beautiful. I thought it was poetic justice.
Yeah, no, I agree. And I think you're right. I think LeBron would have
7 or 8 rings.
6, 7, yeah, at least. If KD didn't do that, because
he'd be known as the GOAT right now. And there wouldn't be much we could do because it'd be like, oh, you think Jordan's better? Well, LeBron's got more rings too. He's got more points. He's got more rings. So that's why I actually think that a lot of people who are LeBron haters, but also KD haters, why you should also appreciate what KD did, because had he not done that, LeBron would have 7, 8 rings right now.
Yeah,
because of the league's help.
It would have definitely been probably 6 for sure. He would have got at least 6 probably. So he would have at least as many as Jordan. And speaking of Jordan, what if peak Bron? Speaking of LeBron and Jordan, what if Booge Got That Beam wants to know what if peak Bron replaced Pippen on the 90s Bulls? Well, I actually think peak Bron would have been better than Pippen, quite frankly, on the well, not quite as good defensively. But peak LeBron was pretty good at defense. He was first team All NBA 5 years in a row and finished second in Defensive Player of the Year 1 year. And LeBron is a better facilitator, a better passer. He's probably a better rebounder, or at least as good of a rebounder as Pippen. So I honestly think they might have been better because then LeBron is playing his real role, which is he wouldn't have to shoot at all. He wouldn't have to score at all. Jordan could do all the scoring, all the clutch time basket making and stuff. Now, if LeBron tried to butt heads with Jordan, that would have been a problem because I just said Pippen didn't need that shine on the offense. Now, LeBron shouldn't want it or require it with Jordan. But if he did, that would be the only problem. Other than that, I think LeBron would be known as one of the best second options ever. And Jordan might have more rings. Now, LeBron wouldn't be anywhere near the GOAT conversation, obviously, which, of course, as we know, he doesn't deserve or belong to be there. Okay, and finally, oh, no, wait. We got one more in? Yeah, we got one more in. Others C4P is back in. Do you think USA will win the gold? I don't know. That's a tricky question, honestly. I don't know. Most of the guys that were on the last team will not be on now. Victor Wembanyama, if he feels like leading France, they've got some guys in the NBA now that he can have with him on that national team. Serbia should have beat this USA team last time, and now they're going to have a big turnover year. I think if they aren't to win one of them, it would likely be the next one. Then by the following one, they would have their shit, figured out, and they would have their best guys ready to go. But ultimately, look, while the USA overall has been passed by the globe overall, foreigners, like the overall world has surpassed the US. But if you're just looking at one country at a time, it's really hard to overshadow the US when they go the best that they have, when they send the best that they have. So even though this is going to be a new guard, a new wave, there's going to be changes inherently. I still think ultimately I would take the US over the field, but it's not a necessary slam dunk because look, like I said, Serbia had them down, should have probably beat them, quite frankly. Booge Got That Beam back in. Gary, I'm a Braun and Jokic fan, but you and Skap are too funny and hard not to like. Wow, Booge, I would not have pegged you as a Braun fan. Obviously, we are united on the Nikola Jokic front, but I would not have pegged you on the LeBron, being a LeBron fan. Booge, you're just all over this chat. You're here all the time. You're always here supporting us and donating very kindly and generously to us. So I just got to thank you for being able to look past my LeBron take and be a big an active member here of the Scap Attack Live After Dark show. Now let me get to Stephanie, who is now officially the last super chat that I will read here. Stephanie, thank you so much for such a great supportive night from you. Sorry, guys, this is the last one, but I saw somebody say this way before. James Harden will get you to the playoffs, but when you get there, it's on you. LOL. Yes, great point. Great take by whoever said that. James Harden, one of the great regular season players in NBA history, and just never there really when you need him ultimately when it matters most. Stephanie, I know you need to get some sleep. I know I damn sure need to get some sleep. Gary has been at it too. Now Gary he's a late night guy, so he's going to be up for a couple hours still. I will be segueing myself to Sleep Town USA, member of me, here very shortly. Although I do still have that 2-hour video that I still have to finish. I told my guy Connor I would have it out by tomorrow. So I got to figure that out. And I'm sure Jason Whitlock will have me on as well at like 11. So no rest for the weary, as the saying goes, guys. But unbelievable night from our Spurs and unbelievable night from all of you guys. Still 475 people, like nearly 500 people still at the 5-hour and 14-minute mark of this show. Like unbelievable, and an unbelievable record-breaking night in your generosity and support. 138 super chats officially in the book. Unfreaking real. Guys, thank you so much. Gary, thank you so much. I will see you guys not tomorrow, and I need the rest now. Believe me. Believe you me. I will be taking tomorrow off for sure, and we will be back at it on Saturday night. So 2 days, 2 nights from now, same YouTube time, same YouTube channel. If our Spurs pull off the miracle, it will be Scap Live After Dark till dawn, and we'll stay on till it's light out probably. It will probably eclipse this 5-hour and 15-minute show. I'm going to need some like throat laws and shit, and some tea. So, but guys, until then, again, thank you very much. Have a great rest of your night. Have a great day tomorrow, and we'll see you on Saturday night.